Did you know that Nintendo made a special Rumble-enabled version of Mario Kart 64, but never released it? Or that Super Smash Bros. Masahiro Sakurai briefly considered making a Kirby fighting game instead of Smash? For the last few years, we've been combing through hundreds of foreign magazines looking for interesting tidbits to translate into English, and that's where most of this video's information comes from. Our latest haul of Japanese mags was full of interviews for Nintendo 64 games, and practically all of them had information that never reached the West. So unless you lived in Japan in the late 90s or early 2000s, you probably haven't heard much of the stuff in this video either. Today we'll focus on facts from games like Mario Kart 64, Majora's Mask, and the OG Super Smash Bros. So let's kick things into gear with a few tidbits all about Mario Kart 64's scrapped ideas. We're going to start things off with a quick look at a Shigeru Miyamoto interview from a 1996 issue of Famimaga 64. The interview took place at Nintendo's Space World event that same year, where Nintendo showed off tons of games like Zelda 64, Earthbound 64, Star Fox 64, as well as the game we're talking about first, Mario Kart 64. The version of the game shown at Space World featured a new character to the sub-series, Donkey Kong. DK's inclusion didn't expand the game's roster, however, he simply replaced a character from an earlier build of the game, Kamek. We saw him in an issue of Nintendo Power and in a bit of footage, but the reason for Kamek's removal has always been a bit of a mystery to the West. In this issue of Famimaga 64, however, the interviewer got an answer directly from Miyamoto on why Kamek lost out to DK. According to Miyamoto, we had Kamek in, but he looked off and too ordinary, so we changed it. We want to use highly distinctive characters. So, mystery solved. It seems DK's distinctive size and fur-covered physique is what secured his inclusion in Mario Kart. Let's move on to an interview from December 2003's issue of Nintendo Dream magazine. If that sounds familiar, it's because we covered this issue in our GameCube games video from a few weeks back. The interview does focus on Double Dash, but the devs had a couple of Mario Kart 64 tidbits we set aside for this video. Halfway into the interview, the devs start talking smack about the Chain Chomp item, saying it's annoying, but only when someone else has it. Whichever dev holds the leash will sing its praises. All the banter seems to jog Double Dash director Kiyoshi Mizuki's memory, who reveals the team seriously considered having Chain Chomp items in Mario Kart 64. Mizuki said, "We'd actually talked about including Chain Chomp since the N64, and so put him in this time as a test. Before we made the adjustments, everyone was very happy with him. MK64 did have chomps, but they're only on Rainbow Road, and they are stage hazards, not items. The devs don't say why chomps weren't items on the N64, but seeing as how almost every 64 dev story is about tackling restrictions, it seems technical limitations likely kept chomps from leaving Rainbow Road." So producer Sugiyama was the visual director on Mario Kart 64. And according to him, one of the goals for this GameCube sequel was to achieve everything they couldn't do on N64. 64's characters were just 2D sprites on a polygon, pivoting on a single point. That made steep slopes and falls look awkward, which is partly why 64's courses favored flat designs. But this also prevented the devs from implementing another feature that ended up in Double Dash. Later in the interview, the interviewer mentions how great it is to replay footage using Double Dash's new replay feature. Then Sugiyama brings up some interesting MK64 history, saying, "That was another thing we wanted to do on N64, but couldn't. This was partly due to that awkwardness of 2D sprites on sloped terrain we mentioned. But Takahashi says that the limited angles the characters could be displayed in also played a role. So basically, the replay feature was held back until the team could make a fully 3D Mario Kart and avoid cumbersome visuals." Jumping to another edition of Nintendo Dream, back when it was called 64 Dream, their October 97 issue has an interesting blurb on Mario Kart 64 in response to a reader's question. In July 97, Nintendo re-released a special edition of Super Mario 64 exclusively in Japan. This was called the Shindo Pack Taiyo version, which notably made Mario 64 compatible with the N64 Rumble Pack. And with this in mind, one of 64 Dream's readers was curious if Mario Kart 64 would get the same treatment. Nintendo's head of PR, Yoshio Hongo, gave a bit of a surprising response, saying, "In-house, we've already created a version compatible with Rumble. Technically speaking, making it compatible with vibration packs is a simple process, but I don't know whether it will be reprinted or not. Mario Kart 64 is by far the best-selling N64 software, and it's unclear whether it would be a good idea to make it compatible with vibration packs." we guess the Rumble-enabled version of Mario Kart 64 will just have to live on in our dreams. Next up, we're going to talk about a few interesting details from The Legend of Zelda: Majora's Mask. We had another issue of 64 Dream translated from November 1999, where 64 Dream interviewed Shigeru Miyamoto about the game's development, giving some unique insights we've never heard before. On the first page, Miyamoto outlines his duties as producer, like holding meetings at key points in development and providing support during production. However, he says he never gave specific direction and would just give the team brief notes. Then, Miyamoto reveals how dire the stakes were if the team couldn't finish Majora's Mask on time, saying that he told the team that he'd stop development if they couldn't release on time. 64 Dream pushes for clarification, asking, "Are you saying that you'll stop the release of Majora's Mask?" To which Miyamoto responds, "That's right. For example, if we got to November and were told it needed another year to complete, at that point it would take so long it would get in the way of Dolphin. So Nintendo needed the GameCube, then known as Project Dolphin, to have games for its launch window so badly that Miyamoto was willing to cancel Majora's Mask to ensure the Cube's success." This is followed by something else we've never heard before and couldn't find in any wiki, article, or interview. 64 Dream asks Miyamoto if the team began thinking about Majora's Mask after Ocarina of Time had released, to which Miyamoto says, "No, it was before it released. It might have been after release that we specifically decided on the plot that we're now working on. Every other source we looked at claimed, or at least implied, that Nintendo began thinking about Majora after Ocarina's release, but that doesn't seem to be the case. On some level, the team were already considering a shorter game that reused Ocarina's assets other than Ura Zelda." Miyamoto also brings up that the team wanted to make Majora accessible for all gamers, after their market research revealed that most players quit Ocarina of Time after around the Fire Temple or sooner. In light of this, they aimed to design Majora's Mask in a way that around 80% of players could beat the game. From here, 64 Dream asks if Miyamoto's wife reached the end in Ocarina, to which he says, no, she's still in the Shadow Temple. The conversation eventually switches focus to the game's masks, and why the devs made them such a central feature. According to Miyamoto, with Ocarina of Time, when it came to how deep we could delve into all of the different characters, there were a lot of inadequacies. We decided to make a plot entwined with masks to make the characters come more alive this time. We hadn't used the mask gameplay system to its full extent anyway. Skull Kid was a very profound character, and the mask salesman also had a suspicious vibe to him. We wanted to tell a story that dug deeper on those subjects. Miyamoto later adds that Majora's 3-day cycle was the team further exploring Ocarina's night and day cycle mechanics. Later on the same page, the interviewer expresses concern about Majora's passage of time, and that the moon might fall while they're in the middle of solving a puzzle. Miyamoto pretty much just says, "Yep, that'll happen," and then laughs. While past Zelda games game over when the player is out of hearts, Miyamoto explains that the devs plan to have an ending when time runs out and the moon falls. He goes on to say that if they can't find the right balance at the end, they might have to start development all over again. A situation, he says, is a producer's biggest concern. He ends the thought by saying, "Well, that's something we're testing now, just how bad it would be. Right now, it's bad in a pretty good way." Next up is the N64 classic, Super Smash Bros. For this segment, we translated 64 Dream's February '99 issue, which interviews two men who need no introduction, Masahiro Sakurai and Satoru Iwata. Sakurai kicks things off, talking about how they chose the game's characters, saying they purposely set aside the question of which characters they'd use early on. Although the characters and world would ideally be decided at the planning stage, they chose not to, as they were concerned that if the characters lacked punch, the game might be ignored upon release. From here, Sakurai goes into detail about how the project got started, saying, "There were few games on N64 when we started the project. There was a need to put out something impactful as soon as possible. We started in September of '97. But actually, even before then, we were working on another action-adventure game. Iwata and I started with a test version ROM and gave an official presentation to Nintendo and Miyamoto. There we decided we'd go with an action-adventure, so I was writing the plot on my own for a while. But it turned out that Zelda's development was also progressing into a 3D action-adventure, and it seems having two big titles in the same genre wouldn't be good for business. 64 Dream asks what happened to Sakurai's project, to which he explains, "I don't think we'll make that action-adventure game. The project's theme was past its expiration date, and we need to steadily cut things that aren't fresh. We would have needed 3 or 4 years to complete it, which would have been another bottleneck." This prototype was briefly mentioned by Sakurai in one of his YouTube videos about creating games. In that video, he says it was an RC robot adventure game where you hacked into security cameras to progress. He also mentions that the game could take another 2 years to make, but in the video he doesn't go into quite as much details, so it's nice to have a bit more background on an unreleased Sakurai creation. The discussion shifts back to choosing characters and how Iwata and Sakurai considered many possibilities before deciding on Nintendo characters, like working with famous manga writers to make them or designing them internally. They also went back and forth on whether the game world should be comical or realistic, and whether to have people or beasts. Sakurai continued, "Of course, we make Kirby at HAL Lab, so we considered making it a Kirby fighting game too. To succeed as a consumer fighting game, it needs to already be recognized as an arcade game, or be built on a recognizable IP, or it isn't likely to be accepted. So we couldn't afford any half measures with the character selection." Sakurai then explains the difficulties of maintaining the essence of each character. Samus, for example, has a floaty jump, and it might be better for a fighting game if she just moved more forcefully. But they wanted to keep Samus's unique actions while ensuring she could still move in a way that was consistent with other characters. As for how Sakurai and Iwata decided on who to include in their prototype, Sakurai says they used the process of elimination. Like with Kirby or Yoshi, first of all, they're not humanoid, and they have special animations for copying or laying eggs, so it would have been a high threshold to make them one of the characters you can choose at the very beginning. Then with Pikachu being so popular, we expected to get the most instructions and directions on them, so we decided to be cautious and put them off until later. Then with Link, since Legend of Zelda was in development, we wanted to understand what his special moves were before making him. Iwata chimes in here, reiterating that they judged which characters had a chance of success and would not require reworking later. After this, 64 Dream came forth with a question many fans at the time were asking. Since Mario, Luigi, and even Donkey Kong are in the game, why isn't Princess Peach? "It's a balance issue," Sakurai said. "We also didn't want to lean too heavily into Mario. We actually asked Miyamoto for his opinion. That, and we added in 4 hidden characters. Hidden characters are interesting. Appearing later on gives them superiority, even to the point of absurdity. We did talk about making it a Super Mario fighting game at one stage in development. So as well as a Kirby fighting game, Smash could have been a Mario fighter." HAL was able to get characters from other companies like Pikachu and Link to fight against each other. 64 Dream says this would be near impossible for other companies and asks how did HAL get the job done. Iwata thinks it could have something to do with HAL's location being between the developers in Tokyo, who made Pokemon, and Miyamoto and other devs in Kyoto. And if you factor in that they made a name for themselves with Kirby, everything aligned for Smash to happen. The team didn't have any official resources when they were secretly developing the initial Smash prototype, so they had to get resourceful. The prototype featured Mario, Donkey Kong, Samus, and Fox, and Sakurai had to make the models himself using photos as references. Sakurai continued, "The first stages we got working were the Kirby stage and Metroid stage, and we chose them because all we would need is to get the atmosphere of them right. Those 2 series hadn't released any polygon games, so we had freedom in how we made them. Having to fit so many characters from so many different creators in Smash seems like a challenge, so 64 Dream asked the duo if any issues popped up with other developers. Everything would be fun if it went the way we thought it would, but things don't go that well in real life," Iwata said. "There are things here and there that make certain characters hard to make in polygons." Then Sakurai added that they'd have meetings with the devs and show them their progress, but they didn't get as many requests to alter characters as they thought they would. Iwata says the developers were nice, even though he and Sakurai thought they'd be the strictest critics. But of course, the devs knew better than most how tough it was for Iwata and Sakurai. To resolve the issue of why so many characters from different worlds could appear together, the devs made it so they were toys fighting, figures that appear to have come to life. Interestingly, this idea actually came from Earthbound creator Shigesato Itoi. Sakurai said, At the time, we were planning to put it on display at a show and needed to hurry to come up with the title, and showed it to Itoy. He asked what we thought of having them be dolls. It seems in Itoy's head, it must have been just like Toy Story, with toys jumping out and fighting. I also wanted to make use of the music and each character's motifs, so I thought having them be dolls with a will of their own would prevent the distinctive characteristics of the characters from being contradicted.
If there's one thing the Nintendo 64 was good at, it was taking the Mario IP and adapting it to every genre imaginable. One example of this is the highly praised title, Paper Mario, which spawned its own long-running RPG series. The game came out in Japan a full 6 months before it came to the West, which gave developers time to do what they usually do, such as fix glitches and make the game easier for Westerners. One example of this is the Koopa Shell minigame, which was slowed down during its third and most difficult phase. Another regional change can be seen with the game's music. The song that plays when a new partner joins Mario's party is entirely different in the Japanese game. It's speculated that the song was changed outside of Japan due to the original tune sounding too much like the song America from West Side Story, and Nintendo wanted to avoid any copyright issues. Another iconic Mario game on the N64 is Super Mario 64. One interesting fact about the game's development was how the team tried to make sure the game would appeal to children, and that they would be able to get to grips with its mechanics. They did something often unheard of from Nintendo at the time, and had children playtest the title, with around 10 middle schoolers being given access to the Bob-omb Battlefield stage for half a day, while staff observed what the children did. One of these children was actually Miyamoto's son, Kenshi. Miyamoto stated, "My child was one of them actually, but seeing him try dozens of times over and over to get up this unclimbable hill, as a parent I couldn't help but think, geez, does this kid have any brains?" Afterwards, we asked the children what they thought of the game, and they said it was fun, and that they wanted to play it again. Another of Nintendo's titles, Excitebike 64, actually has a rather peculiar piece of unused data. Included at the end of the game's ROM is unused text, which is repeated multiple times to fill out any leftover space remaining on the game's cartridge. Clearly directed toward those who intend to dump and redistribute the game online, the text reads, "Please don't copy this game, that would be rude. Hey, what are you doing looking at this binary when you should be looking after my shed?" One of Nintendo's other driving games also has unused aspects. Mario Kart 64 originally had a vertical split-screen option in two-player gameplay, as well as horizontal. This cannot be seen without hacking it back into the final version, and the lap counter still appears in battle mode. Mario Kart 8 later managed to use vertical split-screen 18 years later. Another N64 game with unused content is Rare's GoldenEye 007. The terrorist multiplayer character cannot be found anywhere in the single-player game. However, the instruction manual for the game lists the Phantom weapon as a terrorist favorite, and the Phantom can only be found on the frigate level. The frigate level is also the only level with hostages, which would likely indicate the involvement of terrorists. This would suggest that the terrorist was once used as an enemy on the frigate, but was removed and kept in multiplayer. Speaking of Rare, before their buyout by Microsoft, many consider the apex of Rare's prestige to be during the N64 heyday. After GoldenEye's success, the company would go on to work on another mature first-person shooter created with their own story, Perfect Dark. The game was set to introduce many new, bold features which pushed the Nintendo 64, peripherals and all. And though the final product ended up being impressive in its own right, one particular feature which had a fair share of hype surrounding it would ultimately be cut before final publication. The Transfer Pack, a peripheral which was used for Pokémon Stadium, allowing for a Game Boy game to interact with the console from the back of the player's controller, was set to have some utility within Perfect Dark. Specifically, the transfer pack was to be used in conjunction with Nintendo's Game Boy camera, allowing players to snap photos of people's faces to have them mapped to a character's head. The feature was talked about extensively, being incredibly unique at the time, before the likes of more known titles using the concept, such as Tony Hawk Underground. The feature was talked about in gaming news outlets in the run-up to Perfect Dark's release, with Spin magazine's December 1999 issue mentioning, perhaps in jest, though maybe insensitively, that it would allow players to blow jocks off of buildings with lasers. Unfortunately, the timing of this statement made it seem in poor taste, having been issued in the same year as the 1999 Columbine incident. According to a GameSpot article, Nintendo's Ken Lobb had told the press that it had been removed because of technical difficulties, though later, Rare's website would be updated to talk about the feature's removal, stating that it had been removed to avoid controversy during the game's release, and that the fully operational Game Boy camera feature within Perfect Dark has been removed from the software. This would suggest that Ken Lobb's statement in itself was to avoid controversy as well, as it could be considered a censorship issue. One N64 game with an interesting history is the European exclusive Taz Express. For the Americans, or whoever didn't play the game, Taz Express was a simple puzzle platformer where Taz delivers various packages. The most interesting part of the game, however, can't even be found within it. The title originally began as a prototype called Vampire Circus. This was a gauntlet-style game full of vampires and zombies, where the player controlled a single character in a party of 5, with the rest being AI. Each character had different abilities, and players could switch between them. These characters could die to vampires, however, leading to strategic and hectic gameplay. Developers Z2 apparently got quite far with the Vampire Circus prototype, but when publishers Ocean Software were absorbed into Infogrames in 1996, Z2 were forced to work on a Warner Brothers property.
The Nintendo 64 was originally created under the working title of the Ultra 64 as a tribute to several toys manufactured by Nintendo in the late 1960s, such as the Ultra Hand. However, as Konami still held the trademark on the name Ultra Games, Nintendo elected to change the name and logo for their new console. The system was created at a time when Nintendo's competition was particularly fierce, being released a year after Sony's first entry into the console market race with the PlayStation. With that said, the device received rave reviews, despite being criticized for its comparatively slim lineup of titles. One of the more popular titles on the N64 was Star Fox 64. Despite all versions being released within 6 months of each other internationally in 1997, there are still a few regional differences. An obvious change comes with the game being in a different language. However, the PAL version, Lylat Wars, went one step further than simply translating the game into English. It's the only version that features language settings, and the player is even able to set the language to Lylat. This makes all the characters in-game speak gibberish, in reference to the game's predecessor for the Super Nintendo. The Japanese version has different dialogue as well. The Western versions of the game have Fox's teammates yell "No!" when being shot down, whereas the Japanese version has them cry Fox's name. Foxy! This isn't the only change, as the Japanese version's character icons also do not sync up with the character's dialogue, unlike the English versions. Just 3 months after the success of Star Fox 64 and its introduction of the Rumble Pack, Super Mario 64 and Wave Race 64 both received re-releases in July 1997, exclusively in Japan. Both titles were updated with special Shindu Pack Taio editions. The main focus for these releases was to add compatibility with the Rumble Pack. Wave Race's inclusion was vibration that matched the engine of the jet ski and reactions to jumps and waves by jolting the player. In Mario 64, the rumble feature kicks when the player is attacked or being attacked by an enemy. It rumbles with ground pounds, forward dives, and when collecting a red coin or an extra life. The rumble pack also vibrates when stretching Mario's face in the title screen. Wave Race 64 has a few more changes added to the game that weren't present in the original. The announcer's inflection was changed. Wave Race! Wave Race! 2 of the tracks from the soundtrack were remixed, and a ghost was added into the time trial mode in the form of a dolphin. Mario 64 Shindu Edition has quite a few differences, however. It includes changes made for the international release of the game that didn't appear in the original Japanese version, such as voice clips and the ability to press A or B when interacting with NPCs or signs instead of just B. An odd glitch was removed where Mario would receive 99 lives if the coin count went above 999. This bug would break the game and display M25 instead of 99 lives. This version also fixes the backwards long jump oversight present in all previous versions. An Easter egg was even added to the game. If the player presses Z on the title screen, a spiral of screens showing Mario's head will appear. Another more unusual change is that if Mario jumps onto a tree, he will slide round and face the camera instead of facing the direction in which he jumped. Another N64 peripheral that didn't quite garner the same popularity was the biosensor. The biosensor was released by Sata exclusively in Japan and came bundled with Tetris 64. The device was designed to clip onto the player's ear and read their pulse. Initially designed specifically for Tetris 64, the game reacted with the player's pulse. Based on how stressed the player becomes while playing, the block's falling speed will increase or slow down accordingly. The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask is a much beloved game that has many distinctive features. One of its more distinctive features for Zelda fans is that it reused many assets from Ocarina of Time, but this reusing of art and resources goes even further than you might think. Inside the moon, there is a small bird that flies around the tree. This bird model was originally used in a beta version of Ocarina of Time, but was cut in the final release. It found a second life within Majora's Mask, along with many other Ocarina of Time assets. Chameleon Twist 2, developed by Japan System Supply and published by Sunsoft, was released in 1998 in Japan and 1999 internationally. Unlike the Japanese release, the international versions had radically altered designs compared to the first game. The cute humanoid characters from the original were scrapped for a more realistic-looking chameleon design. It's thought that these changes were made to help the game sell outside of Japan. Davy and Jack's colours were also switched, and Rinda was changed to Linda. Pokemon Puzzle League is a very unusual case, particularly for a Pokemon title. The game was never actually released in Japan, only appearing in North American and PAL regions in 2000 and 2001 respectively. The game is the spiritual successor to Puzzle League, also known as Panel de Pon, but of course featuring Pokemon characters. It was never made clear as to why it never received a release in Japan, despite the game receiving respectable reviews. Even the Virtual Console re-release in 2008 remained exclusively Westward. Within the game's files are 2 voice clips that are thought to be love notes from staff who worked on the game, one in Japanese and one in English.
Emi-chan, itsumo ai shitteru.
And
I love you, Liz.
Mario Tennis released in the year 2000 as well, and was the second time Mario was behind the net if you include Mario's Tennis for the Virtual Boy. If for some reason the player decides to turn on the game without plugging a controller in, they're greeted with a humorous image featuring Waluigi and Luigi. This image was put in place to ask the player to reset the console and plug their controllers in. The accompanying music is the Match Point theme. Clay Fighter 63 1/3, the third title in the Clay Fighter series, was developed by Interplay and released in 1997. There was originally going to be a character in the title that went by the name Hobocop, a clear play on the titular character from the movie RoboCop. The character was adorned with pots and trash can lids and would have some pretty risque animations, especially for Nintendo, like urinating on the stage and exposing himself to his opponent. Though Hobocop did appear in promotional material for the game, as well as in beta footage, he was not included in the game's final release. A rent-only Blockbuster exclusive version of the game also exists, called Clay Fighter Sculptor's Cut. This version included several other previously cut characters, those still lacked the inclusion of Hobocop. This was apparently because Nintendo did not approve of the character, believing that he was too controversial. Hobocop can also be seen in footage from a prototype demo for the unreleased PlayStation version called Clay Fighter Extreme that was planned to be released at the same time as the Nintendo 64 version, so it's likely he would have been a unique character to that release. Another noteworthy N64 title is Jet Force Gemini, which was developed by Rare and released in 1999. The game was well received, and much like its Rare predecessors, Perfect Dark and Conker's Bad Fur Day, was set to have a Game Boy Color title in its series. The game would have been a top-down isometric 2D shooter, with heroes Juno and Lupus searching for Juno's twin sister, Vela. However, the game was cancelled before it was even announced. This was probably due to lack of interest in Rare's previous portable endeavours and the age of the Game Boy console itself. In an October 2012 interview, former Rare designer and producer Martin Wakely said, "Jet Force Gemini on the Game Boy was the only occasion I can remember Rare outsourcing anything. It was being done by Bits Studios and was nearly done last time I saw it. I'm not sure what happened to it." In 2006, a prototype of the game was found and was said to be, quote, nearly complete. Mr. Pants, Rare's unofficial mascot, makes his appearance in one way or another in every Rare game, and Jet Force Gemini is no exception. After the player collects 300 ant heads, the cheat Pants as Ants is unlocked. When active, all the blue ants in the game are replaced with Mr. Pants. He is also drawn on one of the walls in the Torfret Castle level.
The gaming market's transition into 3D was not an immediate steady success. There were rough patches along the way, in part due to a lack of defined industry standards for 3D game design. But these lack of standards also birthed a huge wave of fresh and creative games that defined the second half of the 90s gaming space. The N64 was Nintendo's big push into this space, and although it hugely underperformed compared to Sony's PlayStation, it was by no means a complete failure. This console, with its odd-looking controller and minimal third-party support, managed to squeeze out some defining classics and hidden gems. And after all, it's the games that make a system good or not. Games like The Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time, spin-offs like Pokemon Snap, and even third-party titles like DMA Design's Body Harvest are all remembered fondly. And we'll be talking about these games and a few more in this episode, but let's kick off with Diddy Kong Racing. For a spin-off game in the Donkey Kong series, Diddy Kong Racing was a surprisingly well-made competitive racer. But in retrospect, one element of the game seems a bit odd. What makes the game seem somewhat unusual is its roster of characters. Diddy, Banjo, Conker, and even Crunch was a nod to the Donkey Kong Country titles. But the rest of the characters that fleshed out the roster were, well, yeah. One of these characters is the fairly forgettable Bumper the Badger.
My name's Bumper!
Not much information surrounds Bumper in the game itself, with his character bio being fairly sparse, reading, "Unlike most of his kind, Bumper the Badger prefers speed and thrills to a quiet nocturnal lifestyle." He gets even more worked up than his friends when he realizes how much racing and excitement will be involved in the crusade to get rid of Wizpig. A 2004 public address by Rare was written in character from Conker to promote the release of Conker Live and Reloaded. In this address, Conker makes mention of where characters wound up after the events of Diddy Kong Racing, stating, "It goes without saying that you wouldn't catch me hanging out with any of those freaks these days. Last I heard, at least one of them was in jail anyway." While Conker never mentioned who this character might be, in response to a fan letter in 2012, Rare revealed some more information about what happened to Bumper, and it seems Bumper's thrill-seeking attitude may have been seduced by the cheap thrills of crime. Rare responded to a question from Aaron Pinky H, who asked, "Where do your beloved characters like Cameo and Banjo go when not used in any games for the next decade? Is there some kind of nightclub, or perhaps a prison cell? Or are they dead?" Their response was that all these characters are having adventures far too expensive to adapt into games, with the exception of Bumper the Badger, who is in jail. With that said, Rare did send out a tweet in 2021 stating that Bumper has actually been free for a while now, or at least on parole, and that he is superficially sorry for all the bad things he did. What Bumper did to find himself behind bars remains a mystery, but based on those cold dead eyes, we can only assume the worst. Speaking of causing mischief, Mischief Makers was a much beloved title on the Nintendo 64. While there's a number of games which are known to let players input their age, such as with Dead or Alive most famously, where doing so will adjust the game's jiggle physics, Mischief Makers actually had the option, but having it serve an entirely different purpose. When first starting up the game, it will ask the player for an age between 0 and 99. Most might assume that this age choice is simply referring to the player's age, but it actually uses this input to select the age of the main protagonist, Marina Lightyears. The purpose of this choice isn't very clear during the bulk of the game, but it does have a single effect on one frame of the game's true ending. If the player sets Marina's age to 15 years or younger, her true human form will be physically closer to that of a child, while if her age is set to 16 years or older, her true human form will be closer to that of an adult. It's unclear why the developers would put effort into a feature that only affects a single frame of the game, but there you go. Another cult title was Body Harvest, which came from the team at Rockstar before the team at Rockstar would become known as the team at Rockstar. Everyone over at the then-named DMA Design were super enthusiastic about the N64, and most of all, working with Nintendo. The studio's previous publisher, Psygnosis, didn't show much interest in DMA's games, but Nintendo frequently directed them to make major changes to Body Harvest's gameplay and visual style in order to improve its chances on the market. While everyone had a huge amount of respect for each other and wanted an open conversation about how to improve the game, the language barrier between the Japanese publisher and British developer made implementing these changes difficult, as the devs sometimes struggled to understand what Nintendo wanted from them. One developer cited an example where Nintendo told DMA to make the game's graphics more materialistic. DMA's head, David Jones, described their relationship with Nintendo, saying, "It's a very hard relationship because their quality is so high that it's so hard to match the quality of the products they do. And they really want you to focus on making Nintendo products. It's very hard to write games that you're not writing for yourself, which is traditionally what I've done. And basically, we just have to listen to them because we're not as good as they are. Nobody in the world is as good as they are. So we'd be daft to try and say, we think you're wrong. So we just have to work with them and we implement everything that they ask for." The two companies would ultimately drift apart, and DMA became Rockstar North, part of the Rockstar Games label. One more highly respected N64 title not made by Nintendo themselves came from Rare, Blast Corps. It wasn't just things like camera controls that became an issue with the budding 3D developers when producing games for this new console. When developing Blast Corps, the team worked hard to make sure the game didn't face any performance issues as a result of topping out the Nintendo 64's graphical capabilities. So they chose to set a polygon limit for character models in the game. This limit helped to ensure that gameplay remained smooth. However, while creating the Thunder Fist Robots model, Rare managed to accidentally go over their self-imposed limit. As a means of trying to reduce the amount of polygons the robot would use, the devs simply removed one of the robot's arms, resulting in the character's design changing into something a bit more unique. Few other devs have realized that an easy way to reduce the polygon count is simply by maiming their characters. Pokémon Snap is arguably one of the franchise's most popular spin-off titles, taking away the typical enslavement and battle mechanics of Pokémon, and instead putting the player behind a lens. While the player might not take on an active role of pummeling Pokémon, or rather commanding other Pokémon to do so, they're given a variety of tools which can either elevate the creature's mood, or frankly, piss them off. It's your mission to take great photos, but in doing so, Nintendo gave the player an option of throwing a pester ball at Pokémon to spur on some more irritated expressions or behaviors. While this is of course a work of fiction, the idea of hurling noxious purple gas with the sole intent of pestering the creatures whilst they enjoy their natural habitat does seem a little unusual for the Pokémon series. As a result, when it came time for the game's sequel, these balls were removed, as well as the apple, which was replaced with a fluff fruit. New Pokémon Snap's director, Haruki Suzaki, stated, "The pester ball was an important element to bring out Pokémon's reaction in the Nintendo 64 Pokémon Snap, so we decided to add the role of the pester ball to the fluff fruit in new Pokémon Snap." Even though fluff fruit doesn't hurt when it hits a Pokémon, it makes sense that some Pokémon don't like being hit by fluff fruit. So we designed the item to leave it up to players whether they place it near a Pokémon or throw it at a Pokémon. So it seems developers were still all for pissing Pokémon off a bit, but they prefer being a bit more tactful about it. As we mentioned at the start of this video, the N64 was a new adventure for Nintendo, and having to start developing games in 3D was no small task. Plenty of new complications come along with the addition of a third dimension, and so it was important during development to have a greater understanding of what mistakes had been made. What's interesting, however, is that a debugging tool, which shows more information on why a game has crashed or encountered an error, is actually still present in the final retail copy of Zelda. After the game crashes for whatever reason, inputting a series of button combinations will result in information being thrown up on screen about the game and the environment that was present at the time of crashing. An odd curiosity can be seen from Ocarina's debug menu, however, where the game's version information doesn't simply contain the version information, but also an additional message of seemingly no purpose. I love you. I mean, we aren't complaining about being told that at least something in the world loves us, but we didn't exactly think it would be a copy of Ocarina of Time that'd show us more love than our parents did. Today we're taking a look at some trivia for several Nintendo 64 games, and what better way to kick off the video than with some secrets from a few of the N64's most beloved titles, the original Mario Party trilogy. All three titles have one peculiar unused scenario that can still be found in their data, and even put back into the game using GameShark codes. The scenario in question is an unused instance of there being no minigame to play. If there isn't a minigame to play when a character's turn ends, the panel behind their icon and stats will turn yellow, and a large no game graphic will pop up on screen. The game will continue to the next round, completely skipping the minigame segment. However, if it's the last round of the game, a large Game Over graphic will pop up on screen instead, and the game will end as it normally would. This data is still within Mario Party 2 and 3, and can also be triggered with GameShark codes, but it acts a little differently. The scenario plays out the same way, but the graphic for no game doesn't appear. If it's the last turn of the game, not only will no Game Over graphic appear, but the game actually continues onto a new round that shouldn't exist. For example, turn 20 of a 20-turn game will become turn 21. Mario Party 3 also has another interesting secret. Under normal conditions, when starting the game for the first time, all characters are unlocked from the offset. This is despite the fact that the back of Mario Party 3's game box alludes to how players can even unlock new characters in the one-player challenge, something which is just entirely not true. What's interesting is that, should the game be forced into the main menu with an unutilized save, which means the player has managed to bypass the game's attempt to load any sort of save file data, both Waluigi and Daisy will be unselectable during a match setup. Not only this, but they'll appear as otherwise unused question mark icons. Furthermore, from within the game's debug settings menu, it's possible to enable the characters, making it clear that the intention was for both of these characters to initially be unlockable, rather than playable from the offset. It's likely that this idea was dropped fairly late during development, as it was used as an advertisable feature on the game's box. One of the big reasons that the N64 is so fondly remembered today is because of Rare and the games they created. We all know that Rare made great N64 titles like Conker's Bad Fur Day, Perfect Dark, and Banjo-Kazooie, and that Rare owned the rights to all of these franchises. But this wasn't always the case. Unlike Conker and Perfect Dark, Rare actually created the Banjo franchise for Nintendo. This means Banjo-Kazooie was a first-party Nintendo IP, as shown by this trademark approved in May 1997 for Banjo-Kazooie, showing that the owner was Nintendo of America Inc. and not Rare. Nintendo owned the franchise for 5 whole years until 2002, when ownership of the IP was transferred from Nintendo to Rare. This lines up with the Microsoft acquisition of Rare, which was likely linked to Nintendo giving the franchise rights back to Rare. And in some ways, this news is a bit surprising considering what Rare did with the IP, especially in the sequel, with some of the humor not exactly being family friendly. In Banjo-Tooie, there's an extremely rare chance for a slightly dirty bit of humor to make an appearance. Inside Grunty Industries, whilst progressing to the worker quarter of the facility, there is a 1 in 1,000 or perhaps an even slimmer chance of a rare event occurring, involving a spotlight emitting from the inside of a restroom. If the player gets close, it's possible to hear one of the building's worker rabbits having what can only be assumed to be a rather intense bout with either constipation or the runs. Another beloved Rare creation is Diddy Kong, and the character's N64 title, Diddy Kong Racing. But before trying their hand at a karting title, Rare were actually trying to make a real-time strategy game, and after some experimentation, ended up throwing in the towel. Rare's Lee Musgrave, told Nintendo Life, "Just before Diddy Kong Racing, there was a month's worth of work on a strategy game that I did with Chris Stamper, but that was in the style of Command & Conquer and not related. I rendered a few catapults, but other than that, it didn't go anywhere and died after a month. We had a go at it, but in the end it looked like the racing game had more legs." Musgrave, Stamper, and a few other developers set their sights on a racing game they called Wild Cartoon Kingdom. This game actually drew a lot of inspiration from Disneyland, including the park's layout and attractions. After a lot of trial and error, the team implemented an adventure mode similar to that in the final Diddy Kong Racing, before the game's title was changed to Adventure Races. It would then be reworked into the less fantasy-inspired Pro-Am 64 and reworked yet again into Diddy Kong Racing. While working on Diddy Kong Racing, Rare also had the chance to create what would later become one of the most highly praised first-person shooters for home consoles, GoldenEye 007. The game wound up having some alterations made to avoid comparisons to real-world events that occurred. When asked by Censored Gaming about why the hunting knife isn't in the final Japanese game, Martin Hollis, the game's director, revealed more details about why the weapon was removed from the Japanese localization. He stated that it was related to the Kobe child murders, a horrific incident in Japan which involved both child murder and knife attacks. In order to not upset Japanese players, it was decided that the knife should simply be removed from the game entirely. This decision also carried over to the Japanese localization of Perfect Dark, which is a sort of spiritual successor to GoldenEye. Perfect Dark's combat knife isn't usable in the Japanese game, presumably for the same reason. Perfect Dark had a few more alterations made, though this was after its release, and even long after the N64 had been discontinued. With Perfect Dark's Xbox Live Arcade iteration, the N-Bomb weapon had its name changed to the N-Grenade. It's generally agreed that the reason behind this change must have been because the term N-Bomb is almost exclusively used in modern times to refer to someone using a racial slur. From one way of causing offense to another, this time with Konami's Mystical Ninja starring Goemon. Some changes had to be made with the game's script during localization, with the Japanese version of the game having a fair few instances where characters refer to the Flake Gang and Peach Mountain Shoguns using the term Okama, a homophobic and transphobic slur within the Japanese language. Depending on the context, the word is considered to be derogatory, and refers to not just gay men, but transgender women, male crossdressers, or just effeminate men. The members of the in-game organizations are all men who dress or act in a flamboyantly effeminate manner. When the game was localized for the English language, all instances of the word Okama were either completely removed or replaced with a phrase that's, frankly, no more accepting, the rather detrimental term weirdo. While most of the games we've mentioned so far have been well received, one game we want to talk about wasn't so highly praised. WWF No Mercy suffered from a notorious issue involving a massive memory glitch which would result in the player's save data being deleted randomly at any time. The issue wound up being fixed with the release of a second edition of the game, which customers could request to replace their old copies, though this new version came with its own caveats in PAL regions. For some reason, when creating this new release, it was decided that wrestlers would no longer be able to bleed, though animations were left intact. What is also strange is that, despite the characters not being able to shed blood, first blood match types still remained in the game. From a cut to an addition, when Resident Evil 2 was ported to the N64, it included 16 new in-game documents known as the X-Files. Not only were these documents a sly reference to the popular sci-fi show X-Files, they served to expand the lore of the franchise and tie Resident Evil 1, 3, and Code Veronica together. However, two of these X-Files incorporate something else. Two non-canon audio dramas released exclusively in Japan. The files Robert's Note and Op Instructions acknowledge places and events from both The Little Runaway Sherry and The Female Spy Ada Lives dramas. These audio dramas were released in March and April 1999, about 6 months before the N64 port's debut. Or, in other words, they were probably in production before the X-Files were even considered for the port. Another thing worth noting is that the file Chris's Report roughly summarizes the plot of Resident Evil 1, including key story elements and plot twists. Since the first Resident Evil never released on the N64, this entry basically spoiled the story of the first game for any player that only had a Nintendo 64 and might want to go back and play it.
Did you know? Up until about halfway in development, Majora's Mask was planned to have an adult mask. The Hyrule Historia shows some concept art of adult Link, with a note saying, "Only child Link appears in Majora's Mask, but for some reason, there are illustrations for adult Link." The folks who wrote the Hyrule Historia didn't know why that art was in there, but we managed to figure it out by translating some old Japanese magazines ourselves. According to co-director Yoshiaki Koizumi, an adult mask was originally planned as a bonus feature. He said, "Until halfway into development, there was a mask that let you turn into adult Link. In this game, Link can transform into different races, so adult Link would have just been a bonus feature. But art director Imamura pointed out that just turning into an adult wasn't very interesting, and it didn't make Link stronger or anything, so we decided not to include adult Link this time." The Hyrule Historia theorized that maybe these sketches were prototypes for Fierce Deity Link, but in that same magazine, the developers say no, the adult mask was completely separate. The actual origins of the Fierce Deity mask was that at one point they made a mask that turned Link into a gigantic Fierce Deity, but it was so overpowered it totally broke the game, so they split its abilities in half and made two masks out of it, the Giant's Mask and the Fierce Deity Mask. In the final game, you can only use the Fierce Deity against bosses, and the Giant's Mask is only usable in one room, Twin Mold's boss chamber. They're two of the coolest masks in the game, but these restrictions mean you only get to wear them a few minutes during an entire playthrough. But it wasn't always supposed to be that way. During development, the other co-director, Eiji Aonuma, said it was only proper that they can be worn anywhere, just like all the other masks, but that was going to take some time they unfortunately didn't have. There were some complications, like that the doors in Clocktown are big enough for adult Link to pass through, but the Fierce Deity's too tall, so they would have had to make special animations to make him duck down. Shigeru Miyamoto only gave them 1 year to make the game, and the release date was coming up soon, so they just didn't have the time to make it happen. You can still screw around with both masks in Clocktown using cheats, but it's super glitchy because, they didn't have the time to make it work right. These developer stories were printed in the Japanese magazine Nintendo Dream. More specifically, the extra mini magazines included with the July, August, and September 2000 issues. There's about a dozen pages of developer secrets, behind-the-scenes stories, and answers to fan theories inside. Insider details that the writers of the Hyrule Historia didn't even know, so we had them all translated, and that's where most of the information in today's video is going to come from. In one issue, programmer Kenzo Hayakawa says, "Actually, the position of most of the stars is determined by the player's name. When night falls, look for your own unique constellation." I guess you could say every playthrough of Majora's Mask is personalized, depending on what name you choose when the game begins. To test it out, we made 2 save files, one where we named ourselves Link, and another named Zelda. Then, in each one, we stood in the same spot and stared at the same patch of sky. As you can see, Link's sky has about twice as many stars as Zelda's. Nintendo Dream's readers knew this little secret since the game came out, but it wasn't known in the West until 2021, when a modder named Zell discovered it in the game's code. Something else most Westerners don't know is that the Great Bay's giant turtle is based on Kinsan Ginsan, a pair of Japanese twins famous for living well past 100, making them the oldest twins in the world. Kinsan died while Majora's Mask was in development, so the designer used her face as inspiration for the ancient turtle. We think that might be why Link gives a long wave goodbye to the turtle at the temple. The designer didn't say that, but it's what it looks like to us, saying goodbye to the famous Kinsan who lived to 107. Her sister Ginsan died a few months after Majora's Mask released. May they rest in peace. In another issue, Miyamoto says he wanted to add a fishing minigame, but not just improving on the fishing in Ocarina of Time, because that might end up too similar to Mother creator Shigesato Itoi's bass fishing game. He said, "Rather than improving on the fishing from the last game, I want to do something new, like Jabu Jabu fishing or something. Maybe the moon won't fall if you catch Jabu Jabu or something. But the reward will probably just end up being rupees. Like, time is money, so you can use rupees to buy time from a time merchant. It sounds good, right? We're still thinking about it." None of those ideas made it into the final game, although the time merchant might have ultimately become the banker who breaks the laws of time. The guy who would have made the fishing minigame was Kazuaki Morita. a real-life fishing aficionado. He made the series' first fishing game in Link's Awakening and secretly created the fishing hole in his off hours for Ocarina. But he said if players lost track of time at Termina's fishing hole, the world would get destroyed, so he didn't make one. Apparently they had a change of heart though, because fishing holes were eventually added in Majora's 3DS remake, and you can even catch Lord Chapu Chapu, who's basically a tiny version of Jabu Jabu. Catching him doesn't stop time or really give you anything at all though, just bragging rights. According to series composer Koji Kondo, each Zelda game's music has a specific theme. Wind Waker has an Irish influence, Twilight Princess is more reminiscent of Eastern Europe, and Majora's Mask is more like Chinese opera, which sounds like this. There's more than just these two, but Majora's theme and the Happy Mask Salesman's theme are a couple good examples. In another issue, the cinema scene director says only half the cutscenes made it into the final game. One he specifically mentions getting cut was a great fairy teaching Link how to do a spin attack. That scene's still on the cartridge though, and was discovered years later, along with cutscenes for the other 4 fairies in Termina, although they're clearly unfinished. One that's almost finished shows Link having to do sit-ups and push-ups to earn his double defense upgrade. So instead of the fairies just giving Link his rewards, it seems they were originally going to make him work for it. Unfortunately, it appears most of the other scrapped cutscenes got erased to free up cartridge space. A lot of ideas had to get scrapped because of the 1-year deadline. In one of these magazines, Miyamoto says, "A lot of people ended up working overtime due to the sheer volume of work that had to be done. Suffice it to say, this was one tough year, I assure you. As long as it was finished, anything was acceptable." I made it clear that that's what was most important. At the start, the staff seemed pretty stressed out. They were like, "There's no way we can make it in a year." Towards the end of development, Miyamoto tried to ease the tension with some small talk and what he calls naughty stories, but the Zelda team found him unbearable and said they just didn't have time for his rambling. Aonuma says he had to pull at least one all-nighter and didn't even have time to play the game start to finish before it released. Majora's writers revealed that some of the NPCs are actually speaking for the developers. Scriptwriter Mitsuhiro Takano said, "We put our feelings into the mouths of Termina's residents. Like when work was getting backed up, we wrote one carpenter to say, 'Damn, I'll have to stay up again. I wonder if I'll finish this.' And 'Damn, guess I'm staying up again tonight. I wonder if it'll be ready in time.' Another example I wrote when our work was interfering with home life was the mayor saying, 'Don't tell my wife.' And after we completed development, I wrote the mask salesman to say, 'You've met with a terrible fate.' In other words, the guys who worked on Majora's Mask felt they'd met with a terrible fate to have to make a Zelda game with such a tight deadline. At one point they went to a co-worker's wedding and still weren't off the clock. Takano remembers, "The groom had his hairstyle done like Kafe's. When we saw that, we thought, we can use this." We were hardly paying attention to the wedding ceremony, just saying, this could all be game content. Koizumi chimes in, "It was right around that time there was an uproar over North Korea's Taepodong missile, and so we were joking around like, is it really a good idea to have a wedding when we're on the brink of destruction?" And Takano, Aonuma, and I were all excited at what good material this could make. The thought, is it really okay to put on a happy face and have a wedding, isn't a missile about to fall on us? That was a perfect allegory for the moon falling. Then they skipped the wedding reception because they were scared of getting vaporized. But they weren't only short on time. Cartridge space was a concern as well. The devs say they were constantly having to shave things down and search for content they were willing to cut so it'd all fit. All the boss animations took up an especially big chunk, like the first boss Odalwa's dancing. Speaking of which, Odalwa's name is a pun on the Japanese word Odaruwa, which means dance. In development, the bull boss was originally named Hashilwa, a pun on the word run, and the fish boss was Oyorg, a pun on the word swim. Every boss was named after the verb they represented, but all their names ended up getting changed, except Odalwa, who's the only boss in the final game still named after his verb to dance. Majora's Mask is sort of the black sheep of the series, with a story, setting, and tone very different to what came before. But there was one earlier Zelda game that was also pretty unique, Link's Awakening, which took place entirely in a dream. That game's weirdness was mostly thanks to one man, Yoshiaki Koizumi. He's long had sort of an adversarial relationship with Miyamoto when it comes to storytelling, like when he snuck Rosalina's storybook into Mario Galaxy without the big guy's permission. In one of these magazines, he says, "I worked on the plot of Link's Awakening. I did the main story, and Kensuke Tanabe wrote the side plots. I made quite a strange story, and afterwards Miyamoto told me he'd never let me do it again. But I consider that a compliment. I had wanted to do something that wasn't at all Miyamoto-esque." He goes on to say that for the next game, Ocarina of Time, Miyamoto only let him work on a few side quests, like the ones focused on Skull Kid and the Mask Shop. After Ocarina, Koizumi started working on a non-Zelda game that he described as using certain systems to replay something over and over. He said, "The plan I had was a game that had a fixed time period of 3 days or a week or so, and the townspeople having fixed schedules they followed. It was while doing that I went together with Miyamoto to America. The whole time he was complaining about how things weren't going well with Majora's development, and I was just like, oh yeah, that's too bad. I was busy planning that other game, and I was incredibly motivated. But then Miyamoto, his little whispers started calling to me, Zelda, Zelda, Zelda. And before I knew it, my game was cancelled. I was shocked. Once we got back to Japan, I had my entire situation explained to me, and I said I would join the Majora team, but only if I was allowed to do things my way." After that, Koizumi inserted a lot of the concepts from his cancelled game into Majora's Mask. 3 days played over and over, townspeople moving around on fixed schedules, and so on. Koizumi was responsible for everything that happened inside Clocktown, and Aonuma was in charge of everything outside. Although Koizumi eventually invaded his territory and took control of Romani Ranch, arguing that it was really an extension of the town. And that's how Koizumi became Majora's co-director, and the game turned out as weird as it did, despite Miyamoto saying he'd never let him do it again. Speaking of weirdness in Romani Ranch, there's a cutscene most Zelda fans will never see, even if they get 100% completion. If you do the milk delivery side quest more than once, sometimes you're only rewarded with a gold rupee, but there's also a chance of getting a more adult reward. A special cutscene where Cremia thanks Link with a big hug, and his face is squeezed between her, moo-moos. The game says, "You feel all warm and fuzzy inside." You could get used to this. In one of these Japanese magazines, Koizumi says, "That was born out of a mistake. When we were setting up Link's position, we accidentally put him too close and his face got lodged inside Cremia's model. When we saw that, we immediately wrote up a way to include it in the game. The script director and I thought that would be any boy's dream." And the interviewer says, "Yeah, I know. I was pretty happy about that." The whole development team actually had sort of a rivalry, dividing themselves up into 2 teams, Cremia fans and Anju fans. The 2 girls are friends, but the game hints at sort of a love triangle, with Cremia having a secret crush on Anju's fiancé. When the interviewer asked Aonuma which team he was on, he said neither girl was really to his liking. Others, like cutscene programmer Naoki Mori, had stronger feelings. He said, "Personally, I think Cremia, who hides her loneliness by smiling, is a better woman than Anju, who lets her unhappiness bubble up to the surface." Then he asks the magazine's readers, "But what do you think?" I don't know, I guess let us know in the comments under this video if you're Team Anju or Team Cremia. Besides Koizumi, another guy who had a huge influence on how Majora turned out was Takeya Imamura, who's probably best known as the creator of characters like Star Fox, Captain Falcon, and Tingle. Majora's Mask is actually kind of named after him. According to these magazines, the Japanese title Majora is a mix between Imamura and Jumanji. Yeah, the Robin Williams movie. Jumanji was kind of a big deal back then. Just like Koizumi, Imamura was brought onto the team mid-development when they were really struggling. Interestingly though, neither of them even wanted to work on Zelda. Throughout these magazine interviews, Koizumi and Imamura made it clear they were pretty much forced to work on Zelda. Imamura was offered the job of Majora's art director. He tried to refuse, but didn't have a choice, which turned out to be a blessing in disguise because the game wouldn't have been the same without him. If you'd gone to the 1999 Space World trade show, you'd see the moon didn't have a face, not in the playable demo, and not even in the promotional art. That's because Imamura added the moon's face about 2 months before the game was finished, and the moon's tear and most of the other moon-related content was created soon after. He told Nintendo Dream, "It really tied the whole game together. The moon's face was originally something I drew as a concept art sketch, and it just so happened that I drew a face on the moon, and Koizumi really liked it. Koizumi told me to give the moon a face that looked like Majora's Mask, but I ignored him and went with this face. I figured I'll use my own judgment and go with a face I like. No one's going to complain, it's fine. And besides, I've got seniority." Imamura says he originally drew the face of one of their superiors, but later changed it to the moon we know today. The inside of the moon was different as well. Originally, it was more like a graveyard, but later on they changed it to a grassy hill. an idea they got from space battleship Yamato, the 1970s anime generally considered the granddaddy of Gundam and the entire space opera genre. Yamato's plot is actually pretty similar to Majora's Mask. In the game, Earth's threatened by an evil force that's making the moon fall, and Link's gotta go to the moon to save the world at the last minute. In the anime, Earth's threatened by an evil force making meteors fall, and the heroes have to go to the planet Iskandar to save the world at the last minute. And according to Koizumi, Iskandar was the direct inspiration for the inside of Majora's moon, which is pretty clear when you see them side by side. Explaining why, he said, "With the world of Majora being so strange, the inside of the moon being like the planet Iskandar provides contrast by being ordinary. In a fairy tale world, it's a realistic world, or maybe I should say a picturesque world, that makes you feel the greatest sense of unease." Clocktown changed too. Originally, it was a medieval European-style town, but the devs felt like it was too similar to Ocarina of Time. Koizumi said, "We also weren't happy with how the towns were at that point. Overall, it was pretty weak. So I asked our artist Yusuke Nakano to draw some quick concept art with a pencil. I was surprised to see that he made it all in full color, but those pictures got us the full go-ahead to go in that direction. He suggested we set it during a carnival, and we immediately decided to go with that. One of the guys who had to do the grunt work of actually rebuilding Clocktown started crying, but they say the tears ultimately paid off because what he ended up making was a lot better than the medieval Clocktown they started off with. When Majora's Mask was remade for the 3DS, Aonuma was asked about a few fan theories that cropped up over the past 15 years, like that Link's adventures in Termina are all a dream. He gets knocked unconscious in the opening cutscene. A lot of the characters are sort of dreamlike reimaginings of people in Hyrule, and one big hint is the inclusion of the Ballad of the Windfish. In Link's Awakening, Link plays the same tune to end the Windfish's dream, which erases the island where the game takes place. So is Termina a dream as well? Aonuma said no. The reason that this song from Link's Awakening was used in this game really came down to a decision by the sound team. They were looking for inspiration, something that would fit the theme, and since the previous game was about collecting instruments, it made sense that you would want to use that for a band in this case. For us, really, it was just a playful choice that referenced a previous game and nothing more than that. However, I love that people think about stuff like this, and I think it shows how they feel about the franchise as a whole that they're interested in these possibilities. Another theory is that Termina is a metaphor for the 5 stages of grief: denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. The townsfolk are in denial that the moon is going to destroy everything they hold dear. The Deku King is punishing the monkey out of anger. Darmani's ghost is bargaining for a return to the world of the living. Lulu's fallen into depression after the loss of her eggs, and Ikana is the land of death, representing the final stage of grief, acceptance. Was all this done intentionally by the developers, or was it just the fans' interpretation? Again, Aonuma basically said no, the concept was invented by the fans, not the writers. Quote, "It's certainly true that each one of these different episodes you talked about has a slightly different emotional cast to it. One feels like it's tinged with sadness, and another with anger. That certainly was intentional. But I also want to point out that it's not that each of these episodes has only one emotion that they're conveying. There are certainly other notes that we're trying to hit as well. And the reason we did this is to allow the player to experience that emotion, to give them a chance to hook into the emotional tone of the scene and react to it and feel like they want to accomplish something in the game as a result of it." Another curiosity was brought up to Aonuma. The other 3 transformation masks are the spirits of an individual Deku, Goron, and Zora. So whose soul is in the Fierce Deity mask? His answer? The best I can give you is just a suggestion. The best way to think of it is that the memories of all the people of Termina are inside the Fierce Deity mask. As for why it's so painful when Link puts on the transformation mask, he said it's because the spirits of the dead have unfinished business. However, some mysteries were left intentionally vague. Are the mask collectors on the moon the mask salesman's kids? Did Kafei turn back into an adult at the end, or was he stuck as a child forever? In these Japanese magazines, Koizumi says those questions were left unknowable on purpose. There are no answers, but he enjoys seeing fans cook up theories to answer them anyway.
We have some new and exclusive information in this video, so stick around till the end for some fresh facts about some of Nintendo's own N64 titles. Now, let's just jump right in. We love us some Diddy Kong Racing. It's a game with a lot of interesting secrets, like the hidden language option that can be found in the US version of the title. By modifying a small piece of the game's code, a normally inaccessible Japanese language option can be activated, but it isn't exactly a decent option for Japanese players. Rather than actually translating the game's text, all it does is replace the game's text with the word Japanese written in English. Amazing, you can tell they spent an entire 5 minutes on that one. The game also has another undisclosed feature that was implemented to dissuade piracy, which has been discovered since our last video covering anti-piracy measures in N64 games. When activated, the anti-piracy measure will reduce the traction on some of the surfaces of tracks, which makes them almost completely undrivable. This was only discovered after fans began attempting to decompile the game's code, known as the DKG Decompilation Project, which so far has unearthed some neat little secrets just like this one. While the Nintendo 64 was stuck being seen as a console for kids, thanks to people judging games like Diddy Kong Racing just from the way they look, this did not necessarily mean that every game released for the system was targeting this demographic. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, for example, was generally aimed at young adults and teens, meaning that most versions of the title contained some less than family-friendly content. This content that, at the time, would have turned some heads if parents saw their kids playing it. And when the game was brought to the N64 from the PlayStation, many of these more mature elements had to be toned down, either at the order of Nintendo or someone else. These cuts removed things that you wouldn't even bat an eye at in modern games, such as the removal of blood being sprayed from the player whenever they fail a trick. Developers of the N64 version, Edge of Reality, also altered some of the language and suggestive names of the various gaps found across the title stages, which appear when performing a trick between two set pieces. This includes the Handy Gap, a play on the term handicap, becoming the Spanky Gap. The Long Ass Rail became Big Daddy Rail, and the Holy Shit became Holy Cow. Alterations were even made to Private Carrera's age, in which her profile previously referred to her as barely legal, where now she's said to be 41, which isn't even close to an age that you would refer to as being barely legal. Several boards even had their name changed as well, such as the Erector set becoming Yes Mom, Viagra Falls being Thanks Bob, a bit of an odd trade-off there, Manhandler becoming Hot Stuff, Feelin' Blue being changed to Miss Devastation, New Member becoming Crazy Stats, Solid Wood changing to Foxy Lady, and lastly, Skate Hard being changed to Skate Mean. Game developers are an interesting lot, often dedicated to the job and tiring over a computer on their own, but some have other loves that they hold dear. For the team behind NHL Breakaway 98, it seemed that the developers wanted to express their love as best they knew how. During the game's creation, a decent chunk of empty space was left over for the team to play around with. So, to show some love to their families, a secret slideshow was included in the game's code. In order to view this slideshow, the player would have to insert a specific combination of buttons. The only problem, however, is that the devs actually forgot the code that they'd programmed into the game for this to work. So, as a result, the only means of actually seeing this small dedication is through the use of a Game Shark. Another interesting 64 tidbit again comes from the Donkey Kong franchise. During a 2013 developer commentary Let's Play of Conker's Bad Fur Day, longtime Rare programmer Chris Marlowe shared an interesting anecdote of another Rare N64 classic, Donkey Kong 64. Marlowe told viewers that while working on DK64, developers at Rare discovered a memory leak issue that would occur almost immediately when playing the game, which would lead to the game crashing. Unfortunately, they were unable to root out the reason for this happening before the game's final release, so instead they were forced to include the game in a bundle with the N64 expansion pack, which inexplicably fixes the issue.
There was a bug that caused the game to randomly crash that only occurred in the 4 meg only version. The game just kept randomly crashing and they couldn't find out what it was, so they had to ship with the memory card in it.
For free.
This story, however, is disputed by another Donkey Kong 64 dev, Mark Stevenson. In an interview in November of 2019, Stevenson claimed that Rare's management had planned to have the game support the expansion pack from very early on, instructing the devs to create the game as such, including quite advanced graphics for the time like dynamic lighting. He went on to say that DK64 did indeed feature a game-breaking bug during development, but it was only an issue on particular N64 hardware and was eventually fixed. He also speculates that the memory leak rumors were born of the two different stories merging over the years. Expansion ports can open up a whole world of discovery with consoles. They add extra functionality, but with that, the potential for abuse. With Morita Shogi 64, a Japan-exclusive virtual shogi game, the developers included an additional port in the game's cartridge, which added a function otherwise entirely missing from the N64 console, an RJ11 modem connection port. This port would allow players to connect to a surprisingly now defunct online server, allowing them to play the game against others across Japan. However, this opened up an exploit for the system, allowing a user to use an arbitrary code execution exploit so that they can actually run their own homebrew software. It's worth noting that Morita Shogi 64's cartridge isn't the only modem for an N64. There was also a modem built into a cartridge that worked with the 64DD, giving players access to things like RANDnet. However, since the 64DD was produced in limited supply and was never sold outside of Japan, Morita Shogi 64 is by far the cheaper option for the N64 homebrew. Toy Story 2: Buzz Lightyear to the Rescue is fondly remembered as being a pretty decent 3D platformer that wasn't developed by either of the kings of platforming, Nintendo or Sony. The game is remembered by some for another reason, however, as the title found itself in a bit of trouble post-launch, which led to some revisions. Not exactly a massive change, though a noticeable one, is that one of the game's generic enemies was altered for the European release of the game on N64, and all versions on the Dreamcast. The reason for this change is that the enemy's appearance was originally that of a stereotypical Mexican bandito. The character was altered by changing their hair color to blonde, giving them a white hat, and changing their clothing, essentially changing them from a Mexican stereotype to an American cowboy stereotype. While not changed in the game's original US release, a second version of the game was published in North America which used this model instead. This isn't the only game with a small-scale toy box aesthetic for the Nintendo 64. The other title is, of course, Paper Mario. During Chapter 3 of Paper Mario, there's a segment where the player must evade the area's boss, Tubba Blubber. If Mario is caught, a battle will be triggered and the player is expected to simply flee. However, there are some little known and inventive ways of ending the fight. If the player uses Lady Bo's Out of Sight move, Tubba Blubber will be confused that he can no longer see Mario, and he will leave the fight. But if Lady Bo is out of commission, there's another way that players can trick Tubba Blubber into leaving Mario alone. The Repel Gel item will also make Mario turn transparent, and have the same effect as using Out of Sight. But the game has other secrets that are even more obscure. In the game's 5th chapter, players will come across a village of Yoshis. One of them will randomly say, "The village leader is my friend," but this line is linked to a secret that can only be seen by extracting unused graphics from the game. In-game, this Yoshi always hides their hand. However, there are unused sprites of the NPC showing that he and the village leader wear matching friendship bracelets. None of the other Yoshis in the village have these bracelets. We're not entirely sure why Yoshi hides the fact in the final game, but the two Yoshis wearing the friendship bracelets may have been a minor plot point during development. Now, we've probably all wanted to be involved with game development at some point in our lives, and for one young Nintendo Power reader, that wish became a reality. For the release of Turok 2: Seeds of Evil, Nintendo Power Magazine held a Turok contest in which the grand prize winner would have their likeness put into the then upcoming Turok sequel. Juan Gaspar won this contest, and was awarded a trip to the offices of Iguana Entertainment, where he had his image digitized along with his voice recorded so that he could be injected into the game. However, seeing his face involves some effort, with the player having to enter a cheat code, "Here's Juan," in the N64 port, or "Yo quiero Juan" in the PC release. By doing so, Juan's face can appear on the game's life force tokens. Imagine going over to a friend's house in the 90s and putting a cheat code in a game, and suddenly your face is everywhere throughout. It would have blown their tiny little minds. There are more password-based secrets in the Turok franchise, including its progenitor, Turok Dinosaur Hunter. The game features numerous cheat codes with a variety of functions, including your usual extra lives and invincibility, etc. That said, there are a few in the game that are less cheat codes and more of fun hidden Easter eggs. If the player enters the password SNFFRR, it will activate Disco Mode. The environmental textures of the stage will begin to cycle through a variety of colours. Enemies will no longer attack the player because they'll be too busy enjoying the show and having a little dance. The password LLTHCLRSFTHRNB will turn on Purdy colours.
This will also alter the colors of the textures, though this time it's a static multicolored effect. The code DLKTDR will put the game in pen and ink mode. This will render the game in what is essentially wireframe mode. All of the models, including the enemies, will be displayed as wireframes. Lastly, entering the code CLLTHTNMTN engages Quack mode, a poke at the popular first-person shooter Quake. This mode disables all of the game's animation interpolation, significantly reducing the game's perceivable frame rate. It also disables all of the texture filtering and particle rendering, features which were important selling points of Turok and a lot of what set it apart from the id Software PC powerhouse. There are more secrets in the world of Turok, but some aren't even found in a Turok game itself. The lead character of the games, the dinosaur hunter Turok, has a fully playable character model in the code of the wrestling game WWF Warzone. Found in both the PS1 and N64 versions of the game, the character is completely inaccessible without the use of a cheat device. While playable, he isn't exactly an original fighter, with Turok making use of the Rock's moveset and entering the fight to one of the CAW entrance themes. Another unplayable character can be found in another title under the WWF banner, WWF No Mercy. While not a full character model, it's possible to use a Game Shark device to unlock an additional face texture for the Wrestler Edit mode. The face of The Big Show, a famous wrestler who was originally intended to make an appearance in the game, though was removed during development as a result of his contract at the WWF expiring. The name of the texture is RROR, likely meaning error. Another hidden feature in the game was a piece of functionality that was removed during the late stages of development, which would have allowed the player to create their wrestler in the N64 game and transfer them over to a Game Boy Color version of the title through the use of the N64 transfer pack. However, as a result of the Game Boy Color version of No Mercy being cancelled, this was of course removed, though the menu can still be accessed by using Game Shark codes. From cut characters to an entirely cut game. Toon Panic is a 3D arena fighter that never received a release. The title was cancelled as a result of its developer, the aptly named Bottom Up, filing for bankruptcy in the year 2000. This isn't the only interesting part of the game's existence, however, as despite not being published, a prototype build of the game was released online in an extremely early state, the first time most people even found out about its existence at all. Some characters in the game aren't selectable, and several characters use a number of Final Fantasy VIII character portraits as placeholder images. But an entirely unused image can also be found in the game's data, which appears to be a small drawing of the Nintendo lead, Mario. Whether this would have ever been used in the game is unknown, but it is at the very least not used at any point in this early prototype build. It seems this episode of Did You Know Gaming has a very face-oriented undertone, as our next piece of trivia is also about a face. Naturally, with the advent of 3D graphics and 3D worlds, the prospect of soaring through the skies was one that many wanted to realize. Pilot Wings 64 took this idea and ran with it, or flew with it rather. The unusual cult classic of course has its own little secrets and Easter eggs. It's already well known that it's possible to fly into the mountains where Mario's head can be found in a similar vein to Mount Rushmore. Shooting at this head a few times will change its appearance from Mario to Wario. But this isn't the only face which can be found hidden in the game. One made all the more difficult to see as it was removed from international localizations of the game. Inside a cave found on Everfrost Island, it's possible to find a rock with a somewhat familiar pattern. While it's not known whether this is intentional or not, the rock has what appears to be the face of Jesus Christ as seen on the Turin Shroud, a linen cloth which bears the negative image of a man believed to be Jesus Christ. As we said, regardless of whether this is intentional or an unfortunate coincidence, it was ultimately removed from international release. From the face of Jesus Christ to the face of a clock. Like the clock at the center of the plot of Majora's Mask, a story about the passage of time and the passage of the person through time, Link. In an article found in the September 2000 issue of Nintendo Power, the writer for the game's English language script, Jason Leung, claimed that the South Clocktown business scrub's allusion to his work keeping him away from his wife was actually an intentional nod from the developers at Nintendo of Japan about their own tribulations during the production of the title. Some of these tribulations were likely in trying to create such a massive adventure with limited console resources. The N64 isn't exactly a powerhouse. And a result of this can actually be seen with the lag spike that occurs during the Giants cutscene. When the game was released on the Nintendo Switch, a conscious effort was made to replicate this lag spike intentionally in how the game is emulated. This lag spike was introduced to simulate the N64's own stuttering performance. As if it had not simulated, an error occurs in the scene in which the cutscene will finish before the background music has had a chance to catch up. This error actually happens in the Wii and Wii U Virtual Console versions of Majora's Mask, which didn't bother to emulate the lagging. The lag ultimately extends the scene by about 8 seconds, which you might not notice if you're not some sort of speedrunner. Nothing says that this is a Nintendo video quite like Mario. That's right, Mario is a Nintendo series, and a game in that series is Super Mario 64. Mario 64 practically sold the console alone, with the tender love and care that went into the title being abundant. But there was so much love that some of it went unused. Leftover code in the game's data reveals that there was considerable effort put into the tiny role of Mips the Rabbit, who only appears once throughout the entirety of the game's original release. The unused code relates to the player throwing Mips, with a unique animation of him falling onto the floor and then getting back up. In the final game, this animation isn't ever seen, with Mario carefully setting Mips down without being able to throw him at all. During development, Mips was also a completely different colour, being pink instead of yellow. This stage of Mips also had another unique ability, with his head being able to turn a full 180 degrees, in a similar fashion to an owl, so that he would have been able to visibly see Mario as he approached from behind. Other changes from early versions of the game can also be found, such as a secret alcove located in Womp's Fortress, which in the final game contains a 1-up mushroom. This well-hidden secret was originally not supposed to reward the player with an additional life, but rather a power star. It's believed that this was changed due to the obscurity of its location, as it would have been pretty unlikely for players to stumble upon it, and may have left many frustrated that they couldn't find all 120 stars. Now these next few facts are the all-new ones we talked about at the start of this video, and they're a bit risque. 1080 Snowboarding was a pretty solid game, and was sort of like Nintendo's SSX, but years before SSX even existed. It's similarly oozing with style, as well as some pretty hip and edgy content for a Nintendo game. But it seems Nintendo's developers in Japan took it a little bit too far during development, and 2 phrases of a sexual nature had to be cut after Nintendo staff in America got a chance to sample the game. We talked to a former Nintendo localizer and graphic designer, Jim Warnell, about his experience bringing the game to the West, who told us,
the quirks I came across in 1080 were all audio quirks, and they were things that wouldn't pass ESRB standards at least 24 years ago. I remember on the character select screen with the music playing, there was an audio of a woman in the background saying, give it to me good. Don't want your bad luck, baby. So they had to remove that.
As for the second phrase of a sexual nature, Jim told us that in one of the races there was some audio that triggered as the player crossed a bridge, and it sounded a lot like the announcer was repeating what sounded like the word homosexuality, just over and over and over again. Jim heavily emphasized that he didn't know if the announcer was actually saying homosexuality, but they weren't taking any chances and had to ask Nintendo's developers in Japan to take it out. But we've yet to say what Nintendo's Japanese developers' biggest blunder was. There's a character in the game called Dion Blaster, who's a black man from the UK. His name is only Dion Blaster because Nintendo of America had to ask Nintendo to change his name. What was it originally, you ask? Leroy Blackman. It was changed for, quote, obvious reasons. Another N64 classic is Star Fox 64, or Lilac Wars as it was known in our neck of the woods. If the player takes the game's hard path to go to Planet Aquas and complete the level, Peppy will say, "Slippy's not such a screw-up after all." And then Slippy will rebut with, "Thanks a lot, Peppy." But Slippy's clapback was originally a lot harsher, with him saying, "Bite me, old man." This line was written by Nintendo of America, recorded in English, implemented into the game, but later removed. This fact again comes from Jim Warnell, who told us that he went on a business trip to Japan during localization, and when he came back to the States, the line was just gone. Apparently, someone else at NOA thought it was a bit much. But the Japanese version arguably goes even harder than this, which makes the censorship seem fairly unnecessary. In the Japanese game, Peppy will say, "Even Slippy can be useful sometimes," and then Slippy responds by saying, "Shut up, old man." After telling us about this story, Jim left us with another cool little tidbit. Fox McCloud's signature at the end of Star Fox 64 was written by Jim himself.
Did you know? You could plug Game Boys into a Nintendo 64 DD and use them as controllers with screens. For those unaware, the 64 DD was a disk drive add-on for the Nintendo 64, with internet functionality for downloads and online play, an internal clock so games could track the time and date, and rewritable storage for saving massive amounts of data. All these features combined were meant to expand what a video game could be. The DD had dozens of games in development, but after 2 years of repeated delays, the add-on ended in failure and only sold 15,000 units, with all but 9 of its games ultimately cancelled. One of the games that would have supported Game Boy controllers was DT Blood Masters. The game was half funded by Nintendo and even had the so-called God of Games, Masanobu Endo, in the director's chair. Never heard of him? Endo created the arcade game Xevious, among others, and he was the longtime mentor of Pokemon creator Satoshi Tajiri, who later in life said Pokemon would have never existed without Endo's games inspiring him. Maybe this is the first time you're hearing of Endo, but needless to say, he is a legend, and with him in charge, DT Blood Masters was destined to be something special. DT was announced at Space World 99 as a collectible card game RPG. For simplicity's sake, if you've ever played Pokemon the card game on Game Boy, it would have been kind of like that, but with a very different tone. According to Endo, as far as the feel, it's a mix of playing cards in the neighborhood and world domination set in the near future. There's a secret organization controlling the world economy on one hand, but ordinary people appear too. It has a fully realized story with RPG progression elements. You have your own unit you're the commander of, and you design decks to battle with, so there's also simulation elements. DT Blood Masters also stood out in execution, playable on both the 64 DD and Game Boy. There were actually 2 games in development, one for each system, that you could link together to unlock more features and content. Or, as we touched on earlier, use your Game Boy as a controller with a screen. For example, you could use this in multiplayer so no one else could see the cards in your hand. Up to 4 friends could play together, provided they had 4 Game Boys. You could also download post-release cards and content off the internet, and trade cards with people online. Endo was so into what he was making that he was already talking about sequels on DD and Game Boy. But in late 2000, DT's official website announced that Blood Masters was cancelled and profusely apologized to disappointed fans. Their hand was forced because they had just found out the 64 DD's online service RANnet was getting shut down. Endo publicly considered releasing Blood Masters free to all RANnet users, which implies it was pretty much finished, but in the end decided not to. Instead, he just released a modified version of Game Boy DT as a standalone product. It launched a half-year later as DT Lord of Genomes. Pokemon's catchphrase is "gotta catch 'em all," but DT's catchphrase was "children should not buy this." It was pretty story-heavy and similar to Magic the Gathering in terms of gameplay. It spawned a few sequels on mobile, but unfortunately the series always stayed exclusive to Japan. No footage or screenshots of the 64 DD version were ever made public. Nintendo eventually canceled and never released the Game Boy to N64 transfer cable, but they later recycled the idea by letting fans plug Game Boy Advances into their GameCubes. When the Nintendo 64 came out, Miyamoto said it wasn't a complete machine on its own, that its true form is when it's combined with the 64 DD and Game Boy. Unfortunately, we never got a taste of that full experience. According to the 64 DD page on Wikipedia, a total of 61 games were announced for the disk drive, but cancelled in one form or another. Some were downgraded and released on a standard N64 cartridge, a few were upgraded to GameCube, others jumped ship to competing consoles, and a good chunk were cancelled entirely, sometimes when they were almost finished. We spent hundreds of hours researching primary sources in Japanese and found about 10 more games that Wikipedia left off. And also quite a few games on their list that are actually, well, fake. In an attempt to make the definitive 64 disk drive video, we're gonna cover all of them. Every single game, real or not. Most of them we scrounged up new info for, but since there are so many, we'll sum up each one in a couple of minutes, though the more important games will get closer to 5. Your Marios, your Zeldas, Pokemon, we'll get to all the big names soon enough. But first, let's do a less famous one that might have topped them all.
You must eat my flesh and clothe yourself with my fur. You must return to the human world and tell them what you know.
Jungle Emperor Leo was once touted as the biggest Nintendo game of all time. Shigeru Miyamoto's attempt to bring his childhood to life and share it with younger generations with hopes for a sequel already in mind. Information online is pretty scarce and some of it's wrong, so we went looking for more in old Japanese magazines. But before we dig into the games, first we need to touch on the history. Osamu Tezuka is probably the most famous mangaka in all Japan, where he's known as the father of manga. In the early 50s, he authored a series called Jungle Emperor, about lions living in Africa as mankind encroaches on their kingdom. In the 60s, when Miyamoto was a kid, Jungle Emperor was adapted into an anime, and continued to get more adaptations in the following decades, all with divergent stories. In the West, the franchise was renamed to Kimba the White Lion. You might remember seeing commercials when you were a kid. If not, you must have at least heard of The Lion King. Released in 1994, The Lion King drew protests in Japan saying the characters and plot plagiarized Jungle Emperor. Over 400 Japanese artists and animators signed a petition pressuring Disney to give proper credit to Tezuka. Disney denied all claims, but even the actor who voiced Simba initially thought he was in a movie about Kimba.
You must avenge my death, Kimba. I mean, Simba.
All that's to say, Jungle Emperor is a big deal, especially in Japan. Osamu Tezuka died in '89, at which point his son Makoto took over the family business. Makoto was making a new Jungle Emperor movie, and at the same time working with Miyamoto on a video game adaptation that'd be a fresh take on the original tale. Tezuka Productions was creating the game's characters, art direction, music, and sound effects, with Nintendo in charge of everything else, like gameplay and level design. For this project, Miyamoto told the press, I felt it was important that my colleague and artist Mr. Tezuka was the director, while I took a back seat. I embarked on this project to take his father's world that we were all raised on and share it with the younger generation. The game was first announced at Space World 97 with a release date of spring 98, and extremely early gameplay was shown off at the next Space World. In Japanese magazines, Tezuka said he was aiming to make a grand adventure that outshined Mario 64 and really tug at the player's heartstrings. Leo would use his intelligence and strength to fight off enemies and preserve peace in Africa. There'd be jungle settings, ocean areas, and more. Later, Miyamoto said the first few levels were already finished and undergoing polish, but they decided to push back the release date another half year. Total development, including tools and programming, was estimated to be half finished. There's some confusion online if the game was for the Nintendo 64 or the 64 disk drive. Some sites say they don't know, and Wikipedia says different systems on different pages. But according to Miyamoto, it was on a 16 megabyte cartridge, and if things went well, he wanted to make a sequel for the DD. But neither game ended up being made. Makoto Tezuka said he'd like to do some directing, Miyamoto told the press. I grew up reading his father's comics, and they had an incredible influence on my generation. Because of this, I decided to work with Makoto. But later, he decided to give priority to his Jungle Emperor Leo movie project. So we had to bring the game development to a halt. I'm very sad too. I feel sorry for Nintendo fans who are looking forward to this game. Makoto ended up releasing the film in theaters in 1997. A dual launch of the movie and the game together could have been explosive, and a disc drive sequel might have given way to a full-blown series. But sadly, now the best we can hope for is a ROM of those first few levels leaking online someday. Now a best-selling franchise, the original Animal Crossing would have never existed if it wasn't for the disc drive. It was born from the idea of the 64DD, co-creator Iguchi said in an interview. From there we came up with the concept of a game where you hang out and do stuff with a bunch of people in a single field. We all had little ideas of games we wanted to make, and Animal Crossing became all those ideas piled together. The other co-creator, Nogami, chimed in to agree. Basically, we all just wanted to make something for the 64 disk drive. They were going to make full use of the disk drive's capabilities, like the internal clock and mass amounts of rewritable storage. But when the DD died, they had to downgrade to cartridge. Some ideas got lost in the mix, like RPG-style dungeons, 4 islands based on the seasons, and online functionality. But the internal clock was so important to the core gameplay, for holidays, seasons, and the day-night cycle, that they decided to install battery-powered clocks in every cartridge. Players were also required to use controller packs to increase writable storage. Otherwise, the game couldn't remember all the changes you made to your town. Thanks to all the workarounds, they were still able to salvage a game out of it. They finally released their social simulator in 2001. It was the last N64 game Nintendo ever published. 8 months later, it was re-released on GameCube with some additional content and features that got left out of the cartridge version. Then that version got heavily reworked for the American market, with new items, content, and holidays that make sense to Westerners. The Western localization was so different and high quality, Nintendo translated it back and released it in Japan again. In other words, Animal Crossing ended up as one of the weirdest, latest N64 games with 3 unique versions in Japan alone, thanks in no small part to the death of the 64 DD. Then again, the DD was the only reason Animal Crossing was dreamed up in the first place. It was inspired by the technology itself. Next up is Gendai Desenraku Ultimate War, a turn-based strategy war game similar to Advance Wars, but much more realistic, using ranged free movement instead of squares on a grid. If you're not familiar with Advance Wars, think Fire Emblem or Final Fantasy Tactics. This is the only known footage of Ultimate War, filmed during its official reveal at Space World 1999, plus a little more from the year after. And here are some more varied screenshots. Ultimate War was super close to coming out. When the 64 DD opened for pre-orders in late 1999, Ultimate War was announced as 90% complete and scheduled to release just weeks later. The price was set to around $40, which was typical for a disc game since they were about $15 cheaper to manufacture compared to carts. Ultimate War's main campaign would have taken place in the 1990s, with Soviets invading Korea and you as a US Army commander launching a counteroffensive from Japan. There also would have been online multiplayer with up to 4 belligerents. Daisenraku is a long-running series starting in 1985 and is still going today, and they're all very highly regarded. So it's a real shame we never got to play this one, especially since it looks pretty unique compared to the others. After Ultimate War's cancellation, the next one that came out on PC was called a masterpiece by Japanese reviewers, who said you could play it for at least 1,000 hours. The first 6 Final Fantasies had always been on Nintendo consoles. When it came time to make the 7th, Square actually started development on the Super Nintendo. After making a 2D prototype, they took a break to finish up Chrono Trigger, also for SNES. But when they came back to Final Fantasy VII, they decided to make it for the next console generation instead, in 3D. Nintendo sent them development kits, and their earliest experiments were making Cloud, Barret, and Red 13 for the Nintendo 64. Fitting lots of content and especially CGI cutscenes was difficult on cartridge, so using higher capacity 64DD discs was necessary to make the game they envisioned. But after a month or two, it just wasn't working. We made a 2000 polygon version of Behemoth for the Nintendo 64, director Yoshinori Katase explained. But when we rendered and animated it, the frame rate was way too low. That was part of the problem with choosing Nintendo. Eventually, producer Sakaguchi casually announced, you know, we're not developing for Nintendo anymore. And the rest is history. Square jumped ship to the PlayStation with its CD-ROMs capable of 10 times more storage than a DD floppy. And Final Fantasy VII grew into the biggest RPG of the generation. The game's hype was so all-encompassing, it almost makes you wonder, could the 64DD have been a success if it just had Final Fantasy VII? Maybe Nintendo's disk drive would have sold millions, a bunch of other games in this video would have gotten finished, and a virtuous cycle might have ensued that made the DD a must-have. Then even more games would have gotten made. Who knows? One thing's for sure though, Final Fantasy VII wouldn't have been the same. On the DD disc, it'd have to be smaller, with fewer cutscenes and less audio. Square probably would have made an entirely different game to account for the smaller storage, not just a crappier version of what they did on the PS1. Doubtless it would have been great either way, and it's fun to imagine the timeline we'd live in now if the series stayed on Nintendo. At this point, you might be wondering, why was Nintendo transitioning to floppies when CD-ROMs stored 10 times more data? Nintendo was fighting a losing battle, but cartridges and floppies still had their advantages. Carts had basically no load times, and enough writable storage to save your in-game progress, but they were expensive to make, and at launch only held 8 megabytes. CDs, on the other hand, were cheap to produce and held over 600 megabytes. But they also had long load times, and no rewritable storage. That's why PS1 games needed memory cards. Some games were a better fit for cartridges, and others for CDs. Final Fantasy couldn't fit on a cart, but if you put something like Zelda on a CD, the load times would make it virtually unplayable as it searched for specific bits of data. 64DD floppy disks were sorta a middle ground. They were 64 megabytes, fairly cheap to produce, with only minimal load times. But there was one thing that made floppies special: mass amounts of rewritable storage. Up to 38 of its 64 megabytes could be used for saving data, equal to 300 PlayStation memory cards. With that, entirely new kinds of games could be made, games that could remember everything, offering experiences impossible on CD or cartridge, like Zelda 64, Mother 3, and Cabbage. You know what? Let's talk about Cabbage right now, actually. One of the most promising 64DD projects, which would have been revolutionary if it ever came out, was a game called Cabbage, a virtual pet simulator taking full advantage of the disk drive's capabilities. Created by an all-star team, led by Shikesatu Itoi, creator and director of the Mother series, Tsunekazu Ishihara, founder and president of the Pokemon Company, Satoru Iwata, the genius programmer instrumental in bringing Pokemon to the West and later became president of all Nintendo, and Shigeru Miyamoto, who needs no introduction. Unfortunately, no images or footage were ever released from its years-long development, because they wanted to wait till launch was imminent to make a big splash with the character reveals. The core ideas and mechanics were explained in various magazines and web interviews, so that's what we'll be digging into in the next few minutes. According to Itoi, in a word, it's a breeding game. A game where you can play with your friends. We're flying this game under the radar of Yamauchi, the Nintendo president. That's what's fun about it. There'd be more than one creature, according to Iwata. You'd be breeding 10 different kinds of creatures. And they weren't literal cabbages, by the way. That was just a word Itoi blurted out and everyone seemed to like. Cabbage is just the name for a little creature, Miyamoto explained. You can buy it things, give it food, and raise it. The game uses the 64DD's internal clock, meaning the creature can evolve and change even if you're not playing. You can go out for a few hours and find your creature has totally changed when you get back. But it's inevitable players will have to leave their house. To stop Cabbage from being neglected, a Game Boy cartridge can be used as a basket. You can put Cabbage in his basket and take him with you, using the Game Boy to cater to his every wish. Of course, the Game Boy screen will look different than the 64DD version. When you get home, you can release him back into the virtual world on your TV. While the 64DD will be the major base for playing the game, we want people to download specific stages onto a Game Boy cartridge so they can take it with them on the train to work or school. We've been showing Pikachu because it's good illustrative B-roll, but they said the concept was more like Tamagotchi, the Japanese digital pets that took over the world around the same time as Pokemon, selling over 40 million units from 1996 to 98. But Cabbage actually started development 4 years before Tamagotchi, as a Game Boy game, and it was going to be a lot more ambitious than Tamagotchi. The Dream Team had big plans, like releasing more discs over time that provide your Cabbage with new equipment. Swings, slides, ponds, all kind of stuff that alter the game and how its Cabbages evolved. They were going to set up kiosks at stores, where you'd insert discs to download content and events. You could also download content through 64DD online as cheap microtransactions, and trade Cabbage toys back and forth with your friends. The 64DD's internal clock was so integral. The entire reason the DD even had a clock is because Iwata asked Nintendo to make it a hardware feature specifically for Cabbage. If not for that, there would have never been an Animal Crossing. Iwata was also cooking up systems that would let Cabbage simulate the thoughts and genes of human beings, so the creatures evolved in ways that the creators couldn't anticipate. Talking about how DD hardware works, he said, there can be slightly different content on each disc, even for the same game. The ID number's written onto the disc based on the exact second it's manufactured, and the software can change the algorithm and content of the game based on that ID number. In other words, there's a possibility of playing one-of-a-kind, self-reproducing software without knowing what'll happen next. We're going to use sophisticated programs that mimic the genetics of living things to create characters that develop in unpredictable ways, just like real creatures. The patterns are infinite. We can finally see it all coming together, Itoi proclaimed in 1997. Now that Iwata from HAL Labs has joined us, the tools we're using to make Cabbage are drastically modernizing. Making those tools is the most laborious part, so it looks like that part's finishing up. And it's all moving forward. But by 2000, Cabbage had kinda fizzled out. Miyamoto said the Japanese gaming market was shrinking and Itoi and Ishihara had gotten too busy. Ishihara with Pokemon and Itoi with Mother 3, which, as you'll hear about later, never got finished either, at least not the original version. Miyamoto thought maybe they could eventually pull themselves together and finish Cabbage for GameCube, but that never happened. Years later, he repurposed some of Cabbage's ideas to make Nintendogs, which went on to become the Nintendo DS's second best-selling game of all time. Now, if you're still having trouble imagining what Cabbage would have been like to play, Miyamoto said it would be a lot like Seaman. You know Seaman, right?
Hey kids, want to see something interesting?
One of the strangest games ever made. And yes, that was Seaman mating, and yeah, one of them's dead now. Simply put, it's a bizarre pet sim where you gotta hatch and keep Seaman alive while he asks you countless questions. You answer through a microphone, he learns everything about you, gets philosophical, and goes through the stages of metamorphosis over several real-life weeks. Seaman launched on Dreamcast, but it was almost a 64DD game first. Seaman's creator, Yuta Saito, was friends with Miyamoto, and Miyamoto was the first person he ever showed the concept for Seaman, who'd stay personally involved with its development. Miyamoto-san really likes strange and different concepts, Saito explained. So while Seaman was released on Dreamcast, behind the scenes we came very close to choosing to develop the game for the Nintendo 64 DD. Saito was friends with Iwata as well, who years later got Saito working on a 3DS version, but it ended up going unfinished, which led to the old friends falling out. Seaman 3DS was cancelled, and Iwata tragically lost his battle with cancer not long after. Next up is Derby Stallion 64DD. It would have been the 16th entry in the popular horse racing and business simulator franchise that's still going strong today, despite having never left Japan. To be fair, it's always been pretty Japan-centric, and might not appeal to overseas audiences. The way it works is, you don't directly control the actual racing. It's all about acquiring quality steeds, breeding them, training them, gambling, and so on. When it comes time to race, you just watch, and it's a pretty small percentage of your playtime. Similar to DT Bloodmasters and Cabbage, you could hook up a Game Boy to continue your campaign on the go, or use your Game Boy as a controller. So in multiplayer, you could do stuff like place bets without opponents seeing what you're doing. The game also presumably would have utilized the 64DD's internet functions to let you race against your pals online, since that had been a feature of the series as far back as the Famicom days. Ultimately, like so many disk drive projects, Derby Stallion 64 did eventually come out, but just as a downgraded version on a standard N64 cartridge, which meant cutting Game Boy support, online play, and probably some additional perks that hadn't been announced yet. It ended up as the second to last N64 game ever released.
You have entered a restricted area.
Every system gets ports, and the 64DD was no exception. Like Unreal, the first-person shooter that took the PC world by storm in '98 and garnered a universal praise with 9 and 10 out of 10 review scores across the board. Calling it an FPS almost doesn't do it justice. It's really more akin to Metroid Prime than your typical shoot-'em-up. To sum up the setting in a single sentence, the player takes control of human prisoner 849, whose transport vessel crashes on an uncharted planet full of alien slaves. Then after all the other crash survivors are murdered, has to make his way to the slaver alien's queen to end her reign in a hail of bullets. The developers at Epic Games said they could have made it for regular old N64, but were aiming for the 64DD to make the console port as good as it could be. Back in those days, ports were often a different and unique experience compared to the original. Doom for PS1 comes to mind with its edited levels and bizarre soundtrack. Or heck, even Doom 64, which diverted so much from the PC original, we don't think you can even call it a port. So it would have been interesting to see how Unreal 64 might have turned out, especially since it never ended up getting ported to any console, ever. In addition to Unreal, Epic Games was bringing one more of their PC titles to Nintendo's disk drive, 7th Legion. 7th Legion was a real-time strategy set in the distant future where overpopulation and dwindling natural resources on Earth leads the government to evacuate a select few, who are called the Chosen, while the rest of humanity is left to perish on our dying planet.
The time came for the ships to depart. Thousands were slaughtered and widespread panic broke out as people realized they had not been chosen in the selection process. Only the smart, powerful, and rich were chosen.
Only the most worthy specimens of the human race would be allowed to leave the planet.
Earth survivors eventually band themselves into 7 legions who fight over what's left. But centuries later, the descendants of the Chosen return to conquer them and take Earth back for themselves. It's a desirable planet once again, you see, because hundreds of years with minimal humans allowed the planet to heal. 7th Legion had 2 single-player campaigns, one where you play as the survivors who have all gathered forces into one legion, the 7th Legion, and in the other campaign you play as the Chosen. Interestingly, the console port was being developed by DMA Design, the studio that later changed its name to Rockstar and made a little game called Grand Theft Auto. The devs were explicit that 7th Legion would not be a straight port, more like a reimagining tailor-made for the 64DD. Sounded promising, but alas, it was not meant to be. One of the few 64DD games that did come out was SimCity 64, the city-building simulation game. Though fairly similar to SimCity 2000, it had a lot of big upgrades. New graphics, street view, individual people and vehicles, being able to see the city at night, and SimCity creator Will Wright being the in-game advisor. Will Wright and Miyamoto are fans of each other in real life, actually. They collaborated on the game, and Wright was even turned into a character in Zelda Link's Awakening. Another game of his, Simcopter 64, was supposed to come out on the disk drive, but never made it.
This is an alert from Central Dispatch. Traffic jam reported. Police request aerial assistance.
Yes, this footage is very rough. It's an early demo, recently acquired by the Video Game History Foundation, so don't think it's what the final game would have looked like. They preserved it so you can play it any time you want, and this is us playing it right now. Originally, it was for the N64, but after this demo was poorly received at E3 '97, they announced it was going to get upgraded to a DD floppy instead. It's based on the 1996 PC game Simcopter, which had 30 cities filled with missions like catching criminals, search and rescue, putting out fires, and dispersing riots. Completing missions gets you points and money for unlocking more missions and bigger, better helicopters. There was other stuff like nuclear explosions and UFOs abducting people, but that's the main gameplay loop. Like SimCity 64, Simcopter 64 would have been more of a reimagining than a straight port, and if you owned both games, you could upload metropolises you made in SimCity into Simcopter. When Copter got cancelled, a chopper was integrated into SimCity 64, but it kinda sucked. Reviewers at the time complained about low frame rates, and there's basically nothing to do. It's probably safe to assume if Simcopter 64 had been its own full-fledged game, the wrinkles could have gotten ironed out with features more fleshed out than what we got tacked onto SimCity. That never happened though, and the game was eventually cancelled in 1999. A later build than what you're seeing now, about 6 months further into development, was obtained by a Redditor in 2022, who said he traded some SNES games for it. He posted video and photos on the N64 subreddit. Then of course people begged him to dump it so everyone could play, at which point he deleted his Reddit and his Twitter accounts and disappeared. So unfortunately, we may never get to play it.
After a vain attempt to rebuild their marriage, Jamie and Gillian separate. Following extensive special military training, Gillian is ordered to report to Neo-Kobe City as a junker, effective today.
After the first Metal Gear, Hideo Kojima made the cyberpunk graphic adventure Snatcher. You play as amnesiac detective Gillian Seed, whose job as a junker takes him across Japan in the 2040s hunting down snatchers, murderous robots that steal their victims' skin and replace them in society. Kojima's dystopian epic originally released in 1988, which would have made it by far the oldest game ported to the disk drive. We're not so sure this port was even real though. Wikipedia, the 64DD wiki, and various other sites have big lists of every cancelled disk drive game, which are different, but all include Snatcher. Their only source is an issue of Video Games, the Ultimate Gaming magazine, which says the port's coming, but frankly, it sounds a bit off. For starters, they don't even say how they heard about the port, like a statement from Konami or claiming to know an anonymous insider, so we did some digging to see if it was true. We talked to 4 guys who worked in ports and localizations at Konami and Nintendo back then. They all thought it was fake or never heard of it. We also talked to some 64DD experts and Snatcher superfans. Same thing. Except for that one fishy magazine, there's no source for Snatcher 64DD cited anywhere on the internet, even in Japanese. A similar claim was recently added to the Konami wiki by an anonymous user, but when we started asking about it, the claim was deleted by the wiki's admins. Japanese magazines back then had big lists of announced and upcoming games, and we never saw Snatcher appear on any of them. We also reached out to that fishy magazine's author, Wataru Maruyama, but he never replied. We did manage to speak with the magazine's associate editor, Jeff Higgins, though, who told us Wataru got his information from reading Japanese magazines. That was common back then, by the way. That's how everyone got a lot of their info, from IGN to EGM. But Jeff suspects Snatcher DD was just a rumor to begin with. Quote, I could see them peddling some BS if it meant getting eyes to read their scoops. The thing is, we want it to be true. A Kojima game coming to 64DD could have been awesome, especially since previous ports added new content. But we spent a lot of time digging, and sadly, it's almost certainly fake. So we're gonna have to cross this one off the list of cancelled DD games.
We shouldn't be seen talking, so I'll be brief. Let's go over this one last time. The substitution of the president will be executed the day after tomorrow in New York City. You are not to leave the president's side no matter what.
Next up, it's Hybrid Heaven, Nintendo console's answer to Metal Gear Solid. Metal Gear was made by Konami, and Hybrid Heaven was also made by Konami. It was actually a different internal team trying to outdo their co-workers. Partially inspired by Blade Runner, Hybrid Heaven stars a guy named Diaz, a synthetic human hybrid created by an alien race who want to replace Earth's leaders with clones loyal to the extraterrestrials, starting with the President of the United States. But Diaz betrays the aliens and turns the tables on his masters. Besides Snatcher, Hybrid Heaven's the only Konami title on wiki lists of cancelled DD games. Though this one's not especially true either, unfortunately. Even Wikipedia's source, an IGN article, only says it could come out on 64DD. We found an old magazine interview with Konami's N64 development head, Katsuya Nage, who gives a fuller explanation. In fact, this is probably the same interview IGN pulled from back in the day to write their article. Talking about Hybrid Heaven and Konami's DD plans in general, he says they're not announcing anything for the add-on, though they'll consider putting cartridge games on DD if it sells enough units. With the benefit of hindsight, we now know that only 15,000 disc drives were ever sold, which is why Konami never announced a single title. Technically speaking, any N64 game could release on disc, but none of them ever did. As for how Hybrid Heaven turned out when it finally landed on N64, reviewers gave it 7s and 8s, praising its intelligent combat, enigmatic story, and calling it a mix between Metal Gear, Tomb Raider, and Final Fantasy. Maybe if it had been developed specifically for the DD, it could have fared even better, and been the add-on's killer app that it so desperately needed. Shiren the Wanderer 2, Shiren's Castle, and the Oni Invasion is one of the generation's best RPGs that never left Japan. Developed by Chunsoft and published by Nintendo. Though it's part of the Mystery Dungeon franchise, Shiren branched off as its own sub-series starting on Satellaview. You've probably heard of it, but in case you haven't, the Satellaview was a niche add-on for Super Famicom. The 64DD of the previous generation, basically. So naturally, Shiren 2 was announced for the 64 disk drive, but after a couple of years, and for the usual reasons, got downgraded to cartridge. Chunsoft never explained how Shiren planned to use the DD technology. Who knows, maybe it could have had a day-night cycle like its sequels instead of just occasional cutscenes of sundowns. But despite any compromises, the cartridge still managed to hit #1 on Japanese sales charts, and scored 9.5 out of 10 from Famitsu, making you wonder if the DD version would have fared even better. To sum up the story, 10-year-old Shiren's wandering the mountains with his weasel ferret and stops to eat at the village Natane. An Oni tribe attacks, so Shiren's tasked with constructing a defensive castle. That's where you come in, finding stone, iron, and other materials to build fortifications, which you find in the dungeons peppered throughout the open world. Tougher dungeons have stronger resources. The game has a fairly unique turn-based battle system, leveling up, and as is typical for the Mystery Dungeon series, the dungeons are semi-randomized for replayability. Once you finish the castle, it's time to fend off the Oni. Unfortunately, Shiren 2 only released in Japan, but thanks to its popularity, fans eventually filled the gap with a translation patch. Animal Eater, without a doubt, was one of the strangest games destined for the disk drive. Brought to you by the guys behind Parappa the Rapper and Jungle Park, with Miyamoto signed on as a producer, Animal Eater defies genre. In pursuit of climbing the tippy top of the food chain, you collect upgrades, level up, mutate, mate, and eat everything in sight. If you can't beat a particular boss, you might need to evolve, or reproduce with different kinds of females and take control of the offspring best equipped for the fight. Though you'll need to beef up the baby before he's ready, of course. Back then, in the early 3D era, other games looked more or less the same, so the devs went for a low-poly cube aesthetic to stand out. At this point, we need to digress for a quick inside baseball history lesson. Animal Eater was a Marigold management game, basically a group of small studios co-funded by Nintendo because the N64 wasn't getting enough third-party support. Fun fact, the word Marigold is a mix between Nintendo's mascot Mario and a seagull, the mascot of Recruit, the other co-founder. Nintendo and Recruit also jointly owned RandNet, the 64DD's online service, with RandNet's name also being a combination of Recruit and Nintendo. Marigold Management's goal was to let creatives make weird games without the pressures of market forces, to bring passion projects to life without worrying so much about profits. Marigold provided advice and mentorship and took care of the small studio's finances, sales, PR, debugging, and other mundane tasks so the creators could focus solely on innovation with no deadlines. The leadership team included Pokemon producer Ishihara and Shiren the Wanderer producer Nakamura. Marigold dissolved in the GameCube era, but before that they worked on DD games like Doshin the Giant, DT Bloodmasters, and Derby Stallion, and for N64, Custom Robo and Hey You Pikachu. All very unique, and mostly well received. There was real magic over at Marigold. We could do a whole video just about Marigold, but maybe another time. Let's get back to Animal Eater. Like so many other disc games, eventually it got moved over to cartridge. We went looking through Japanese magazine interviews, and according to the designers, the N64 version was 100% complete. Even the instruction manual was a done deal. But one day Miyamoto was like, actually let's not release it. GameCube's coming out, we'll port it over there instead. They said the N64 and the GameCube versions were almost identical, except the resolution and graphics were a little smoother and they could have more animals on screen at once. That N64 build actually leaked online not too long ago. A guy named Martin Nielsen runs the small site NES World. He'd come into possession of some prototype cards, then let them gather dust in a box for 10 years, thinking a lot of it was junk. Finally, in 2021, he took the time to root around in them, and lo and behold, one turned out to be Animal Eater 64. It's now playable online, thanks to Martin. As for the GameCube version, when it finally hit store shelves in 2002, the title was localized as Cubivore, Survival of the Fittest. Critics were confused but positive, mostly giving it 7s in the West and 8s in Japan. Consumers were even more confused, unfortunately, and turned off by the simplistic graphics, so hardly anyone bought it. In recent years, though, people have come around to the idea that it's an overlooked gem. But since the low sales led to few copies being printed, nowadays, Johnny-come-latelys are having to pay $500 as the price for not realizing sooner. Out of the dozens of DD games in development, only 9 ended up releasing. 4 of them were Mario Artist games. Mario Artist Paint Studio was a launch title, and essentially served as a sequel to Mario Paint on Super Nintendo. It also came with some preloaded 3D environments you could explore, edit, and take pictures in, which seemed out of place in a Paint game, right? The reason it's there is because Paint Studio started development as a sort of god game called Creator, but Nintendo Japan and Nintendo of America fought over its direction, with Japan emerging victorious and turning it into Mario Paint. The Pokemon Snap Exploration mode was left over as the bones of Creator's rotting carcass. But anyway, a couple months after Paint Studio, Mario Artist Talent Studio came out, which was all about making your own characters and playing around with them. A few months later, Mario Artist Communication Kit, which served as a bank to deposit stuff you made in the other entries and share your creations online. And finally, the last game ever released for 64DD, Mario Artist Polygon Studio was a 3D graphics editor that let you make your own polygonal objects. All 4 games worked together, but there was also a 5th entry that never came out, Mario Artist Soundmaker, which is exactly what it sounds like on the tin. It's a sound maker. We did a dedicated video on the Artist series a few years ago, so if you're interested, it's got more details on that series. And although they weren't Mario themed, there were a few more Maker games that got cancelled before so much as a screenshot could be made public. DD Sequencer for composing music, Video Jockey Maker for editing video, Game Maker for making your own games, and Graphical Message Maker, which, to be honest, that one probably didn't need to exist anyway. Regardless, DD floppies were the perfect medium for these kind of games, thanks to their 38 megabytes of rewritable storage. Official PS1 memory cards only held 1/8 of a megabyte, meaning DD games could save 300 times more data than PlayStation games. You can save a whole lot of creations on one disc. These kind of games were part of Nintendo's strategy for rethinking what video games could be. Most other games are like little boxed gardens, which Miyamoto likened to Disneylands, full of rides and amusements the developers cooked up to entertain you. But Miyamoto said these maker games were like dropping you in a field with nothing but a stick to play with, and you have to make your own fun. Wait, that sounds kinda boring as hell, doesn't it? No wonder no one bought the DD. He really did say that, but I think what he was trying to say is these games drop you in a field and give you the tools to make your own rides, your own Disneyland. But even still, that sort of thinking only appeals to a niche audience. That said, Mario Artist is the prime example for another more interesting strategy for rethinking the games industry, what Nintendo called the product group concept. Games that could be played on their own, but enhanced when combined with more games. You can play Paint Studio by itself, but you can do more if you have the other Mario Artists too. SimCity was at the core of the second product group. SimCopter's attached, of course, but Miyamoto also wanted to expand it with a crazy taxi style of game where you drive around some cities, racing customers to their destinations as fast as possible. Or another where you listen to radio traffic reports so you can plan out the ideal street route to outrun cops chasing you. DD floppies were cheap to produce and easily overwritten, so smaller games and expansions were much more feasible than what was possible on cartridges. Miyamoto said these sorts of budget titles might sell for as little as $5. Different product groups could overlap as well, like letting you turn your drawings into SimCity citizens. That feature did ship actually, but most other ideas fizzled out when the DD failed to find an audience. While Mario and Zelda were transitioning to 3D, Yoshi remained as one of the few holdouts clinging to 2 dimensions. His '97 sequel was originally called Yoshi's Island 64 as a continuation of the best-selling SNES title, but eventually got rebranded as Yoshi's Story. It's on Wikipedia's list of announced 64DD games, with their only source being IGN's response to a reader's email, where IGN claims unnamed Nintendo of America representatives told them in private it'd be on disc. But Nintendo Japan always said Yoshi was a cartridge game, before IGN's mailbag, and after. They even said it was for N64 at Space World 96, literally the same event that Nintendo of America told IGN it was a disc game. Every Japanese magazine preview listed it as an N64 title as well, going back to the very beginning. We're not saying IGN's lying, maybe Nintendo of America did say that, but if so, it appears they were misinformed. Nintendo's other premier 2.5D title, Kirby 64, is a similar story. It's on Wikipedia's list too, but without any citation. We went through tons of Japanese magazines, and again, Kirby was always said to be for the N64. Same goes for the internet. At the very start of development, Miyamoto said it was coming to N64. IGN asked him, "Do you mean 64DD?" And Miyamoto said no, they're making it as a cartridge game, though it is transferable in either format. But that could be said for pretty much any N64 game, they could all be transferred to disc. So it doesn't seem like Kirby was ever meant for DD either. Now, it's possible that there were discussions at Nintendo like, hey, maybe the 64DD will launch in '97 and sell 1 billion units, and by the time Yoshi and Kirby are done, it'll make sense to put them on disc. But we can't find proof either game was ever announced for DD, seriously considered, or made to use the disc drive's capabilities. We can only find evidence to the contrary, so we don't think Yoshi and Kirby really belong on a list of canceled disc games. Okay, at this point we need to digress. We've been giving Wikipedia a hard time, but we don't want you to get the wrong idea. They're generally a great source of information, and making this video without their DD Games list as a springboard would have been even more laborious. Wikipedia gets it right most of the time, but this particular list hasn't been maintained in ages. The only reason we keep bringing it up is because your average gamer who's curious about 64DD games will probably Google and end up on this Wikipedia page and take it at face value. Or the 64DD wikis list, which is mostly the same as Wikipedia's but with no sourcing. So we feel it's appropriate to point out where wikis got it wrong, and add new information where we were able to find it. And hey, we make mistakes too. By the time you're seeing this, there's probably already comments rightfully pointing out errors in this video, or some context that we should have included. Wikipedia covers every subject known to man, so their job's infinitely more difficult to accomplish without ever being wrong. And their contributors do it for free. We spent hundreds of hours on this video and had it proofread by 64DD experts like Luigi Blood and series superfans like Cody Nicolo. But we don't have every Japanese magazine, and we don't know everything. After this video has been seen by thousands of people, it's inevitable some will know more than us about certain subjects. Some of you all might have even worked on some of these cancelled games. So please feel free to point out errors in the comments, or if your information's of a more sensitive nature, you can always contact us privately through Twitter. In summary, Wikipedia is a great, accessible resource, but it's not a primary source. There's always more information than what's on Wiki, and no one can be right 100% of the time. That applies to Wikipedia, IGN, and us too. Okay, on to the next game. Fin was a dolphin bird pet sim. Think of him like a simpler, kid-friendly seaman. That game was rated T for teen, but Fin's E for everyone. It had a 24-hour real-time day-night cycle, weather, and made use of a microphone so you could talk to him. Though he couldn't talk back like Seaman. Not in human words anyway. Fin's planet, Teo, had a few different environments occasionally populated by alien creatures. You can feed Fin and take care of his other needs like thirst and happiness, but he's more than capable of foraging his own food and taking care of himself. It's really more like a wildlife observation game than a survivalist pet sim. He'll never drop dead from fatigue, get mated to death, or anything like that. But it's fun to hang out with him, especially with the voice interactivity, and even more so for a kid in the 90s. You might be surprised to hear this game did come out, as Fin on Teo, The Magic Planet, which released only on PC in 1996. It was supposed to land on Nintendo's disk drive a couple years later, but never did. The publishers at Fujitsu were really trying to make Fin the next big thing. They released a deluxe edition with added content, all kinds of different toys and merch, and even a Japanese TV show, though it never got past the pilot episode. Overall, the game seems to have been a moderate success, selling around 500,000 copies. But you'll never guess who the lead producer was. Believe it or not, it was Makoto Tezuka, the Jungle Emperor guy. Fin was the only game he ever finished. Afterwards, he went back to his movies. Teo 64DD was reportedly going to be very different than the PC editions, but details on how exactly were scant. If you want to hear more about the original release, check out LGR's channel. He's got a great 20-minute review about Fin for PC, a game that otherwise has mostly been forgotten nowadays. It's also free to download on abandonware sites if you want to play it yourself. A 64DD version of Super Mario 64 was exhibited at Space World 96 and shown off in lots of magazines, but never came out. Fans and gaming press alike were left speculating about what exactly the game was. An expansion for the original? Maybe an enhanced remaster? Almost 2 decades of theories were finally put to rest in 2014, when a French N64 collector named Jimmy130 found out a long-lost copy was sitting in a second-hand shop in Japan. God only knows how it got there. The shop seemingly had no idea the kind of treasure they had, so when they listed it on Yahoo Auctions, Jimmy bought it. It's primarily the same as the cartridge release, though it's got a few slight differences. You might have noticed the first one already, the music. Here's a couple comparisons. Kart vs. disc. Due to the disc format, there's occasional brief load times. and also some random photos in the internal data, presumably used for testing, like selfies of Atsushi Watanabe, who worked at Nintendo's Integrated Research and Development Division. But there's no extra levels or enhanced graphics, nothing like that. And the music's actually the same as the original, just recompiled with a different sound engine. It's not like Nintendo went through the trouble of recomposing it. So, disappointingly, it looks like it was just a tech demo all along, never meant to become an actual product, and thus, not technically a cancelled game. Folks thought it was for decades though, and some old rumors are still up on the internet, so we thought we'd include it on our list. And heck, it's just an interesting piece of 64DD history. You'll be happy to hear the ROM's been dumped, so nowadays anyone can download Super Mario 64 DD and play it for themselves. That's Super Mario 128, not Super Mario 64 2. They were two different projects, though they sometimes get conflated. 128 was a GameCube tech demo shown off at Space World 2000 that eventually kinda turned into Mario Galaxy and Pikmin. Mario 64 2 was for 64DD, so that's the one we're gonna dig into. It was the last game Miyamoto ever directed, or at least it would have been, if he ever finished it. As soon as he completed the first game, he said, "I couldn't put everything into Super Mario 64 that I really wanted, so we've decided to continue working toward a sequel, which will take about a year and a half at least." Later adding, the first game is only using about 60% of the N64's hardware power, you see. There's really so much more we could do, so we decided to save those ideas for next time. Luigi was famously cut from Mario 64, and bringing him back was a core component of the sequel. But not for multiplayer, it'd be more like Resident Evil 0 or Pikmin 2, where you control both or switch between Mario and Luigi for puzzle solving and other utilities left up to our imaginations. Yoshi also got cut from the original, except for a post-game cameo, and Japanese magazines reported he'd be returning in a more prominent role, though Miyamoto never confirmed that detail. "I'm changing the gameplay system, adding more enemies and retooling the display and graphics," he teased months later. "Last time I only designed for a cartridge, but next time I will take advantage of the potential of the 64DD. I plan to utilize the 64DD's read and write functions to create a new type of game." After a couple of years, he said the game was half finished and he had a prototype with Mario and Luigi running around on his desk. But he didn't have time to focus on it because he was too busy with Zelda 64. Miyamoto promised that once Zelda was done, he'd refocus on his favorite plumber. But he was overseeing about 10 games at once as producer and supervisor, and having a hard time being everywhere at once. Yoshi's story got delayed, so he moved developers over there to finish it up quicker, but that caused Zelda to get delayed, and then in turn, got Mario delayed. Meanwhile, he was also producing Star Fox, Mario Kart, Mario Artist, Pokemon Snap, F-Zero, Mario RPG 2, Smash Bros, and more. Nintendo had laid too much on his lap, more than one man could handle. But still, development continued, with him later saying his team was also experimenting with 4-player split screen, and insiders telling press the other two characters were Peach and Toad. It's a long, complicated mess of a story. We just gave you the cliff notes, but if you want the longer version, we did a dedicated video on Mario 128 and 64 2 a few years ago. To wrap up this summary though, Miyamoto's Tower of Cards eventually collapsed, resulting in 64 2 quietly getting cancelled, along with a lot of other games you're hearing about in this video. Miyamoto stayed on as series producer, but gave the director's chair to Yoshiaki Koizumi, who went on to make the Mario 128 tech demo, Sunshine, Galaxy, and is still directing 3D Mario to this day. No footage or screenshots were ever made public of 64 2. And for fans hoping the prototype will leak online someday, it remains probably the holiest of 64DD holy grails. We debunked Yoshi's Story being a 64DD game earlier, but while we were reading up on Mario 64 2, we stumbled over an interesting tease from Miyamoto. Talking 1 year after Yoshi's Story was already out, he says they're now experimenting with a DD Yoshi game, which the interviewers interpret to mean Yoshi's Story 2 is in the works, although it also could have been a disc expansion for the original. But the way things turned out, Yoshi didn't get another game until 2004 on the Game Boy Advance. I don't know if it's accurate to call these Yoshi 64DD experiments a cancelled game exactly, but still, it's interesting to learn the disk drive could have not only had Mario 2, but Yoshi 2 as well. If it did come out, it might have been the only 2D platformer in the add-on's entire library. Metal Slayer Glory 2 isn't on any disk drive game lists, but it should be. This one's not appealing in the sense you'd necessarily want to play it, but because it's bizarre and of extreme historical significance. You'll see what we mean, but before we get to the DD, you'll need some background on the first game. In 1987, HAL Laboratory artist Yoshimiru Hoshi was putting together a presentation at his desk when Satoru Iwata walked by and was like, "Wow, I've never seen graphics that good. Look at those characters. You don't even need to make a presentation, I hereby approve your game. In fact, I'm going to help you make it." Iwata served as both programmer and producer until the game was finally completed 4 years later. It's famous for being one of the most expensive Famicom games of its time, Iwata recalled with a laugh. It's actually kind of amazing we stuck to it, persevered, and eventually released it. But from a management perspective, it was a mistake. At 8 megabytes, the cartridge was insanely huge for a Famicom game. That's the same size as Mario 64 a couple console generations later. Unfortunately, HAL went bankrupt trying to promote it. Nintendo said they'd bail them out, but only if Iwata was promoted to become HAL's new president. HAL accepted. A decade later, Iwata became president of Nintendo itself. All Nintendo history in the years since would have been a lot different, and probably worse, if it wasn't for Metal Slader glory. As for the game itself, it's a text-based adventure set in 2062, not long after a great war between space colonies. The protagonists sort of accidentally come into possession of a Metal Slader Gundam, which houses a secret message warning the Earth is in danger. They investigate and find out the space colony war was a cover-up, and the real war was between colonists and aliens. Not only that, but the aliens are capable of disguising themselves as humans and have infiltrated our government. We won't spoil the rest. A fan translation came out in 2018 if you want to experience it yourself. Yoshimitsu wanted to make a sequel for 64DD and actually wrote a book about it in 2013 called The Truth Behind the Phantom Game Project. It took a while to get a copy and have it translated, but it was worth the trouble. Honestly, we wish every scrapped project got a book like this. It says in 1997, Yoshimitsu pitched a prequel starring Yayoi Kisaragi, who played a bit part as a waitress and secret soldier in the first game. This prequel takes place 1 year earlier and also features her 4 sisters, all between the ages 12 and 19, each with lengthy bios detailing their unique personalities. It's a girls' game, Yoshimitsu writes. The title would have been The 5 Kisaragi Sisters, spread out over 5 discs, with each sub-story being about 3 hours long and centered around a different sister. They'd release a few months apart and use the 64DD to its fullest potential. Rewritable storage, voice acting, and using all that disk space for several novels worth of dialogue. Every disc could be played on its own, but your save data carried over if you played them all, with incentives to replay again and again. But the further you get into Yoshimitsu's book, the more you realize it's not exactly for girls. It's actually what the Japanese call a gals game. If you're not familiar, that means it's a game starring attractive young girls with teenage boys as its target audience. For example, Mitsuke, the 17-year-old. She does have a distinct backstory and personality, but the first sentence of her bio says she's a big-breasted girl with a 96F bra size. Double exclamation marks. Now, the first game did have a flirty male lead and occasionally panty shots and stuff like that, but it was all in service to a sci-fi narrative. I'd like to think the 64DD prequel would have had a riveting story of its own, but the book doesn't get into any of that at all. It's only interested in telling us about the girls, and saying again and again, making it very clear that this is a gals game. We found Yoshimitsu on Twitter and asked, so what is the story? He said it's set in a Yokohama school where you build relationships with the 5 sisters. We inquired further, asking if it ultimately lead to science fiction like the first game. His answer? There was nothing sci-fi about it. Then he made an uwu face. I almost can't believe that this was the pitch to follow up the most advanced game ever released for Famicom. So anyways, about that pitch, Yoshimitsu took everything you'd just seen and showed it to Nintendo, who said, actually the 64DD is getting delayed and things are kinda uncertain right now. So we're sorry to say, maybe this isn't the best time to begin development. In his book, Yoshimitsu admits, in hindsight, the gals angle might have been a problem too. HAL told him that since the prequel wasn't going to happen, they'd let him port the first game to Super Famicom instead. Yoshimitsu took that ball and ran with it, and with a small team, made more than a port. It was a full remake with better graphics and some R-rated dialogue cut from the original. Metal Slader Glory, Director's Cut, came out in late 2000. It was the last game ever released for the Super Famicom. Yoshimitsu has made other stuff in his career, but he considers Metal Slader Glory his life's work. In the decades since, he's made more Slader manga, books, a drama CD, toys, and never stopped dreaming about one more playable experience. Currently, he's hoping to make it a virtual reality game. Well, we're almost an hour in, and we've barely covered half the games. We haven't even gotten to some of the big ones like Pokemon, Zelda, Donkey Kong, and Mother 3. After rare success with the Donkey Kong Country trilogy, they started making a new game for Super Nintendo codenamed Project Dream, also known as Dream Land of Giants. Led by Rare co-founder Tim Stamper, Dream was an action RPG starring a boy named Edson and his dog Dinger, who cross swords with pirates on the hunt for a magic potion that'll make their ships fly. Edson and his girlfriend have to flee the pirates' wrath, and that's how the story gets going, with fantastical elements like giants and dinosaurs thrown in for good measure. I started at Rare in October 1995, composer Grant Kirkhope recalled. I was shown Dream running on the SNES and was blown away. It looked beautiful and was obviously going to be a big step up from Donkey Kong Country. The console generation was coming to a close, so development moved to the 64DD. According to a couple devs we talked to, the DD was chosen over the standard N64 for its extra storage, rather than any DD-specific features. At this point, Dream dropped the fantasy feel in favor of a Golden Age of Piracy theme, to avoid seeming childish. Over 100 tracks of music were made, some of which you're hearing now. After a while, Stamper felt the boy hero wasn't working in this more mature world and wanted him swapped out with an animal. So they replaced him with a rabbit, then a bear who up until that point had been a minor side character. Later, the Dream team saw an early build of Mario 64 and thought, this looks more fun than what we're doing, let's change Dream into a Mario-style platformer instead. If you haven't pieced it together yet, the bear protagonist was named Banjo, and 16 months later it was released as a little game called Banjo-Kazooie. It's interesting to note, the game actually spent longer in development as Dream than it did as Banjo. Tim Stamper occasionally teases pieces from his collection, and last year he posted this on Twitter.
Arr, so it's true then. The Nintendo 64 treasure does exist after all. Ha 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 ha! It's mine, all mine!
That's Captain Black-Eye, leader of the pirate antagonists. He later shows up in Banjo-Tooie, where he complains that a bear stole his glory, as a backhanded nod to Project Dream. Zoom in on Stamper's video and you can see the dev cart says latest version of Dream 64, dated November 96. Supposedly, it's the only copy that still exists. Fans begged him to release it to the public, but he's unlikely to ever do so. He just likes flaunting his treasures. Wall Street was announced in '99 and designed around the DD's internet connection and displayed stock prices updating in real time. Though to be clear, it wasn't software for investing, just a simulation for entertainment. Now some of you all are probably thinking, hurry up and get to the games we actually care about, like Mario and Zelda. That's pretty much exactly what Japanese press said in '99, to which Nintendo president Yamauchi's response was, quote, Wall Street is the 64DD's Mario and Zelda. He called it the disk drive's killer app. Virtually zero info was ever published in English. No one even knows who was making it. We managed to find out in some old Japanese magazines. Turns out it was Recruit Co., who was Nintendo's partner and co-owners in Marigold and RanNet. In one interview we found, RanNet's president said, when we give away the free demo, people are going to be surprised. Some people will probably get addicted to it. It's a completely new financial simulation game that's very different from menu-based games of the past. It's not just buying stocks and making money, it's in 3D. When I saw it, I was amazed at the graphics. It's going to be unlike anything you've ever seen before. He went on to say that after the Super Mario Club examined Wall Street, it was their most anticipated DD game. In another interview, RanNet said it was aimed at adults, but gameplay details were always kept secret. Were we going to be pumping, dumping, and bankrupting entire countries? Maybe exploring New York's financial district and completing missions? Unfortunately, it seems we'll never find out, since the disk drive flopped soon after, at which point Wall Street and a ton of other projects got canned. Fans never got to see so much as a single screenshot. Long before it turned into Ocarina of Time, Zelda 64 was announced at Space World 95 and developed specifically for the 64DD. Miyamoto had big plans for disc's rewritable storage, though he was pretty guarded about the specifics. When pressed for details, he told interviewers, quote, that part is particularly top secret. One implementation was made public though, the persistent world idea. Link's actions would forever impact Hyrule, with every step in the desert leaving a permanent footprint. A revolutionary achievement for the time, only possible thanks to the DD disk's 38 megabytes of writable storage. Again, Sony memory cards could only store 1/8 of a megabyte, meaning DD games could save 300 times more than PlayStation games. Records from the DD days show locations and characters that didn't make it into the final game, most famously the Triforce Room and the NPC Aria. Another DD difference was that Sage medallions were originally magic medallions, one for fire, wind, darkness, light, and so on, that Link could then combine with arrows. According to game system director Eiji Aonuma, we were going to integrate some actions, some plot threads, and some puzzles making use of those magic medallions, but we came to the conclusion that other already existing items, like fire arrows, could be an equal substitute. A few dungeons changed as well. The Wind Temple became the Forest Temple, and the Ice Temple became the Water Temple. One dungeon got cut entirely, with Aonuma saying, we originally had 3 temples for young Link to conquer, 3 for adult Link to conquer, and 3 for him to learn a spell in, for a total of 9. But we cut one. Those were mostly typical development cuts, same as any other game. But the real problem was Link's inability to move properly. 3D Systems director Yoshiaki Koizumi made about 500 animations for Link, running, jumping, swinging his sword up, down, etc. On a DD floppy, sometimes it'd take time to load a specific animation. I can't move my Link on the Nintendo 64 DD, Koizumi complained. Cartridges don't have any moving mechanical parts, but discs do, unfortunately, so they had no choice but to switch development over to the standard N64. At the April 97 Tokyo Game Show, Miyamoto got up on stage and proclaimed Zelda's going to be on cartridge. The audience murmured. I want to prioritize Link's movements more than the writable storage a disc allows, so we're switching to cartridge. It'll release in the fall. Later, it was revealed Zelda wasn't just coming to a cart, it was a 32 megabyte cart, the biggest ever released at the time. But it was only half the size of a DD disc. and lacked rewritability, so there'd be no persistent world to remember Link's actions, or any of the other features Miyamoto kept secret. The Zelda team kept pouring more and more content into the cart, so much so that the fall '97 release date gradually slipped all the way to November 1998. Miyamoto didn't want to stop, but they needed those holiday sales, and a lot of ideas got axed as a result. Like Kepora Gebora having multiple personalities. We wanted to do that, Miyamoto lamented, but wouldn't have had it ready in time for Christmas. There were a lot of ideas we couldn't add in, like the hug bed. When Link gets in his bed, it suddenly wraps around him. We didn't have enough time to put that in either. He also felt Hyrule was too empty, without much moving around in it, or information to obtain. Ultimately, Miyamoto said he was 90% satisfied with how Ocarina turned out. But with 2 more months, he could have hit 100. He also said it'd be cool if the game saved after beating Ganon, letting you explore a Hyrule at peace. But adding a 3rd version of Hyrule would have required 20% more space, which the cartridge just didn't have. After Zelda switched to carts, but before release, Miyamoto drew up a plan. Launch Ocarina of Time near Christmas, then a 64DD disc later, with ideas he couldn't fit in the cart. The disc was called Ura Zelda, which translates to Another Zelda, or Zelda's Flip Side, an expansion set in the same old Hyrule, but different this time. Miyamoto said there'd be new areas and dungeons, and compared it to the New Game Plus in the original Legend of Zelda, where after beating the game, the difficulty increases, dungeons change locations, heart containers, shops, and items are relocated, and so on. Zelda 1's New Game Plus doesn't have a name in-game. English speakers usually call it Second Quest, but in Japan it's often referred to as Ura Zelda. And that's what this new Ura Zelda was going to be, a continuation of that old tradition, but more ambitious. Fan hype was through the roof, with gamers desperate to see how the greatest game of all time could be made even better with a future tech expansion. Miyamoto said there'd be, quote, the random element. Every time you go into a dungeon, the composition will be different. For example, if a treasure chest was in a certain place the first time you entered a dungeon, it won't be there next time, it'll be somewhere else. And though he was explicit that we couldn't build our own dungeons, we would be able to, quote, download new dungeons and share data with other players. He later said potentially hundreds of dungeons. In one particularly mysterious interview, Miyamoto teased, we've already talked about a network Zelda as an interesting idea. The assistance of other players in the network could motivate a player's active participation, instead of the traps or secrets that I create. We asked Giles Goddard, an Ocarina dev who sat next to Miyamoto when he said that, if Nintendo actually worked on that network Zelda.
Instead of the traps or secrets that I create. Do you recall any specifics regarding work on this network Zelda that have never made their way into a finished Zelda game?
Yes.
Okay.
And I want to stay alive, so I'm not going to say what.
It seems whatever those online features were, they're still a tightly held secret. If this all sounds familiar, it's because we did an Ura Zelda deep dive a couple years ago. In today's video, we're covering dozens of games, so you're just getting the Ura cliff notes. If you want every detail, go watch that previous video after this one. But to wrap it up, by the time Ocarina came out a couple years later, Miyamoto had scrapped all those ideas and decided Ura would focus only on the dungeons. But Aonuma didn't want to do that because you couldn't call something like that a, quote, new game, in his opinion. So he and Miyamoto struck a bargain. If his team could make a full game for 64DD in just 1 year, they wouldn't have to do Ura Zelda. And thus, most of the team started a new project called Zelda Gaiden, while a skeleton crew stayed behind to work on Ura. They tried to do more, but in the end, all they got finished was slightly remixing the dungeons. At this point, Ocarina's expansion was completely neutered compared to its original version, and even less ambitious than Zelda 1's Ura. Zelda Gaiden translates to Zelda Side Story, a title Miyamoto liked so much he considered making it the official name of the game. His original idea was a direct sequel set in a peaceful post-Ganon Hyrule, with Link investigating some sort of incident, quote, like a detective game. But Aonuma's team went in a different direction, ultimately leading to Majora's Mask. It's unclear if it was ever planned to take advantage of any of the DD's unique features, like the real-time clock, online connection, or mass rewritable storage. There's a few websites claiming the clock would have been used, which sounds plausible considering Majora's focus on time, and that the game's length was originally 1 week instead of 3 days. Having in-game time reflect real-time makes some intuitive sense, instead of 1 in-game hour passing in under a minute, but we've never seen any primary sources supporting these claims. The only thing we could find was Miyamoto literally mumbling to himself that maybe players would be able to design their own masks with the Game Boy camera and Mario Artist. But according to our 64DD consultant Luigi Blood, the release version had its liblio completely removed. That's the internal library code that manages the 64DD. In other words, any info on DD-specific features got erased. So rumors and mumbling aside, it seems the only part of the disk drive Majora was ever meant to use was the memory expansion pack. A lot of y'all remember it as just that thing you had to stick in your N64 to play more Zelda, but originally it was part of the 64DD bundle. Now's probably a good time to explain what that bundle was and how it released. You see, the 64DD was never sold in stores like standard N64s, it was mail order only, and it didn't have a price exactly, more like a subscription. You had to sign up for a 1-year plan paying 2,500 yen a month, equivalent to $23 plus a one-time $14 shipping fee. So in total, you're paying 290 USD for the full bundle. In return, you get a 64DD, a mouse, and memory expansion pack along with 7 games, Doshin the Giant, SimCity 64, the F-Zero X expansion kit, and all 4 Mario artists. You also get the RANnet disc, cable, and modem cartridge for connecting to the internet. So really not a bad deal for under 300 bucks. Most of that bundle you get at launch, but some would trickle in over the next few months. After the first year, it cost $14 a month if you wanted to continue your RANnet internet service, for stuff like downloads, online games, and so on. The initial bundle was limited to 100,000 customers, and Nintendo was going to make more after they sold out. Pre-orders opened November 99, with deliveries arriving early December. Nintendo expected to sell 500,000 units in the first year, but only 15,000 people bought in. So the DD was deemed a failure. Only 2 more games ever released, Japan Pro Golf Tour 64 and Doshin the Giant, Tinkling Toddler Liberation Front. Both came out in May 2000, priced at $30 each. In October, Nintendo announced RANnet was being discontinued, at which point the disk drive was officially dead. Even the Virtual Boy, an objectively worse piece of hardware, managed to sell more units, get more games, and hold on longer till death. And well, that's pretty much all you need to know about the 64 add-ons distribution. If you want to hear more about the 9 games that did release, GameSack's got a great video covering them all. Check it out when you're done here. But yeah, the memory expansion pack. It doubled memory from 4 megabytes to 8, or in other words, it enabled the game to do more all at once. For Majora's Mask, that mostly came down to NPC movements and animations. That seemed to be the only piece of the 64DD it ever made use of. By early 2000, the disk drive was already on its deathbed, so they released Majora on a cartridge that required the expansion pack as a separate $30 purchase. The game itself cost $60, though it probably would have sold for half that if it stayed on disc. Likewise, Zelda probably would have sold for around $20, since that's what the F-Zero expansion cost if you bought it outside of the bundle. Now turning attention back to Zelda. After the Skeleton Crew finished remixing the dungeons, Nintendo stuck the game in a vault for a few years, not sure what to do with it. They debated putting it on cartridge like they did with Majora, but ultimately they put it on a GameCube disc and made it a pre-order bonus for Wind Waker. Thanks to that, 500,000 fans paid up for pre-orders and made Wind Waker the most pre-ordered game of all time in 2003. In English they called it Master Quest, but in Japanese it's still Zelda. A decade later, when Ocarina came to 3DS, it released with a new version of Zelda, a little closer to the original version.
知る人ぞ知るもう一つの時のオカリナ、通称裏ゼルダ。
It's got remixed dungeons, of course, but enemies also deal double damage, and the entirety of Hyrule is mirrored left to right. The 3DS version also has a boss rush hidden in Link's bed, seemingly a callback to the hug bed Miyamoto wanted to implement all those years ago. The rest of Zelda, with its randomization, downloadable dungeons, and network abilities, all became little more than unused ideas and unfinished programming. Running in real time at Space World 96, Rev Limit was one of the earliest third-party disc games shown publicly. Another 3 years of development, and it was pretty far along, set to become the DD's premier racing title. With the power of the 64DD, players could customize Japanese supercars and tracks and race against friends online. According to Japanese magazines, for folks who were more into tuning than racing, there was also going to be a director mode, letting you be more of a manager and leave the driving itself to a professional. Unfortunately, the game eventually downgraded to a standard N64 cartridge, then canned outright when the devs at Seta ran into financial troubles. Rev Limit was originally planned to release on DD and as an arcade cabinet, kind of like F-Zero AX did years later. But Rev Limit Arcade got cancelled too. A prototype N64 cart from late in development was listed on Yahoo Auctions in 2016 and purchased by Japanese YouTuber Retro Game TV. He uploaded about 10 minutes of video, but even now, 8 years later, hasn't dumped the game so anyone else can play it. Generally speaking, Japanese fans aren't as willing to dump ROMs as their Western counterparts, so unless another copy pops up, DD fans will probably never get to experience Rev Limit for themselves.
All was peaceful until the Dark Riders came and destroyed our village. Many were cut down where they stood, and those who took up arms were slain or dragged away to become slaves, or worse.
If you were alive in the 90s, Diablo is a game that needs no introduction. Blizzard Entertainment's groundbreaking action RPG sold millions on PC, racked up review scores in the 9s and 10s, and is widely considered one of the greatest games of the decade. Diablo kicks off with the protagonist arriving in Tristam, a small town overwhelmed by the forces of evil. The player makes his way through churches, catacombs, caves, and ultimately hell itself to kill the source of the chaos, Diablo. In '97, Nintendo bought the rights to publish the M-rated adventure on their own console, presumably with the disk drive in mind, since RandNet talked about its online multiplayer. When Japanese press said the DD wouldn't have enough games, RandNet president Kayama dismissed their concerns, saying, "I'm not worried. There are people satisfied to play one great game all the time. Some only need Diablo and nothing else. For 64DD, it'll be enough if people see we have at least one title they can't live without." In context, he meant at least one game for different kinds of gamers, and went on to say for others, Wall Street would be the one game for them. But you get the idea. The strategy was quality over quantity. Unfortunately, Diablo never came out, though it's worth noting that Nintendo did publish StarCraft, another PC hit from Blizzard, as an N64 cartridge a year after that interview when the DD was pretty much already dead. A lot of cutscenes and voice acting had to be cut, so it fit on a 32 megabyte cartridge. But Blizzard did make some exclusive content for StarCraft 64, including a secret new story mission, and it would have been awesome if Diablo had gotten the same treatment, especially on the disk drive where so many cuts wouldn't be necessary. Sometimes called the worst game of all time, Superman 64 was originally planned to get a disc expansion after its summer '99 cartridge release. Soup was terrible, but actually sold pretty well, peaking at number 3 on the sales charts. So an expansion made sense financially. The game's developers at Titus also hoped to launch an expansion for Automobili Lamborghini, which was actually a half-decent game, unlike Superman. According to Titus, the disc was going to add new tracks, cars, environments, and additional features. They also announced one more game that they were going to release on 64 with later expansion, the action RPG Quest for Camelot, based on the animated movie of the same name. Quest for Camelot 64 and its expansion both got cancelled after the film flopped at the box office and never left early planning stages, though Titus did still make a Game Boy Color version. It was basically a crappy Zelda clone with review scores averaging 4 out of 10. So even though 3 Titus discs did get cancelled, we probably didn't miss out on much, if you know what I mean. We've mentioned a few expansions so far, and we've got more coming up, so now's probably a good time to explain how they worked. Most 64DD games were standalone. You just stick the disc in and you're off to the races, but some were expansions like F-Zero. You put the F-Zero X cartridge in the N64 and then insert the disc to add more features to the base game. In F-Zero's case, that meant a dozen more tracks, a car creator, track editor, and the ability to save 100 custom tracks to disk, and combine them into custom cups. Oh, and new music. Check it out. This one's a remix of Mario Kart Rainbow Road. Quite a few expansions were announced, but F-Zero is the only one that ever released. And as of the making of this video, only one more is leaked online, which we'll get to later. One last thing about expansions, they require hooks in the cartridge they're expanding. Hooks are basically lines of code that say this cartridge will get an expansion. What's weird though is that Superman 64 and Automobili Lamborghini don't have any hooks, meaning it would have been impossible to give them expansions. Possibly sometime after announcing Superman and Lambo's expansion, but before the carts came out, Titus decided to quietly cancel their expansions, then deleted the hooks to save cartridge space. Probably not though, since hooks only take up a few dozen kilobytes, which is basically nothing. It's more likely that Titus didn't know how expansions worked and were too incompetent to know they needed hooks in the first place. Resident Evil 0. Capcom started planning a Resident Evil prequel right around the time Nintendo announced the 64DD. But after seeing the disk drive's repeated delays and specs, Capcom decided to make it for the N64 instead. We found a fortuitous story in an old Japanese magazine where an interviewer asked Miyamoto why Ocarina of Time's Castle Town has fixed camera angles and pre-rendered backgrounds when the rest of the game is behind view in full 3D. Miyamoto explained, "This is a sample of how you can do more on N64. You could call it PR aimed at third parties." Then he laughed and said, "Want to make Resident Evil on it, Mr. Okamoto?" Okamoto's a Capcom producer, and turns out he did end up making a Resident Evil for N64. But after a couple of years, the console generation was almost over, so they shifted development over to the GameCube and released in 2002. The 64-bit version had some significant differences, like fast zombies, co-op multiplayer, and of course, the graphics and presentation.
Huh, I see. You're with Stars. You came from that chopper I saw, huh?
Series enthusiasts are dying to play the original, which is theoretically possible since it was at least 20% complete and playable demos were exhibited at the 2000 Tokyo Game Show. Unfortunately, as of this video, no one's come forward with one of those copies to dump online.
If our princess is at the keep, there are 2 ways to get there. The Western Path, or the Northern Passage.
Kaede. I'll go north. You follow them through the other way.
Understand.
Nintendo fans got to play Resident Evil 0 on GameCube, but they weren't so lucky when it came to Onimusha. In '97, Nintendo, Capcom, and Sega combined forces to fund a brand new studio called Flagship, and put Okamoto in charge. When that happened, Okamoto said, "I'm very interested in N64. PlayStation CD-ROM is merely a readable medium. It's obvious that the 64DD's writable feature is very attractive, and this feature will increase the fun of Nintendo games. I want to pursue this particular aspect of development. I don't know if it's possible or not, in regard to technical difficulties, but I have an idea for a ninja version of Resident Evil, in a ninja house full of booby traps and gimmicks." What he's describing later became the first Onimusha, which is essentially a feudal Japan-themed Resident Evil.
Samanosuke, it's really you. Oh, I knew that you would come to save me.
It's got cheese, fixed cameras, tank controls, pre-rendered backgrounds, but instead of cops shooting zombies, it's samurai cutting down demons. A few months after that interview, Okamoto said, quote, "The N64? Of course we're doing it. It's still a secret, but we're starting development on one game for cartridge and one game for 64DD. Please wait and see." The way things turned out, he didn't end up releasing anything on Nintendo 64 or DD. But considering the timeline, those secret projects might have been Resident Evil 0 for N64 or Onimusha for DD. Over the next few years, Okamoto's Flagship made quite a few games for other Nintendo systems, like Zelda Oracle of Ages and Seasons, Four Swords, Minish Cap, and also worked on Resident Evil 4 and a few Kirby games. There's some conflicting accounts among different devs, but for whatever reason, Flagship started developing Onimusha for PlayStation, then upgraded to release on PS2 with an eventual port to Xbox and even PC in some regions, but never N64, DD, or GameCube. To this day, it's unknown exactly how Okamoto wanted to use the DD's read-write capabilities. Regardless, Onimusha went on to score 8s, 9s, and 10s, which naturally led to sequels and spin-offs. And though it'd be little solace for Nintendo fans back in the day, the original Onimusha did get remastered for Switch. So, if you're a Nintendo-only gamer, you can finally play it, but without the DD features Okamoto was so passionate about. Pokemon Stadium is a game that doesn't need to exist. Stadium's intro cutscene even calls itself POS version 1.0, and they ain't lying. We jest, but remember how upset fans got when Sword and Shield only had 400 Pokemon? Well, imagine a game with only 40 Pokemon. Stadium was originally announced as a launch title for the 64DD. In fact, previews show it fully playable in early '98. With a DD disc 64 megabytes, you could fit tons of data, and originally it was promoted as a sort of Pokemon bank. Trade your Game Boy monsters over and save them to disk. There's more than enough space to store them all. But the DD kept getting delayed, 5 times actually, and they were worried the Pokemon fad wasn't going to last forever. So Stadium got downgraded to regular old N64 onto a cartridge with just 40 Pokemon and only capable of banking 120. Stadium was content poor, and beyond the novelty of seeing a few dozen 3D Pokemon models, it didn't serve much purpose, which is why it never left Japan.
What? Unbelievable!
Some of y'all are probably thinking, I'm sure I played Stadium as a kid, what are you talking about, it never left Japan? Well, the game you played was actually Pokemon Stadium 2, but outside Japan, it was just called Pokemon Stadium. You played the second game. It's what the original disc game should have been, with 151 Pokemon, storage for 240 mons, minigames, and more. Stadium 2 was initially supposed to be a disc 2, actually. It was planned as an expansion, not a sequel. But by 1999, there was less and less reason for the N64DD to even exist. When Nintendo first dreamed it up, the 64 megabyte disc format had a lot of promise, because early in the console generation, they didn't know how to squeeze much storage onto a cartridge. Super Mario 64, for example, was only 8 megabytes. A couple years later, Pokemon Stadium was on a 16 megabyte cartridge. By the time Stadium 2 rolled around, they'd figured out how to fit 32 megabytes, and eventually all the way up to 64 megabytes. So as the add-on kept getting delayed further into the future, it became less and less relevant. Fun fact, to fit all 251 Pokemon, the next Stadium was one of only 3 games ever released on a 64 megabyte cartridge. It's Pokemon Stadium Gold and Silver in Japan, but overseas they called it Pokemon Stadium 2, even though Pokemon Stadium 1 is really Stadium 2. A little confusing, but it's worth noting that Stadium 2's code supports a DD expansion of its own, which suggests Stadium Gold and Silver might have been intended as that expansion, which would mean all 3 stadiums were originally meant for 64DD before switching to cartridge. Fire Emblem Maiden of Darkness, also known as Fire Emblem 64, would have been the series' 6th entry. According to Miyamoto, progress was steady and on track for a late '98 launch. Only one screenshot was ever made public, years later in the Japan-only Fire Emblem 25th Anniversary book. The game would have been 3/4 view as you might expect, visually a middle ground between the SNES and GameCube Fire Emblems. The Japanese book also includes some art for unused characters, like Taki, Lynette, Helen, Idun, and a few characters without names. The protagonist would have been Roy, who actually got into Smash Bros. Melee despite his debut in Fire Emblem 64 being cancelled. Roy got repurposed for future Fire Emblem games, but Fire Emblem 64's absence left him in the awkward position of fighting in Smash Bros. Before he appeared in his own franchise. Fire Emblem series creator Shozu Kaga said Fire Emblem 64 was too ambitious, then resigned from the company in autumn 2000, with the game publicly scrapped soon after. The next Fire Emblem actually released on SNES, an unusual step backwards considering the N64 was over 3 years old by then. Some elements of Fire Emblem 64 made it into later games, like the Binding Blade, but for the most part, all work on the DD game got thrown out. No ROM or even footage of Fire Emblem 64 has ever leaked online, but that Japanese book did include a page of in-game dialogue. We'll flash it up on screen if you want to read it. Consumers don't need to buy personal computers, they can get a 64DD instead. That was Nintendo's thinking when they teamed up with computer memory manufacturer Hagiwara Syscom, electronic makers DAT Japan and Tokyo Electron, and Fujifilm Co. to make Mario no Photopea. It's basically Photoshop wearing Mario as a skin suit, but even worse than it sounds, as Nintendo themselves didn't do much of the development. It released on cartridge in '98, and what a cartridge it was, just look at it. The slots on top are for smart media cards, so you could import photos from a 90s era digital camera. It was only released in Japan, so we've been showing you a fan translation, otherwise you'd have no idea what you're looking at. Nintendo announced a disc expansion would follow 6 months later to make use of the writable storage, basically just to let you save more pictures. Fast forward 6 months and the 64DD still wasn't out yet, and Mario no Photopea's expansion was never heard from again. Despite immense popularity in the 80s and 90s, the Far East of Eden RPG series has mostly stayed region-locked in Japan. Only one entry was ever localized in English, and that was a fighting game spin-off on Neo Geo. Not long after, Hudson Soft announced a return to the turn-based format with Far East of Eden Oriental Blue for 64DD. But thanks to the add-ons delays and eventually piss-poor sales, Oriental Blue found itself quietly cancelled. In 2003, a game with the same name released on Game Boy Advance in Japan. In short, it's set in a world where Chinese, Japanese, Mongolian, and Thailand-inspired cultures coexist, and the hero, he or she, your choice, has to restore peace after a spirit-stealing orb corrupts a nearby castle town. It mostly scored 8 out of 10s, and got enough love for admirers to craft an English fan translation. But according to its director, the GBA game was nothing like the earlier disk drive project, after they had gone back to the drawing board and had to, quote, start over from scratch. The original was canned, as far as we can tell, before a single screenshot or any details were ever released aside from the title itself. And thus, Far East of Eden Oriental Blue remains one of the disk drive's most enigmatic RPGs, which probably would have turned out pretty good. We keep saying games got cancelled or downgraded to Kart because of the DD's repeated delays, but why was it delayed? The original N64 launched in June '96 with 3 games, Mario, Shogi, and Pilot Wings. The disk drive wasn't delayed because Nintendo couldn't figure out the hardware. As a matter of fact, it was finished in May '97 and announced to release at the end of the year. According to Miyamoto, there'd be 5 launch titles: Pokemon Stadium, Mother 3, SimCity 64, Mario Artist, and 1 game they were keeping secret. That's a pretty good lineup. Unfortunately, Mother 3, which was promoted as the must-haviest of the 5, fell into development hell. Mario Artist wasn't ready either, and wouldn't be for over a year. And we're not sure what secret game Miyamoto was teasing, but it doesn't appear it was ever finished. So all they really had for launch was SimCity and a half-assed Pokemon Stadium, and thus nothing system-defining like Mario had been to the core console. So Nintendo pushed back the disk drive's release a few months to March 1998, but the situation didn't improve, so they pushed it back again, to June '98, then late '98, then June '99, and finally a 5th and final delay to December 1999. At this point, third-party studios had lost enthusiasm for the add-on, and PlayStation 2 was only 3 months away. Nintendo knew they were screwed. Maybe if Mother 3 had been done on time, or Super Mario 64 2, or a Zelda, if anything of substance was ready in '97 or '98, the disk drive could have taken off. But they just couldn't put together a good launch lineup till it was too late, and that's why the 64DD was dead on arrival. Tonic Trouble was a 3D platformer sharing a lot of DNA with Rayman 2. Same concept creator, composer, same voice actor for the lead, and both released by Ubisoft in 1999. Tonic Trouble came out first though, starring an alien named Ed who accidentally spills some troublesome tonic on Earth, mutating the entire planet. Then he's got to return things back to normal. That's basically the plot. Gameplay-wise, it's a pretty typical 90s platformer. It's not on Wikipedia's big 64DD list, but Ubisoft did acquire a DD dev kit and said Tonic would get a disc expansion, possibly to include a 4-player split-screen co-op. But they ended up scrapping it before the cartridge was even out yet because of, you guessed it, Ubisoft's frustration with the DD's constant delays. The cartridge release was later panned by critics who gave it mostly 5s, though the game still managed to sell over 1 million copies despite the weak reviews. A sequel was briefly in the works, but that fizzled out too, ultimately leaving Ed's legacy as little more than Rayman's forgotten little brother. One of the more unique concepts from a third party was Super Real Island, also known as Desert Island 64. Its story would have seen you shipwrecked on a deserted island with no knowledge of the native inhabitants or wildlife. You'd farm, raise livestock, fight off predators, and build a civilization from scratch. As the island grows, life evolves, friendly and unfriendly, so the players got to bring nature to heel. Sounds like a cool idea, but apparently it wasn't very impressive in practice. The game reportedly only reached 20% completion. Then the developers at Imagineer pitched gameplay to European publishers, none of which were interested. Imagineer is best known for making Quest 64, fondly remembered by some as the first RPG for N64, 2 years into its life cycle. But Quest 64's review scores averaged about 5 out of 10. Desert Island 64 probably wasn't going to fare much better, and even magazine writers at the time said it would probably end up as a shipwreck of a game. That same team at Imagineer worked on another game tentatively titled Soul. Soul was an RPG in the quote, traditional Japanese adventure style that would have had you exploring towns and landscapes and prioritize story and depth over graphics. No other info or images were ever made public, so it seems this project didn't get too far along either. Imagineer did manage to release Big Mountain 2000 though. Big Mountain 2000! They announced the skiing and snowboarding game was to be developed for 64DD, but just 6 months later, it was already out on cartridge. It only had 4 stages, and even Nintendo Power, who was typically generous to games on their own systems, only scored it in the 5s. IGN thought a disc version would provide better resolution and texture variety, but that didn't end up happening. Imagineer wasn't exactly an A or even B tier studio, so rather than dwell on Big Mountain 2000, we'll go ahead and skip ahead too. Dragon Quest is a massive franchise, bigger even than Final Fantasy. The first 6 Dragon Quests were exclusive to Nintendo consoles, and the 7th was slated for the 64 disk drive. A turn-based RPG that begins with your father bringing home a map he found on a fishing trip. It shows a world filled with continents, but the world in their time is just a small island in a vast ocean. The player and his growing party travel back in time to when those continents were still around. But they are facing crises threatening their survival, and only by resolving their problems can the continents reappear in the present. Dragon Quest VII was announced in 1996, but a year later Enix announced they were jumping ship and releasing on PlayStation instead. It's hard to overstate how big a blow this was for Nintendo. The game ended up going quadruple platinum in Japan alone, a huge win for PlayStation that only cast more doubt on Nintendo's position in the industry. And what made it even worse was how deprived of RPGs Nintendo fans outside of Japan were at the time. Truly a dark day, not just for the disc drive, but even the base N64. After all was said and done, when the console war subsided, Nintendo had lost to Sony by a 3-1 margin. Fumbling Dragon Quest played no small part in that defeat. Taking advantage of the DD's internet functionality, Randit discussed 3, guess you could call them, live service games. The first was tentatively titled My Horse Racing Magazine, which they said would partially go live the same month the DD launched. Quote, you'll become a fictional horse owner and participate in imaginary tournaments while getting the latest horse racing news and information, in an entirely new type of online game. It sounds kind of like fantasy football, where you design a fantasy team, then what happens in a real-life NFL season dictates your team's performance, so winning largely comes down to strategizing and staying on top of the news. Randnet also said they were planning a digital baseball magazine and digital Formula One magazine, which would essentially be the same concept, but for baseball and racing. Users would have had to pay subscriptions for all 3 games. Before we get to more games, let's quickly examine the 64DD online strategy. There were some netplay games, but Nintendo was more focused on functionality that didn't require high-speed internet. Part of their plan was basically an eShop selling smaller DD games, plus a small library of NES, SNES, and Game Boy titles. For bigger DD games, you could watch gameplay videos and pay through your DD, and then they'd send you a physical copy via mail. Every game would also have basically its own subreddit within RandNet, so you could suggest future expansions to the devs or just chit-chat with your fellow fans. Another example was the F-Zero page would have a time trial contest. Gamers could also produce their own content, like selling guides and tips and tricks collections for $1 or $2. This is a change from the old system of feudalism where game companies unilaterally sold software to gamers, explained RandNet president Kayama. It's a kind of democracy. If you want to make money making games in the future, the 64DD is a must-buy. He also alluded to users making in-game content, but the DD died before any of that came to be.
Round 1, fight!
It's easy to forget how dominant Street Fighter was back in the 90s. Street Fighter II was one of Super Nintendo's top 10 bestsellers. In fact, it was 2 of the top 10, only beaten out by Mario, Zelda, and Donkey Kong. So when fans heard Street Fighter III was coming to 64DD, it was a big deal. Developer Capcom got a disk drive development kit in '97, which was earlier than most other studios, and IGN told its readers to expect Street Fighter as a DD launch title. It never ended up arriving at all, unfortunately, and it took the arcade hit a few years to make it to any console, till finally landing on Dreamcast to rave reviews.
Put your hands together if you want to clap as we take you through this monkey rap.
As soon as Rare finished up the Donkey Kong Country trilogy on SNES, they immediately got to work on a 64 follow-up. It spent the first year and a half not as a 3D game, but as a side-on adventure. If you've read up on the game's history, you might have heard it referred to as 2.5D. That's really a misnomer though, it was side-on, not a side-scroller. For example, Donkey Kong Country Returns and Tropical Freeze were 2.5D side-scrollers, and direct continuations of the SNES trilogy. But Donkey Kong 64 was not a country game, it actually played more like early builds of Banjo-Kazooie, which looked like this. We talked to Rare artist Carl Tilley, who compared its smaller, more linear stages to Crash Bandicoot. The design was more like side-on Crash, with levels that you play once, he said. I can't remember if we even had many or any collectibles in it at that point either, but eventually we realized the design was lacking and it had no replay value. After Mario 64, free-roaming 3D platformers were seen as the way of the future. So Rare broke up the DK team and brought in some Banjo-Kazooie guys who turned Donkey Kong into another free roamer. The side-on prototype never got shown to the public, but we've been told some NDAs are expiring soon and screenshots will make their way online probably later this year. Ultra Donkey Kong is on Wikipedia's big list of announced but cancelled disc games, and strangely, it also says the 64DD itself was canned. None of that appears to be true though. For starters, Ultra Donkey Kong was just one of several names made up by the press, derived from the fact that the N64 was originally called the Ultra 64. As for being on DD, sites like GameSpot reported that in '97, saying they heard it from Japanese press. Japanese magazines did have it tagged as a DD game, but in the actual text, they would say things like, will the N64 version be a traditional side-scrolling action game, or an RPG taking advantage of the 64DD's features? They didn't really know anything, because DK64 wasn't even officially mentioned till a year later, and wasn't properly revealed till 6 months after that. It wasn't announced for DD and never developed for it either. Tilley was on the team before and after the breakup, and he told us the game didn't have any specific designs to make use of the 64DD in pre-production, and Rare management wouldn't have wanted to release on the DD. Hardware sales dictated where best to sell the game. In other words, even if DD sales did meet Nintendo's expectations, it only would have sold 1/10 as much as the base console. So even in the best scenario, it never would have made financial sense for Rare to release Donkey Kong 64 on disc. We talked to a couple other devs, who don't recall it ever being meant for DD either. Since we're contradicting common belief, we wanted to be extra certain of this debunking, so we ran this all past DK Vine, a superfan site covering the series since 1999. They were adamant that it was all just rumors and said none of their contact or sources have any memory of it ever being for 64DD. So it is disappointing to find out Nintendo mascots like Donkey Kong, Kirby 64, and Yoshi's Story were never actually disc games despite their inclusion on every DD games list on the internet. It certainly makes the disc drive lose some of its luster, but there's still lots of games that were real, and made clever use of the hardware's unique features, like... Mother 1 and 2 were never huge sellers, but they attracted cult followings with their quirkiness and unique sense of humor. Mother 3, also known as Earthbound 64, was one of the disk system's most promising projects. Unfortunately, it also had one of the most troubled developments. In 1992, series creator Shigesato Itoi said he was making Mother 3 with a Super Nintendo CD-ROM add-on. When that add-on got cancelled, development moved over to a standard SNES cart. Then later moved over to N64. Then to the 64DD. Then back to the N64, until ultimately landing on Game Boy Advance in 2006, some 14 years after the project began. It's hard to even say what the game was, since it took so many different forms. So for the sake of brevity, we'll mostly focus on the 64 and DD versions. The team was made up of Itoi's Ape Inc., Iwata's HAL Labs, and even some Pokemon devs. Their plans were ambitious and would have made full use of the disk drive's unique features. Mother 3 was divided into 12 chapters, each with a different protagonist, some adults, some kids, and some non-human. Probably the most recognizable was Lucas, thanks to his role in the Smash Bros. Series. All 12 protagonists live in different places and different times with different motivations. The one thing they do share is all their worlds have a Chimera Forest, which supernaturally connects all of their disparate strands together. Here's the story from the Space World 99 official guidebook. Quote, "The main characters are a family of 4 with a dog living in a peaceful village. One day, after an unidentified object appears in a nearby cove, strange events start occurring in the village. Then, from the depths of the forest, an unsettling, terrifying scream can be heard. What's happening in those woods? To protect the forest, the village, and his beloved family, the Father Flint ventures into the trees. Here's a strange world that you can't quite decipher between the Middle Ages or the Old West," Itoi explained. And in the end, you realize the circumstances of what made it so strange. It was made in a way that you'd be thinking, this is weird. Then you make it through chapter 11, and hit chapter 12 and scream. Iwata said the 64DD's read-write function was a core theme of Mother 3, letting every player make their own unique impacts on the game world, similar to Zelda 64. He explained that in other games, if you rearrange a room, then leave and come back, it'd be restored to its default state. Any changes you made were gone. But on 64DD, everything would be remembered, making it feel more real, like it was your own. That concept wouldn't just apply to your room, but the entire game. NPCs would remember past conversations so they wouldn't repeat themselves, for example. And thanks to the DD's internal clock, you could do stuff like sow seeds, and 3 real-life days later, they'd sprout. All the DD features were working in unison to make something special. But eventually the disk drive's future started looking bleak, so development switched back to cartridge, which meant losing all those DD features and slimming down the story to only 9 chapters. At one point, the N64 version was roughly half done with a release date in May 2000, but after missing the deadline, Itoi announced Mother 3 was officially cancelled. The big game, once announced as a DD launch title, now wasn't coming out at all. But the story doesn't end there. A few years later, development picked back up on the GBA, with the game finally releasing in 2006 to reviews in the high 8s. Much of the story remained intact, but it got cut down even shorter. Originally it was 12 chapters taking place over a 10-year timeline, but just 8 chapters on GBA, spread over 3 years. The game famously never left Japan, but it didn't take long for fans to put together a high-quality translation of their own. Citing IGN, Wikipedia says after the game got downgraded to N64, there was an expansion disc in the works to add more content called Mother 3.5. Superfan Okeji Dragon asked a Mother designer if that was true in 2011, but he threw cold water on it, saying an expansion might have been an idea at some point, maybe, but they didn't put any actual work into it. And sadly, they never made a Mother 4. Series fans and DD enthusiasts have long dreamed of Mother 3 leaking online, but so far, no such luck. It's unknown how many copies even exist. Fans are aware of one copy in the hands of developer Brownie Brown, but lament there are no other leads to follow. We talked to some former Nintendo of America employees like localizer Jim Warnell, who said some copies came through there too.
We saw quite a few games that would come in for like early demo evaluation. I know we saw early versions of Mother 3. What I saw was just a really rough demo. I think it was the 3 to 4 main characters. From what I saw, it was really rough.
So instead of Japan, the superfans sniffing around for protocarts might have more luck talking to devs on this side of the pond. If a build ever does leak, it might come from old NOA staffers. But after all these years, odds seem slim. Earthbound 64 might be the holy grail that forever remains buried, never to be found. Desmond 3D is a game builder for making your own space shooters. Shoot 'em ups. You know, shmups. Similar to Mario Artist and the F-Zero X expansion, this was another one of those build-your-own Disneyland titles that Miyamoto was so enthusiastic about, and ultimately led to games like Mario Maker. Desmond's all about customization, designing your own ships, enemies, stages, and even music. It also comes with tutorials and some pre-built stages so you can understand what Desmond makes possible. You can build entire campaigns, all with mouse support. A cartridge version released in '98 is a Japan exclusive, and was later supposed to get a DD expansion. The cartridge actually contains a hidden message, thanking the debuggers and saying, quote, "We all sincerely hope the 64DD will be released as soon as possible." Little did they know, they still had another 1.5 years of delays ahead. The unreleased expansion would have used rewritable storage to let you save more levels, 3D models, textures, animations, and music than what was possible on a cartridge, basically by a factor of 10. You could even save multiple campaigns all on one disc. A shmup editor's a niche product for sure, but back in the 90s it would have been mind-blowing for the right kind of gamer. About a decade ago, the DD expansion disc was acquired and dumped online by a collector called Willis82. You can play it right now if you like, but you won't have much fun if you can't speak Japanese.
I think I singed my hair.
right easy.
After Mission Impossible set theaters ablaze in summer '96, a video game adaptation was hot on its heels. Originally intended for 16-bit systems, including Super Nintendo, publisher Ocean Software eventually shifted development over to N64. It was announced before the console was even out yet, along with an expansion planned for the 64DD. The disc would add new levels and take multiplayer online. But Ocean was having trouble settling into the 3D era. Early screenshots were too good to be true. Getting those graphics running on anything but PC was literally an impossible mission. And after a year and a half, the team could only get the game running at 4 frames a second. Development hell is probably a fair way to describe it, but we'll keep things short and just say a new team was put in charge, and after some delays, they finally managed to get it to market in 1998, squeezed onto a 12-megabyte cartridge. Those early plans for a disc expansion never came to fruition, with the devs saying, quote, "We haven't had the time to really think about it." And at that point, they were working up to 20 hours a day, 6 days a week, and they didn't even have time to implement multiplayer at all, let alone a deathmatch. A self-described spy simulator, the short campaign followed the same basic premise as the blockbuster film, but plot-wise branched off into new territory. Mission Impossible may have never found its way to DD or measured up to the high expectations set by GoldenEye for that matter, but thanks to the devs' Herculean efforts, the cartridge release turned out to be a decent success, reviewing in the 7s and selling well over 1 million copies, which was pretty good back then.
Tamagotchi, the original virtual reality pet. Your care determines the pets you get from Bandai.
In 1996, Bandai released Tamagotchi into the wild, selling tens of millions. In '97, they quickly followed up with a couple of Tamagotchi Game Boy games, then one on N64 called 64 de Haken. Tamagotchi Mina de Tamagotchi World. It's a board game pretty similar to Mario Party, with occasional mini-games and up to 4 players. We stumbled over a '97 interview where Nintendo executive Hiroshi Imanishi announced that not only was Fire Emblem coming to DD, but that Nintendo and Bandai were also in talks to make a Tamagotchi disc game. Quote, "We're discussing if we can do something interesting on 64DD. Presumably, it would have been more of a virtual pet experience than another board game. But since we were unable to find any more info online or in print, we can't say for sure, and don't know if it entered production or just fizzled out in negotiations." Paper Mario was announced as a DD exclusive in early '97. Originally, it was conceived as a sequel to Super Mario RPG, which had been developed by Square. The sequel was initially called Super Mario RPG 2, and naturally Nintendo asked Square to make this one as well. But Square turned them down because they already had their hands full making Final Fantasy VII. So they hired HAL Labs, the guys who made Earthbound. Then eventually the project landed in the laps of Intelligent Systems, at the time best known for the Fire Emblem franchise. Understandably, them picking up where Square left off was pretty controversial, and a lot of fans didn't think they were up to the task. They'd never made a 3D game before, unless you want to count Fire Emblem 64, which as we said got cancelled because they couldn't hack it. Intelligent Systems buckled down though and separated themselves from Square's offering with a brand new 2.5D aesthetic. By the end, it was no longer a sequel to Mario RPG, not in name, story, or even tone. The name changed to Paper Mario and finally released in late 2000 near the end of the N64's lifecycle, as a cartridge. Everyone loved it, but it only sold about half as many copies as the previous game, making it hard not to wonder how Super Mario RPG 2 might have turned out on disc, especially if Square had stayed in charge. New Japan Pro Wrestling Tokan Road Brave Spirits. Heck of a name. As you might have deduced from the title, it's a Japanese wrestling game that never reached foreign shores. It's based on the real-life New Japan Pro Wrestling League, which was founded in the 70s and still going strong to this day. Tokan Road came out on a cartridge in early '98 with a voiceover recorded at actual matches and a more sophisticated combat system than you typically experience in a wrestling game. Or so they say. Sorry, I'm playing as the red guy here, I don't know the button combinations. The game was a moderate success, and a DD expansion was planned to release in quick succession with more characters, rings, audio, and so on. Wikipedia thinks it got cancelled, but actually it got reworked into a standalone sequel, New Japan Pro Wrestling Tokan Road 2, The Next Generation, which came out less than a year after the first game. Again, only in Japan, but this time on a cartridge almost 3 times the size. Not much else to say about this one, so let's skip ahead to Back in the 90s, Ted Woolsey was a pretty famous localizer who translated games like Mario RPG, Final Fantasy VI, and Chrono Trigger. In '96, he left Square to found his own company called Big Rain, which was quickly bought out by publisher Crave Entertainment, where he stayed on as producer. At this point, Ted started producing 2 RPGs. One was Shadow Madness for PlayStation, which reviewed decently but sold below expectations. The other was for 64DD and codenamed Project Cairo, which Crave said would take full advantage of the hardware. If it was another anime RPG, I don't think we'd be making it, said Crave. We think the art in the game is as good, if not better, than that in Final Fantasy VII. Crave was in contract negotiations to base the game on a major comic book IP, though which one exactly was always kept secret. Cairo was on track to be pretty good, considering Woolsey's pedigree, but it ended up getting cancelled before so much as a screenshot was ever published, and more details, like which comic book it was based on, always remained elusive. We emailed Ted, but never heard back. Then we reached out to a couple dozen devs under his producership, and only got replies from 2 of them. Neither could remember dang near anything from almost 30 years ago. So unfortunately, Project Cairo endures as a big question mark. If any of you all watching this have any leads or worked on it yourself, our Twitter DMs and email are wide open. On the record, off the record, on background, anonymous, however you want to talk, we'll oblige. Though not as well known as it used to be, the Ogre Battle series has one hell of a pedigree. Starting in '93 on the Super Nintendo, you might think it looks a lot like Final Fantasy Tactics, but actually it's the other way around. Ogre came out first, then its creator left Quest Corporation for Squaresoft, and made Tactics as a spiritual successor. When that happened, Quest ventured out to make an Ogre sequel without him. There's some question online if it was ever actually intended for Nintendo's disk drive, but we managed to find confirmation in an issue of 64 Dream. Quote, Quest has announced they're developing an RPG exclusively for 64DD. We still don't know if the 64DD will sell or not, but the discerning Quest is going for it. Well, maybe they weren't that discerning. The DD did end up a failure after all. But Quest needed the extra storage only a disk could offer. Like many other DD games, the hardware's repeated delays ultimately pushed them to a standard N64 release, this time onto a 40 megabyte cartridge, which made it the biggest N64 game ever released at the time. And even on Kart, it managed to be one of the longest, fighting your way through 50 hours of civil war with 3 possible endings. Ogre Battle was published by Nintendo and finally released in '99, proving Quest still had the magic even after losing its creator. The game pulled in 9s like it was nothing, and is still considered one of the best real-time tactical RPGs of all time. Interestingly, the Nintendo GigaLeak revealed the cartridge was coded to get a disc expansion until pretty late in development, meaning after it was downgraded to Kart, Quest was still planning an additional disc. But code support was deleted prior to release, so the expansion never came out. We're going to talk about Pokemon RPG here in a minute, but for full context, first you need some backstory on Pokemon Snap. It all started in early 1995, a year before the first Pokemon Game Boy games released in Japan. Miyamoto, Iwata, and Itoy were talking about how rough devs had it at other companies, getting overworked just to crank out crap games. So they went to Nintendo president Yamauchi and said, why don't we hire some of these guys and give them complete freedom to make whatever they want for 64DD, with no deadlines. Surely, they'll cook up something incredible. Yamauchi was an open-minded guy, so he said, yeah, let's do it. They named the new studio Jack and Beans and put out an ad calling all developers. It said, talent is like a seed. Water properly, it'll sprout and grow as high as the heavens. But some seeds are neglected, buried, and can't grow. What a waste. Come with us, little seeds. We'll give you soil and water. Nintendo's new 64-bit machine awaits. Then it revealed Jack and Beans was led by legends like Miyamoto, Iwata, and Itoy. 550 devs showed up, and Nintendo picked the best 11. They were all elated to have gotten picked. But when they arrived for their first day of work, they were surprised to find their new office was tiny with hardly anything in it. Until recently, it had been Nintendo's ping pong room. Iwata handed them an envelope stuffed with cash. Here's $4,000, he said. Miyamoto told them, make something that's never been done before. And they left. The big guys were thinking, oh man, I wish we had it this good when we were young. No managers breathing down our necks, no deadlines, total freedom. But in reality, those 11 devs were terrified. They didn't know how to make something never done before. They spent the $4,000 on a TV, refrigerator, and some cabinets. There was minimal leadership from the big guys. They were too busy with other projects like Cabbage, Mother, and Mario. No one was put in charge, so the Jack guys wandered aimlessly for months till they eventually started making a game about taking pictures. That was an original idea, they thought. And DD discs have lots of writable storage, which could be used for saving tons of pictures. Wikipedia and other sites say at this point the game was literally based on Jack and the Beanstalk, but actually that was just the inspirational recruitment ad. Truth is, it doesn't seem like the game had much of a plot, or even a name. Even the guys making it thought it sucked. There wasn't any motivation for the player to take pictures or any rewards for doing so. They scrapped it and restarted several times, and even after all that, the team said it didn't even feel like a game. After a couple of years, Pokemon was exploding in popularity, and the anime had just debuted. So Nintendo mixed things up by making Pokemon the thing players take pictures of. Some of the Jack guys didn't like that idea, but it ultimately gave them some direction. Originally, the player wandered around on foot, but after experimenting with an on-rail system in certain areas, Miyamoto told them to make the entire game on rails. They also added Professor Oak, who grades your pictures and gives you points, thus providing a sense of progression. The third game changer was letting players print out their pictures and share them with friends, which got fans connecting in real life, similar to the Pokemon Game Boy games. The team finally felt like they had a game on their hands. Late in development, it switched from disc to Kart because they wanted to release it to line up with the first Pokemon movie. And also so they could launch before Gold and Silver came out, otherwise it'd make Snap look bad for not including any Gen 2 Pokemon. One of the main selling points in previews was being able to save all of your photos. In fact, disk's writable storage was why they made the camera game in the first place. But after switching to Kart, there was only enough storage to save 60 photos, not even enough for one picture of each Pokemon, which sort of undermined the game's original premise. Not to mention it only had 6 levels. Start to finish, the whole process lasted over 4 years and really soured Nintendo's belief in giving devs total freedom and no deadlines. Fortunately, things turned out okay. Pokemon Snap finally released in spring '99 to decent reviews and a few million sales. Not a lot by Pokemon standards, but enough to keep the lights on in the ping pong room. That was a pretty long history on Pokemon Snap, but it was necessary context to better understand another game on Wikipedia's canceled disc games list, Pokemon RPG. In '98, IGN reported a game codenamed Pokemon DD was in development, and speculated it'd play like the Game Boy games. That speculation got spread as fact by folks like Lost Media Wiki, who said it was going to be the series' first console RPG. As we've already discussed, websites like IGN got a lot of their information from Japanese magazines. Digging through them now, we found those magazines were talking about a Pokemon RPG for DD back then. They don't have many details, though there was plenty of speculation, like maybe it'd come out as multiple colors like the Game Boy games. Or there'll be additional discs that add more forests and towns, which sounds awesome, but we couldn't find any statements from Nintendo backing any of that up. We did find an interesting interview from Miyamoto, though, in summer '97. When asked about Pokemon coming to the disc drive, he says, "For now, we plan to release 2 kinds of Pokemon game. One will be an entirely different genre from an RPG. That one will release first." The interviewer asks when. He says it'll be a DD launch title, but can't give away any details until the next Space World. With what we know now in the future, Miyamoto was clearly referring to Pokemon Stadium. Next, the interviewer asks, and what's the state of the other one, the Pokemon RPG? Miyamoto, well, right now, we currently have 10 staff members working on the Pokemon RPG, but we plan to add another 20 people soon. End quote. This interview took place about 2 months after Jack and Bean's camera game was transformed into Pokemon Snap. At the time, you could run around freely, and what the game was exactly was constantly in flux. So it's understandable that when the interviewer called it an RPG, Miyamoto didn't say boo, especially since he didn't want to spill the beans until Space World. More revealing is when he said the RPG has 10 staff members. We know the Jack team was 11 guys, and 1 quit in the middle due to the troubled development. That makes 10. Miyamoto also says they're going to add 20 more. Pokemon Snap's credits, if you subtract the producers, localizers, and voice actors, and just account for the core team, shows a staff of 34. The math all adds up. The RPG was Pokemon Snap. After Snap officially revealed, Pokemon RPG was replaced with Pokemon Snap on Japanese magazine's upcoming game lists, with its genre switched from RPG to ETC. Meanwhile, in the English-speaking world, IGN kept on reporting that Stadium, Snap, and Pokemon RPG were all different projects. But Miyamoto said there were 2 DD games in development, not 3. Nintendo said that all along, even before the Miyamoto interview. 2 3D Pokemon games for 64 DD, which were revealed as Stadium and Snap in early '98. But before their official titles were revealed, both were referred to as Pokemon 64 and Pokemon DD interchangeably, which confused 90s journalists. There was also a third game, Hey You Pikachu for N64, confusing things even worse. For about a year, Nintendo was constantly teasing these games to build up hype and sell consoles, while trying not to reveal too much before their official reveals. Even for us, with the benefits of hindsight and modern internet, sorting through all this mess was still confusing as hell. But after translating hundreds of pages of Pokemon primary sources over the past few years, it's clear that Pokemon RPG was born from vague statements about multiple titles and combined into one imaginary game fans wanted to exist. Did you know gaming's not innocent in all this either? We spread the Pokemon RPG rumor too in a video 5 years ago.
In a 1998 IGN article, the site listed 4 upcoming Pokemon N64 games: Pokemon RPG, Hey You Pikachu, Pokemon Snap, and Pokemon Stadium, implying Pokemon RPG was an entirely different game than Stadium, despite both being turn-based. It's thought the game would have been in line with the main Pokemon series, but for home consoles. The only first-hand mention of it was in a 1997 interview with Miyamoto, conducted by Electronic Gaming Monthly. When asked about the game's progress, he said 10 people were currently working on the game, and that while it was planned to come out in Japan, a US release was still up in the air.
Miyamoto was actually talking about Stadium 1 in that interview, which was indeed slated as a DD launch title at the time, and only came out in Japan. That's our bad. We should have dug deeper into primary sources back then instead of repeating surface-level internet info. Our sincerest apologies. We could spend another 10 minutes dissecting interviews and connecting dots, but I think we've made our point. To wrap all this up, Wikipedia says there are 5 cancelled DD Pokemon games. The Stadium Expansion Disc and Stadium 2 are the same thing though, so we'll cross one off the list. And we're going to cross Pokemon RPG off too. There were only 3 DD Pokemon games, plus one more if you count Stadium Gold and Silver, all of which released on cartridge. Okay, with all of that debunked, let's move on to some games that did exist. Super Robot Wars 64 is set 200 years after a population crisis that pushed most of humanity fleeing to space. The ruling class stayed planetside to govern the space colonies but grew ever more oppressive with the passage of time. Eventually, Earth and the colonies went to war, resulting in half the underclass getting wiped out. But in the ashes of their conflict, an alien empire shows up to conquer what's left. The player takes control of resistance fighters. That's the story. Gameplay-wise, it's a grid-based strategy RPG similar to Fire Emblem, but based in science fiction. The campaign's pretty long, with 124 playable missions, though a lot of them are optional side quests. The game also made use of the transfer pack, which let you link up with a Game Boy entry to unlock additional characters and equipment. Super Robot Wars got good reviews when it came out in late '99, but sadly never left Japan. It's actually part of a long-running series that started in the early 90s on Game Boy, and continued into the present with over 50 sequels that cross over with famous mech franchises, like Gundam and Neon Genesis Evangelion. Just a few weeks ago, a Japanese N64 enthusiast called Neko Kabu discovered internal code inside Wars 64, revealing the devs tried to make the cartridge release compatible with the 64DD expansion, presumably for additional content, like missions, characters, and equipment, but there's not enough in the code to determine what the disc expansion would have done exactly. Likewise, it's unclear if an expansion was planned out or merely considered. Shogi is basically Japanese chess. Though it was originally brought from China to Japan in the 700s, modern shogi is only about 400 years old. It's a strategy game for 2 players and still popular in the land of the rising sun to this day. Morita Shogi 64 was announced for the 64DD, but ended up releasing on cartridge instead. Or at least, that's what it says on Wikipedia. But that doesn't make any sense, since Morita Shogi 64 released in early '98, while Shogi DD was announced in late '99. Both contradicting sources are cited by Wikipedia. What really happened is Seta Corporation made one shogi game as a launch title in '96, and then another in '98 with a modem connection port built into the cartridge. Plug in your landline cord and you can play other shogi heads over the internet. The only N64 game ever made like that. Then a year and a half later, Nintendo announced another game simply called Shogi. Other than that tentative title, there were 0 details, like who was making it or how it would have improved on the cartridge release. We did, however, find an interview with Seta Corporation CEO, where he discussed ideas for a potential Shogi DD. In short, if the computer loses, it analyzes how it lost, he said. Then it learns, so the next time it faces the player, it won't fall for the same tricks. The difference, from the N64 version, is it learns from the player, and the game itself changes. I want to make this sort of, let's call it an automatic rewrite algorithm, to alter its own strategies little by little. End quote. In that regard, it'd be similar to Iwata's algorithm for Cabbage, using the DD's rewrite function to produce and save a self-learning AI. There's no proof that this was the same shogi that Nintendo announced was coming to the disk drive, but it seems likely, especially since Seta had already made 2 shogis, the second of which had netplay, and AI was their plan to move things forward with the disk iteration. On a side note, it's worth mentioning that N64 hacker Zoinkitty recently discovered unique code in another N64 shogi game. Yes, there were 4 of them. That suggests it was originally developed for 64DD before moving to cartridge. That game, called AI Shogi 3, was made by i4 Corporation and released in '98 though, so it's definitely not the cancelled DD shogi that Nintendo announced in late '99. Ide Yuzuki is a celebrity mahjong player in Japan. Remember all of those Brain Age games where the real-life neuroscientist Dr. Kawashima kept your mind from aging like mush? Ide Yuzuki is like that guy, but for mahjong, the 4-player board game invented in China 200 years ago. In addition to playing professionally, Ide also starred in some video games. Ide Yuzuki's Master Mahjong for Nintendo Famicom, Ide Yuzuki's Mahjong Classroom for PlayStation, and lots more from 3DO to Wii. He was going to have a DD game too, called Ide Yuzuki's Mahjong School. Primarily aimed at beginners, the campaign mode put you in the shoes of a lodger living with the Murakama family who love mahjong. There are also a few other characters too, most notably Lisa the American exchange student, and Master Ide himself. You could play in tournaments, or just choose opponents you vibe with for free play. They all have backstories, make conversation, and part of the fun was reading their vocal and facial expressions, which you could use to inform your strategy. Outside of the main campaign, there was another mode for observing games from a real-life championship, with the benefit of Master Ide's commentary. At any point, you could push a button and take over one side of the game yourself, if you have the stones to challenge the pros. You could also play friends online and access other online features. Unfortunately, during development, Ide's Mahjong School got downgraded to a standard cartridge, then later canceled completely. Or at least that's what it says on Wikipedia. Truth is, it did come out in 2000. Mahjong wasn't as lucky as Shogi though, which got that modem connection port built into the cartridge. No more online features for Ide, sadly. Like DT Blood Masters and Derby Stallion, Mahjong would have let 4 players plug in their Game Boys to use as controllers with screens, but that didn't make it in either. And of course, the final release was only in Japan, which is a shame, since it would have been good for gaijin who want to learn Mahjong. Mario Party came out in '98, followed up a year later with Mario Party 2, adding new boards and minigames. The internal code reveals the second game was actually intended as a disc expansion for the first, which is reflected on screen if you boot up Mario Party 1 with a random disc in the DD. The intro cutscene gets interrupted with an error saying to insert the correct disc, which doesn't happen with other N64 games, except the ones programmed to get expansions, like F-Zero and Ocarina of Time. In an alternate timeline where the DD released sooner like it was supposed to, and Party 2 was released on disc like it was supposed to, Mario Party 3 presumably would have been an expansion as well. From a technical perspective, it was indeed possible for one game to get multiple disc expansions. Both sequels came out on cartridge anyway, so it's not like we're missing out on content. We are missing out on money though, since carts typically sold for $60 and discs were $20 or $30. Now, I'm not butthurt about a few dollars all these years later, but it is an interesting footnote in DD history. And after that precedent was set, it'd be interesting to see how Nintendo handled the dozen sequels that came after. Wikipedia's list has one entry that's baffled us for months, simply labeled Namco RPG. Looking into it a bit further, it was reportedly part of the Tales series, which used to be one of the best-selling RPG series, earning itself about 20 sequels. The first game, Tales of Fantasia, came out on Super Nintendo in '95. A year later, a Namco spokesman told IGN a sequel was coming to DD in just a few months, implying the game's development was almost complete. At that time, Namco was expecting the DD was going to release soon. It didn't though, and Tales DD was never mentioned again. Namco did, however, reveal a new Tales game for PlayStation 6 months later, called Tales of Destiny. Initially, we thought Namco must have ported it from DD to PlayStation when they realized the DD wasn't launching as soon as they thought. But then we saw design documents proving Destiny was always meant for the PlayStation. Early Tales games were made by the same team, so it seems unlikely Namco had a second team making another unique Tales for Nintendo. Possibly they were going to dual release Destiny on PS1 and 64 DD, but that doesn't seem likely either, and the game's code doesn't suggest that was happening. The only other possibility is that Namco announced a fake game. But that doesn't make any sense, especially since they announced a sports game in that same interview, which did come to N64 in '97, just as they said it would. Frankly, we're at our wits' end with this one. What was Tales 64 DD? There's no details online, and all we could find in print was a Japanese blurb saying Namco's making a DD RPG, but, quote, no information at all. Just that it's being made. We tried to get a hold of the devs, but they didn't want to talk. We reached out to that Namco spokesman, but he never got back to us. We worked with fan group Life Bottle Productions trying to get to the bottom of this mysterious Tales game, and even with their rare interviews and knowledge of the code, they were just as baffled as we were. So in a similar case as Project Cairo, we just gotta throw up our hands and admit defeat. If you have any inside info or leads, you know where to find us. And now our final disc game. There's one easily overlooked, very boring sounding title on Wikipedia's list. It just says Communication Game, from the makers of PostPet, an email application. We looked and looked, but couldn't find any more details online or in print. We weren't sure if the game was even real. Nintendo also used the term communication game for Animal Crossing though. So we were curious, and reached out to Kazuhiko Hachiya, the creator of PostPet and presumed director of this communication game. And he told us yes, the project was real. It was a Marigold management game, just like DT Blood Masters, Derby Stallion, and Cubivore. But the project ended midway through development for, quote, various reasons. We asked what the game was exactly, but apparently 25 years later, it's still a secret. As boring as Communication Game appears at a passing glance, we think it might have been more than it appears. Because while we don't know much about the canceled project, we do know a lot about Hachiya. We'll give you a quick rundown. In the mid-90s, email was a relatively new concept.
Email, or electronic mail, is a way of sending messages to someone computer to computer.
Hachiya's girlfriend didn't want to use email. She found it cold and complicated. So he made a little program where silly animals delivered emails for her. She loved it, and Hachiya hired a few friends to turn it into a full-fledged product called PostPet, the least efficient, most charming email inbox of all time. The way it works is PostPets hang out in your inbox, eating, dancing, using the litter box, and so on. When you want to send an email, a PostPet will grab it and disappear off screen, then appear on your friend's computer to deliver your message. Then they'll stay there for a while, demanding to be fed and pet, playing with their PostPets, and keeping a diary of how your friend treats them. When your friend emails you back, your PostPet will take it and come back home and tell you how it was treated. If it was treated poorly, it might not want to deliver any more emails to that person. Or maybe they'll just tear the email to shreds. On the other hand, if it was given food and love, it might start writing your friend emails all on its own. We could go on and on about how PostPet worked, but you get the idea. It was a huge hit and millions of Japanese people used PostPet instead of a regular email account. Hachiya got rich, but refused venture capital so he could keep his team small, and always aimed to do the opposite of what Silicon Valley does. New versions of PostPet are still being made today, vastly expanding on the original. Most notably a Nintendo DS version developed by Alpha Dream, the same studio that made the Mario and Luigi games. In the 90s, Hachiya also invented a jet-fueled skateboard based on Back to the Future, and tried to invent a TV telephone that'd fly itself to people you want to talk to. But he had more success recreating the fictional Maui aircraft from the Miyazaki film Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind. Here's Hachiya flying it himself a few years ago. He's also still a huge 90s gamer. To this day, he calls himself an N64 fundamentalist. He's got one of the few 64 DDs in existence and still plays his games, like F-Zero and Ocean the Giant. He's a big Pikmin fan as well, and likes playing the new one on his Switch. So that's to say, whatever he was cooking up for the disk drive, it no doubt would have been imaginative. Possibly we're overthinking it, and Communication Game was just an intra-DD post-pet messaging system. But Marigold's involvement, the secrecy, and Hachiya's eccentricity leads us to believe it was more than that. Besides, the DD already had an email system built into RandNet. Maybe like Post-Pets and Animal Crossing, it could have become a huge franchise continuing into the present. Or perhaps just a one-off cult classic. Either way, it's a shame we'll never get to play it. And that brings us to the end of our list of 64 disk drive titles. By our count, we've covered 31 canceled new games, 9 expansions, and 3 ports. Another 13 games got downgraded to N64 carts, 3 were pushed to GameCube, and 4 jumped ship to competing consoles. Some lines are admittedly a little blurry, like was Simcopter 64 a port because it's based on a PC release, or a new game since it was getting completely reimagined. There's certainly room for debate, but we've categorized and tracked down sources to the best of our abilities. Though as we said before, we're not infallible, and there's undoubtedly information and entire projects we couldn't find. It's also worth noting that even the 9 games that did release were arguably incomplete. RandNet President Kayama said we could expect Japan Pro Golf Tour to get more post-release courses like Augusta and St. Andrews. Miyamoto talked about additional discs providing Crazy Taxi and other experiences within SimCity. The repeated delays and ultimate failure of the 64DD was tragic. We basically missed out on half of a Nintendo console generation. Some of its ideas were reinterpreted in the future, but others got buried in the 90s forever, lost to time.
Did you know? The Nintendo 64 had over 350 officially licensed games during the console's lifespan. While games like Super Mario 64 and The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time remain revered classics today, some games aren't so fondly remembered. It may surprise you that a lot of poorly received titles had an interesting production, and in many cases, a game's lack of quality or polish wasn't the fault of the developers. Time constraints, budget cuts, last-minute changes, and even meddling from out-of-touch executives can all profoundly impact a game's production. Today, we'll be looking at some of these titles to see what went wrong, and where possible, talk to the developers who worked on them. When talking about N64 games that received little praise, there's one title that sticks out among the rest. Superman, the new Superman Adventures, better known as Superman 64, has the distinction of being rated the worst N64 game by numerous outlets, and is perhaps one of the worst games of all time. The Man of Steel flew onto the N64 to poor reviews, with fans criticizing the controls, level design, and presence of numerous glitches that held the game back. The title was largely based on the TV show Superman the Animated Series. As a TV tie-in, it seemed like a lucrative endeavor for developers Titus Interactive, as well as license holders Warner Brothers. Titus already had experience with game development, and at this point had made a few N64 games. So what went wrong? Eric Kahn, one of the founders of Titus, originally approached Warner Brothers Licensing to get the rights to Superman. Shortly after making a deal, Warner Brothers licensing staff was shuffled around, and friction between Titus and Warner Brothers began to heat up. The original plan was for Titus to release an N64, PlayStation 1, and a Game Boy game based on Superman the Animated Series. The Game Boy version was completed in a short time, but the N64 game is where the situation got complicated. Originally, Eric Kahn and his team wanted to make a game that resembled Tomb Raider, where players would control Superman in an action-adventure title involving some real-time strategy. The game would be open world and let Superman fly, fight, and include all his superpowers. Despite these goals, the team quickly ran into the limitations of the N64 and had issues realizing their scope. The technical limitations weren't the only thing holding them back, however. Warner Brothers made increasingly drastic requests which hindered development. The licensing team wanted the game to resemble Sim City and have Superman be the mayor of Metropolis. Kahn fought back against these demands, later saying the mayor idea was pathetic. The micromanagement from Warner Brothers licensing continued to hold back development, with Warner Brothers and DC Comics questioning Kahn and his team's vision for the game at every step. The team at Titus had to fight for basic functions, with Warner Brothers refusing to sign off on ideas like Superman being able to swim, and would use Superman comics to back up their points. Titus at one point even made parts of the game destructible, but DC was against the idea of Superman destroying things in the environment, as, quote, Superman could not act like a bad person. The PlayStation version was nixed by Warner Brothers, despite being 90% complete. In late 2020, a prototype of the PS1 build would be unofficially published online. Eric Kahn maintains that the primary reason he and his team had so many issues was that a new team had taken over at Warner Brothers Licensing, and these new hires thought a bigger company, like EA, would make a better game, so they held Titus back as much as possible to kill the project. The next N64 title may have gotten bad reviews, but some versions of it are highly prized. Clay Fighter Sculptor's Cut is sought after by video game collectors, and often sells for over $2,000 at auction. The title was released as a rental-only game at Blockbuster in the US, making it difficult to find these days, especially in mint condition. What some casual fans might not realize is that Sculptor's Cut was actually based on Clay Fighter 63 1/3, a title that then IGN writer Matt Casamassino stated would remain a prominent title for N64 libraries for years to come, because it's so terrible, it sets the standard for bad. Clay Fighter 63 1/3 certainly didn't live up to the hype, and left some fans disappointed, as it fell behind the standard of the first two games. Clay Fighter and Clay Fighter 2 Judgment Clay were both released for the SNES. Penned as parodies of Street Fighter, the games were well received and sold well, so it only made sense for Interplay Productions to release a new version on Nintendo's next-generation console, the Nintendo 64. Founded in 1983, Interplay had many successful games under their belt before tackling Clay Fighter 63 1/3. The studio developed the Earthworm Jim series, The Bard's Tale, and had lucrative projects like Mario Teaches Typing and several Star Trek titles. Despite their successes, in 1998, Interplay was nearing bankruptcy. While Interplay's money issues would only come to light after Clay Fighter 63 1/3's release, it might have caused management to rush Clay Fighter's development. We talked to Didier Malenfant, one of the game's programmers, to get more info. Malenfant was brought on board in December 1996, in the middle of Clay Fighter's development. He told us he was originally brought on to port the game to the PlayStation, as Interplay had plans for a dual release. In the end, however, they decided to axe the PS1 port. Interplay originally hoped this new Clay Fighter would be a 3DO M2 title, before they shifted focus to the Nintendo 64. But this was a small blessing, as the team had issues working on the M2 and welcomed the change to Nintendo's new console. Scheduling became something that management focused on, and to remain on time, they pulled their resources into the main platform, the N64. While Malenfant didn't know the exact reason why the PlayStation port was cancelled over the N64 port, if he had to guess, it was because the N64 was the newer platform, and there might have been more potential for sales. Interplay had published Carmageddon, developed by Stainless Games for the N64 a couple of months before Clay Fighter, but Clay Fighter was fully developed in-house at Interplay, meaning it was also the team's first real experience with the hardware. Clay Fighter 63 1/3 continued the series series' stop-motion technology for its graphics, and brought in an all-star cast to voice the game's fighters. Dan Castellaneta, best known for his role as Homer Simpson, would voice a few of the game's characters, and Michael Buffer would be the announcer. Malenfant also told us that fitting all of the game's data onto a cartridge was a struggle, and this led to several characters being cut from the roster. While some of these characters would be brought back for Sculptor's Cut, other fighters were not so lucky. Speaking of games with an adult sense of humor, South Park Rally and South Park Chef's Love Shack were both released for the N64 to fairly negative reviews, especially compared to other versions of these games on competing consoles. Acclaim Studios published both titles, with Tantalus Interactive developing Rally and Acclaim Studios Austin developing Chef's Love Shack. These games, which came out earlier in South Park's run, seemed like love letters to fans. They both had a plethora of references and featured the voice talents from the show. However, they also had extremely rushed developments, with some characters being cut from Rally and the amount of content in Chef's Love Shack being noticeably low compared to other quiz titles of the era. Chef's Love Shack on N64 in particular cut out audio, such as when Chef reads questions, and had some lengthy load times. So what went wrong with these two titles? Well, Matt Stone and Trey Parker addressed the less than favorable South Park games on the official South Park blog in 2001. Matt Stone stated, "Acclaim did such a good job of up the games that now no one is really that interested in the license. I will say this, Trey and I had little to nothing to do with the first games, and if we do another video game, it will be R-rated. We wanted to do that in the first place, but everyone said it was impossible. Now everyone is doing adult-themed games." Trey Parker would have similar comments as well. One developer joked to Den of Geek that Chef's Love Shack was the highest quality you could get with only 5 months of development time. Rally was also developed in a huge time crunch, with only 7 months being spent on every version of the game. It seems that the reason for the poor quality of the first few South Park titles could be boiled down to a couple of points: the lack of editorial supervision from the original creators, and Acclaim Studios rushing out the games for some quick cash. Now that we've experienced the Stick of Truth and the Fractured Butthole, it's hard to see these early South Park games as anything other than wasted potential. Mortal Kombat Mythologies Sub-Zero was a 1997 action-adventure RPG spin-off released for the original PlayStation, N64, and surprisingly, Tiger Electronics. The game was intended to be a full sub-series, but due to its critical reception, Midway and Avalanche Studios abandoned plans to continue it. In theory, the title sounds great: expand the deep lore of Mortal Kombat while providing Midway an opportunity to break into the side-scrolling beat-em-up genre. The spin-off would also use live-action, full-motion video, and featured the actual fighting actors from the game to show the console's capabilities over the arcade cabinet. There was a lot of care put into the title's story, as John Tobias, the co-creator of Mortal Kombat, headed the project. New characters like Quan Chi would be explored in the title, creating a richer storytelling experience that wasn't doable in a traditional arcade title. However, when it came time to bring their vision to the N64, the team ran into issues. Due to the cart size, the live-action cutscenes, one of the biggest marketing points for the game, had to be replaced with still images and text. This was due to issues fitting all the movie data into the somewhat restrictive N64 carts. In the end, the title was just too ambitious, and the team was too inexperienced with the beat-em-up genre. The devs wanted to include Mortal Kombat's fighting system in a side-scroller, which sounds good on paper, but had issues with implementation. The team opted to stay faithful to Mortal Kombat's fighting game style, which meant they needed a button to turn around, as the directional inputs would also be used for moves. As you might expect, this made the controls very awkward. The RPG system also felt tacked on, and the levels suffered from poor design and a serious lack of polish. We tracked down TabMock99, a long-standing member of the Mortal Kombat community, who gave us additional insight into the development process. During Mythology's production, the Mortal Kombat team was apparently spread too thin. Ed Boon, the other co-creator of the series, was absent from Mythologies altogether, as he was busy working on the next main installment in the series, Mortal Kombat 4. According to TabMock99, 1999, Mythologies was Midway's first venture into a proper console title. Previously, games were ported to the console after the devs finished making the arcade game. The team's inexperience with the hardware led to some difficulty, as levels and power-ups were cut. What's worse is that, despite the scope of the project, the team was small, and spent just 14 months in development. There were 5 artists, 2 programmers, and a single sound designer. The team was also trying to work on multiple ports of Mythologies at the same time, including one that was cut. Only a single page from a Dutch magazine exists of the cancelled PC port. Mortal Kombat Mythologies Sub-Zero would prove to be so disastrous for Avalanche Software that Midway stopped using the team for Mortal Kombat titles, and the Mythology sub-series was scrapped altogether. Avalanche Studios would continue to produce Rampage titles for Midway, but after 2 titles, the studio would produce licensed titles almost exclusively. In 2005, Disney Interactive Studios acquired the company, and Avalanche Studios has produced Disney titles since then. In 2020, it was revealed they will be the primary studio developing a new Harry Potter title, Hogwarts Legacy. Another title that isn't so well remembered was Monster Truck Madness 64. Released in 1999, the title was largely based on the PC game Monster Truck Madness 2. The N64 title was co-published by 2 unexpected partners on a Nintendo platform, Rockstar Games and Microsoft. The game's production was ambitious, aiming to add more courses, more trucks, including a tie-in with World Championship Wrestling, various weather and lighting conditions like fog and night courses, side modes, and more content from the first Monster Truck Madness. Despite the high hopes from Rockstar and Microsoft, the N64 port fell flat. In GameSpot's review of the title, writer Nelson Tarek said, "Playing Monster Truck Madness 64 is like driving a lemon. You really want to get somewhere with it, but something's sure to break down along the way," and scored the game a 3.9 out of 10. Critics generally complained about the difficult single-player campaign and the game's controls. The N64 version has elements that align it more with an arcade racer, such as items, while also trying to be a simulated monster truck experience. The balance of realism and franticness was difficult for the developers at Edge of Reality to achieve. Not only this, but Monster Truck Madness 64 was the team's first N64 port, and they were unfamiliar with the system. We got in touch with Mike Panoff, the game's lead programmer and producer, and asked him what challenges the team faced. Panoff told us that Monster Truck Madness 64 was actually Edge of Reality's first project ever. Not only were they porting the game at this time, but they were also setting up all the structures for the company proper while stretched thin. The team quickly ran into the technical limitations of the Nintendo 64. While Monster Truck Madness 2 ran well on PCs, the team discovered that making it work on the N64's 4 megabytes of RAM and on an 8 megabyte cartridge was a tall order. Edge of Reality was also building their own engine, which was difficult. That same engine would later be used in other titles such as the N64 ports of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. From their experience with Monster Truck Madness 64, the team was able to improve the engine and deliver higher quality titles on the N64. Panoff told us, "We had to sacrifice visual fidelity to make it work. However, we were able to add some cool features like 4-controller multiplayer and some minigames." Panoff wishes that Edge of Reality had more time for polish, but says that he enjoyed making and playing the title. Another car-based game, Carmageddon 64, is possibly the worst reviewed Nintendo 64 title we're talking about today. Carmageddon was a series produced by Stainless Games and published by Interplay, which we touched on earlier in the video. The series has some inspiration from the Mad Max franchise, and even planned on using the license. Unfortunately, the team was unable to find who owned the license and settled on Death Race 2000. The first Carmageddon was a success, and work began on a sequel very quickly. Carmageddon 2 was released for the PC, and Interplay wanted to release a version on the N64. However, Interplay was going through several changes at the time, and was bought by Titus Interactive. Titus, wanting to get a return on their investment, decided to rush Carmageddon 64 out the door. In an interview, producer Ben Gunstone stated that getting Carmageddon 64 working on the Nintendo 64 was a real challenge. He later said the biggest challenge was getting Carmageddon 64 out on time and within budget. The game also had to be changed in numerous regions due to the violent nature of the title. Pedestrians that could be run over were changed to zombies, and in Germany, they were even changed to dinosaurs. The result was a mess. IGN gave the title a 1.3 out of 10 and declared that it was even worse than Superman 64. Reviewers also said that Carmageddon 64 featured terrible audio and sound design, unresponsive controls, and terrible visuals, which made the game virtually unplayable. All because Titus Interactive wanted to make a quick buck. Did you know? Many classic Nintendo 64 titles were originally very different to what gamers ultimately got their hands on. Though some N64 games only had minor alterations in gameplay and visuals, as is the case with titles like Super Mario 64 and Ocarina of Time, some other games on the system would completely switch genre, or even end up with an entirely different cast of characters. In this video, we're showcasing some of the most interesting and drastic examples of Nintendo 64 games that completely changed from concept to final product. So let's kick things off with a title from one of the most important developers on the platform. British developer Rare is behind some of the most iconic and well-regarded games on the N64, including the third best-selling title on the system, GoldenEye 007. Interestingly enough, GoldenEye didn't start as an N64 game at all. In early 1994, Rare co-founder Tim Stamper and designer Greg Mayles arrived at a GoldenEye press conference at Leavesden Studio in London. The two came to the set to meet with the film's art director, Andrew Ackland Snow, and discuss an official tie-in game they were making for the Super Nintendo. As reported in Nintendo Power magazine, Rare had just begun working on a side-scrolling SNES prototype around February. We don't know much about the SNES version of GoldenEye, what it looked like, how it played, or if it even started full development. However, it's a safe bet that it would have been very different from the released version directed by Martin Hollis. Having an interest in video games since the days of the BBC microcomputer, Hollis applied for a job at Rare in 1993. His first role at the company was as the junior programmer on the arcade version of Killer Instinct, which was a one-year project by fewer than 10 people. Following the completion of Killer Instinct in March 1994, Hollis began tinkering with the new SGI workstations and wondered what he could do next. The SNES 007 project had petered out by this point, and Hollis asked Tim Stamper if he could direct a new GoldenEye game for the Ultra 64. Stamper said yes, and work began in early 1995 with a small team of Hollis, programmer Mark Edmonds, and artists Carl Hilton and B. Jones. The original 9-page document for the game envisioned the title as an on-rail shooter a la Sega's Virtua Cop, except in this case there was no light gun. At a certain point early on, the team decided to do both an FPS mode and an on-rail shooter mode. In addition to Virtua Cop, the team took heavy influence from Doom, plus John Woo action flicks like Hard Boiled. According to Martin Hollis in a 2007 interview with Gamasutra, GoldenEye was intended as a launch title for the N64 in conjunction with the film's November 1995 release. But this did not go as planned. The N64 got delayed in North America until April 1996, due to the chipsets still being finalized and major concerns about software quality. Making matters worse, the small team working on GoldenEye repeatedly missed their deadlines. The first year was spent creating an engine and designing art assets, with more staff being added later to help move development along. David Doak, who assisted with AI scripting and the overall design, was the first new hire. Junior members such as Doak helped give the game a slightly new vision, adding more of a Mario 64 influence rather than Virtual Cop. Elements such as the multiplayer mode, added 6 months before release, were being done as development sped up. GoldenEye's multiplayer mode originally had ex-Bond actors like Sean Connery and Roger Moore, a choice Nintendo's legal team was not a fan of. Much to the team's dismay, it had to be removed. The legal team did not appreciate the use of real-world gun names, insisting that every gun be renamed by Rare. The Klob, perhaps the most infamous gun in the game, was named in honor of Nintendo producer Ken Lobb, who worked with Martin Hollis years back on Killer Instinct. GoldenEye 007 would release in August 1997, roughly 22 months after the film it was based on, transitioning from an SNES game to an on-rail shooter and eventually taking the form we know today. Released in North America in early 2001, the original Paper Mario is widely considered one of the greatest RPGs, if not the greatest, on the N64. Part of the game's appeal had to do with its unique and timeless storybook art style, which combined 3D and 2D elements onto a single screen. But believe it or not, the game wasn't always going to look this way. According to a year 2000 interview with Nintendo technical support Hiroyasu Sasano, developers Intelligent Systems spent close to a year and a half trying out different characters and aesthetics. At one point, the team tried using polygons via silicon graphics technology, but scrapped it as they worried the style would overlap the Zelda N64 games. They also tested pre-rendered graphics in the style of the original Super Mario RPG, but this quickly got scrapped as well. On March 5th, 1997, artist Naohiko Ayama proposed a new art direction utilizing a single rough piece of concept art he had created, a simplistic 3D world with paper-thin 2D sprites. The team approved the idea and it stuck for the rest of the development. It was decided early on that the game should be less of a sequel to Super Mario RPG Legend of the Seven Stars, and more of its own thing. Despite this, the game was previewed as Super Mario RPG 2, as late as the Nintendo Space World presentation in August 1999. The name Super Mario Adventure was also used for a moment, according to a report by Nintendo Power Source. As for the game's badge mechanic, the team did not want the plumber to use actual weapons, so they opted to use an analogous customization system instead. A few badges got scrapped during development. One example was the Power of Rage badge, which put Mario into a berserk state with an extremely high power level. In that same 2000 interview, Intelligent Systems director Ryoto Kawade remarked, "For some reason, Power of Rage made him turn green when he was berserk. The programmer who created it was a Luigi fan, and I guess the idea was that if Mario became Luigi, it could be very dangerous." But the N64 was popular for more than just its first and second party titles. Not much is known about the first version of Bomberman Hero, the oft-forgotten entry in Hudson Soft's strategic and literally explosive series of titles. Surprisingly, the first version of the game did not feature Bomberman at all, instead starring Bonk, or Genjin, the caveman kid from Hudson's 16-bit side-scrollers. IA Studio, a Machida-based studio founded in July 1990, was contacted to help develop this Ultra Genjin game. IA had previously worked on the Bonk games for the TurboGrafx 16, SNES, and NES, so the decision to bring them on board made perfect sense. Production began in June 1995 and ended after just 6 months. According to IA Studio planner Shoichi Yoshikawa, in an interview with CRV of Game Developer Research Institute, the team was inexperienced in creating 3D platformers and struggled with turning the 2D elements of Bonk into 3D. The video game industry was transitioning fast, and Hudson and IA were having trouble adapting. Although Ultra Genshin got scrapped, the design lived on in the form of Bomberman Hero, released years later in 1998, with some of the Bonk DNA still intact. The development of Nintendo's offbeat Pokemon spin-off, Pokemon Snap, is a strange one, as it started life as an entirely original game franchise. In October 2010, Nintendo published an Iwata Asks regarding the then newly released Kirby's Epic Yarn for Nintendo Wii. The interview discussed the initial version of Epic Yarn pitched to Nintendo, which starred an original character named Prince Fluff, who ended up in a supporting role in the final game. The interview takes a quick shift as Satoru Iwata relates this change to Pokemon Snap, a game that some key Epic Yarn staff were a part of. Iwata said, "Originally, Pokemon Snap for the Nintendo 64 system was not a Pokemon game, but rather a normal game in which you took photos. But the motivation for playing the game was not clear. It took 3.5 years until the completion and release of Pokemon Snap." In early 1995, Iwata, Shigeru Miyamoto, and Shigesato Itoi began assembling the Jack and the Beanstalk team, a group of Japanese developers outside of Nintendo who could make Ultra 64 games with new and unique approaches. The trio realized that some Japanese development houses provided miserable conditions and poor outlooks, leaving many talented designers and programmers stuck in a rut. But Jack and Beans could get these struggling developers out of their current positions and into a better job. The first day of Jack and Beans was on August 20th, 1995, on the second floor of Nintendo's Tokyo office, dubbed the Table Tennis Room. Yoichi Yamamoto would serve as director, and the group began working on a photography game starring original characters designed by team member Shizu Higashiyama. It's unknown what these characters looked like, as they didn't stay in the game for very long. According to Iwata, Jack and Beans had trouble figuring out what players would enjoy taking pictures of, so they made a somewhat forced switch around 1996, replacing the original characters with ones from Nintendo's new sleeper hit, Pokemon. Snap was first developed for the Nintendo 64 disk drive, the Japanese-only add-on for the N64. However, due to long delays caused by poor N64 sales, Jack and Beans jumped ship and moved over to the regular N64. In addition, at least 2 stages would not make it into the final cut of the game: a safari level featuring the unused 64th Pokemon Ekans, and a haunted stage presumably featuring ghost Pokemon such as Ghastly, Haunter, and Gengar. The German edition of Pokemon Snap Official Strategy Guide gives us a small glimpse of what could have been, revealing concept art for both levels not seen in other guides. In 1999, Jack and Beans composer Ikuko Mimori released 2 unused tracks from the haunted stage, proving that the level got far enough to have music composed for it. The music you are hearing right now is one of those tracks, which Mimori curiously lists on her website as a tune for the boss of a stage that was cut for various reasons. Keep in mind that in the final release of Pokemon Snap, there are no proper bosses. As of the writing of this video, this is the only evidence we have that they were ever planned for Pokemon Snap. Shortly after finishing Donkey Kong Country 2 circa October 1995, the game's team at Rare split off into 2. Half started on the 3rd entry in the franchise starring Dixie and Kiddy Kong. The other began on a top-secret action RPG game planned as Rare's greatest SNES game, known as Project Dream, or Dream Land of Giants. The title was made by a 10-man group led by co-founder Tim Stamper. The game was kept secret during its early stages, but the known staff includes designer Greg Mayles, programmers Will Bryan, Paul Makachek, Chris Sutherland, artists Ed Bryan and Steve Mayles, writer Lee Loveday, and composers David Wise and Grant Kirkhope. Project Dream starred Edson, a misfit child in a fairy tale world entangled in a web of pirates in search of building a flying pirate ship. On his journey, Edson discovers Dinger, a snarky dog sidekick that helps the player dig out hidden items. The SNES version of Project Dream was a side-scrolling game that took influence from Japanese RPGs and LucasArts point-and-click adventure titles such as Monkey Island. However, realizing that the project was too ambitious, Rare decided to move Dream to the N64 after just a few months of work. In a June 2016 interview with official Xbox Magazine, Chris Sutherland recalls the conversion process, saying, "Rare's first approach was to create flat sprites which were pre-rendered, which looked fine as long as you were going in a straight line. But as soon as you went in 3D, it didn't work. Project Dream was more limited 3D, so it would tend to be viewed from above for, say, a troll race that you're running around in, or maybe you're falling down a cavern. But there were certain sections where you're moving sideways that were tricky because as soon as you started to tilt the camera around, the sprites started to all interweave with each other and didn't quite work. We realized that the right thing to do was to move to 3D. Although we had a lot fewer polygons, we could still imbue some character into the characters and the world, even though that left us with a much smaller polygon count. It was still a lot of learning because we didn't know how to do cameras. It's fine when you've got a 2D camera, we knew what we were doing there, as we'd just done a whole series of games with it, but 3D was a whole new world for us. Project Dream was now on the N64. The game took a top-down route rather than isometric, and the fairy tale setting was replaced with more pirates. According to Greg Mayles, this was done to make it less childish, and give the game a broader appeal. Sadly, the ambitiousness of the title came with some problems. Project Dream used an elaborate floor system that stretched the polygons into previously impossible landscapes. However, due to the N64's hardware limitations, the system struggled to run at an acceptable frame rate. In addition, work on the recently started Conker's Bad Fur Day, then known as 12 Tales Conker 64, made Rare realize that the tried and true Mario 64 route was the way to go. RPGs were not the answer. Despite multiple playable prototypes getting made with over 100 tracks composed for them, Project Dream was being redone from the ground up. The first step was to remove the character of Edson, as Tim Stamper believed he was just too generic. At first, the team used a rabbit character that ran on 2 feet. This concept only lasted for a few days before being scrapped. Greg Mayles recalls the rabbit looking like a man in a suit. Another character, a big skater-inspired bear with a magic backpack designed by Tim Stamper, was met with a much better response. Rare immediately fell in love with the bear and decided to make him the new star of the game. Here was the creation of Banjo. Banjo's sidekick, Kazooie, was implemented a little later, as Rare needed something to justify Banjo's double jump animation. At first, a pair of wings sprouted from his backpack, which didn't make sense. Within 1 week, the first level of Banjo-Kazooie was made, and it took another 16 months for the game to be complete. Banjo-Kazooie was released in June 1998 and became the 10th best-selling title on the N64. In May 2015, Tim Stamper began posting old game material on his brand new Twitter account. Among the tweets was an ongoing thread teasing at the idea of a Project Dream prototype for the SNES, believed to be the only one still in existence. On July 25th, Stamper posted a single image of the game's title screen, proof that his prototype still worked. It was soon donated to Microsoft, where footage of the game was shown on Rare's YouTube channel. The current whereabouts of the prototype are unknown. Another Rare title that was significantly changed was Diddy Kong Racing. At least 4 other versions of the game existed before Diddy was even attached. After Killer Instinct 2 got released in the arcade in February 1996, the development team split off to work on 2 N64 games simultaneously. Half started on the upgraded console port Killer Instinct Gold. The other began on a real-time strategy game similar to the Command & Conquer series. The game, starring a caveman traveling through time, was conceived by a group of 4, Rob Harrison and co-founder Chris Stamper on programming, Lee Musgrave on art, Lee Schuneman on design. This idea did not last long. The RTS concept got scrapped after a month, and only a few 3D renders done by Musgrave, such as a few catapults and a woolly mammoth, were done. Shortly after, the team experimented on a fun racer a la Super Mario Kart, inspired by the adventure elements of Walt Disney World. Going under the name Wild Cartoon Kingdom, the racing game reused 3D assets from the RTS prototype. Musgrave's woolly mammoth render was now riding in a tiny star-spangled moped. 2 more characters, a donkey and a crab, were also included. Much like the production of GoldenEye, more hires from Rare helped bring things up to speed. Wild Cartoon Kingdom got renamed to the much blunter title Adventure Racers, and once again to Pro-Am 64, a reference to Rare's 1988 NES game RC Pro-Am. This version of the game had tricycle-style vehicles and starred a new character named Timber the Tiger. It went relatively far into production, and in June 1997, a playable demo was privately shown to Shigeru Miyamoto at E3. Miyamoto was impressed with Rare's work, and offered the company a Nintendo IP to use for the game's characters and setting. While picking Donkey Kong was tempting, Rare chose to focus the game on Diddy Kong, as the character was their creation, a choice which again impressed Nintendo. The development team initially hated the idea, but eventually accepted it, as Diddy's inclusion would help boost marketing. Keep in mind that until this moment, Nintendo had no involvement in the project whatsoever. In a 2014 interview with Nintendo Life, Lee Musgrave said, "Nintendo enjoyed the fact that we chose Diddy Kong over Donkey Kong. I think that it was us trying to build on the fact that Diddy was ours, and Donkey Kong was theirs." Diddy Kong Racing would release in November 1997 worldwide. In addition to Diddy Kong, several familiar faces would make an appearance. Banjo from Banjo-Kazooie and Conker from Conker's Bad Fur Day made their respective cameos. Timber the Tiger, the scrapped star of Pro-Am 64, remained playable but got pushed off as a side character, and the nameless woolly mammoth created by Musgrave back during the RTS prototype became Taj the Genie, and their patriotic moped became Taj's magic carpet. Cheating is pretty great, really. We all have some fond memories of cheating in games, and some of us did it on the N64 too, with a little help from the Game Shark. And we're talking about real cheating, not just trying to use warps in the race with Koopa the Quick in Super Mario 64 and being told off, or trying to warp around Hyrule in Ocarina of Time to beat the Bigoron Sword quest and getting your time cut down to seconds. No, we're talking about the hard codes. Game Shark, built-in cheat codes, hacking, the real deal. The kind of cheats that make you feel like a genius, until ultimately you realize the only thing you were cheating was yourself. Or in the case of some of these N64 classics, the game will straight up tell you itself. Well, perhaps not quite so bluntly as that, but we will be looking at some fun trivia surrounding cheats on the N64, which either directly discourage the player from cheating or restricts them for doing the dirty. The N64 was awesome, and its games were awesome too. Titles like, well, essentially the entire Rare catalogue, let's be honest. But there were more games on the console than those, of course, like Star Wars Rogue Squadron, Battle Tanks, and the Turok franchise. But Rare really did blow everything out of the water with their slick sense of humour and hardcore game development chops. We'll start off with one punishment for cheating that was particularly harsh, with some consequences being quite permanent. Donkey Kong 64 was an incredible game when it was released, bringing the collectathon subgenre to its logical conclusion. But just because a game is good doesn't mean people won't want to cheat in it. This seems particularly true with platformer games, where young hands may not be able to dexterously perform acrobatics like an ape in the trees. One way you might make progress in such a situation is to remove one of the challenges that prevents progress, like the entire health system. By giving yourself infinite health, you'd think that it'd be smooth sailing to get to the end of DK's adventure, but let us assure you, this is not the case. If playing the game with the assistance of a Game Shark device to enable infinite health, everything will be fine until the player attempts to reload the game without the cheat enabled. If this is done, then the player will find themselves in for a world of chaos. The entire game may become corrupted, so while it might continue to boot and play, it will not be a fun experience. Characters may fly around the screen, vigorously vibrating on the spot, arms gesticulating in all manner of disturbing ways. This is the lightest of the problems, however, as the game autosaves regularly, which is a bigger problem than it may initially seem. Many players have reported that these glitchy effects only exist in the save file currently being used, but become permanent as soon as the game is saved. And with the game autosaving practically every minute, this is a surefire way to ruin a save file. That said, some players have reported that these issues corrupted their entire cartridge and persist even after deleting the save. If this is true, it means that the entire cartridge is practically unsalvageable, especially when other glitches that result from using the cheat are dying in a single hit or being completely unable to pick up items, rendering the game an unplayable mess. We actually think that this was not an intended result of punishing cheaters from Rare, but rather a result of the cheat device screwing with the game's code just a bit too much, and then the autosave feature making the results permanent. But we suppose only the game's programmers will know for certain. Something that Rare very much did intend for, however, was the mature nature of one of their other titles, Conker's Bad Fur Day. If a developer wants you to know that they don't approve of your cheating habits, they don't need to brick your game to do so. They can just tell you directly. For example, there is a full cheat code entry screen within Conker's Bad Fur Day, but that isn't to say the team wants you to use it to its fullest. They will in fact tell you they don't want you to. Sometimes when the player enters this menu, the imp that makes quips as you type will make fun of you, saying, "You cheated back!" Using cheats is one thing, but making a mistake is another. If an incorrect code is entered, the player will be told that somebody must have given them the wrong cheat code.
Somebody told you the wrong cheat!
But if the wrong code is entered for a second time, then the demon will take a more aggressive approach and say,
"Didn't work first time, ain't gonna work second time, dipshit!"
We're pretty sure calling players a dipshit qualifies as a punishment, so there it is. Rare would often acknowledge their players' choice to cheat, and with that, would try to discourage the behavior so their games could be enjoyed as intended. Though obviously, with Rare having implemented the cheats in the first place, GameShark notwithstanding, it wasn't as though the team never wanted anybody using cheats. It's just they don't want people fronting for doing so. In games like GoldenEye 007, cheats had to be unlocked by performing well in a level, but the game would also restrict progress if the player made use of cheats in the campaign, as if the player completes a level while a cheat is active, neither additional cheats nor the next level will unlock. However, as an odd side effect of this broadly implemented restriction, this included cheats which would actually make the game harder. Despite giving themselves a handicap, using any cheat that made a level harder would still result in no reward. Perfect Dark, on the other hand, while having the same requirements to unlock cheats, was a bit more direct in telling the player they aren't all that. When completing a mission with cheats enabled, the player's mission status and agent status will display cheated and dishonored, respectively, as opposed to complete and active if the player finished a level legitimately. Speaking of first-person shooters, though, we're going to move away from Rare. Another game which also withheld rewards from players who used cheats was the second Turok entry. One of the most simple cheats a player can use in a chapter or stage-based game is the good old classic level skip cheat. This was a blessing in the age of impossibly difficult titles which had no means of retaining progress, but in Turok 2, using it would mean you weren't going to get to see the true reward. The game's best ending. Turok 2 had two different endings depending on the player's performance towards the end of the game, but if they had used cheats at any stage to get here, they won't be able to see the best ending of the game, only the bad ending. Turok 3 also had an anti-cheat measure, but took a bit of a different approach. If players used cheats, they would actually have an additional message at the end of its credits sequence. After the final cutscene of the game that is revealed post-credits, text will appear which reads, "You finished, but you cheated." Activating cheats can sometimes have consequences as a result of exactly what you ask for. Battle Tanks is a game which entails exactly what you might expect. You are battling, and you are a tanks. The title has a number of cheats for the player to take advantage of, such as the most universal cheat of all time, infinite health. However, if the player makes use of this cheat, they may find themselves in a situation that the developers might have just never considered, or if they did, it's a pretty devilish way of punishing the player. The campaign mode of the game cannot be completed if the player has infinite health, as they will find themselves enjoying the pleasures of a bonus stage at some point, which involves surviving for as long as possible while destroying as many enemy tanks as you can before you yourself are destroyed. So as you might have guessed, because the player has infinite health, they will of course never be destroyed. As the player is unable to turn cheats off mid-game, there is no way of getting past any bonus stages while the cheat is active, meaning that in this case, a simple cheat will softlock the whole game. Do you remember the beginning of the video where we said we wouldn't be talking about simple shortcut style cheats? Well,
I lied.
Rogue Squadron doesn't punish the player for using cheat codes, but if you take a shortcut which is clearly visible on a map, that is unacceptable behavior. It deserves criticism, in fact, which is exactly what the game does. During the Beggar's Canyon race, the announcer will notice if the player takes a sneaky shortcut across the course, and will state that, "Someone's cheating out there, we're gonna have to start this race over." The number one rule of cheating in a game, of course, is that if nobody sees you do it, nobody has to know. If the player attempts to make this quick skip in a more stealthy fashion, sticking low to the third dune as you pass over and being as quick as you can be, the game will not restart the race. Perhaps the announcer just didn't spot the faux pas. So this is one case where cheating well actually makes a difference. Going back to Rare, because Rare apparently made 80% of all noteworthy N64 games, it seems, and one of their most popular franchises of all time, Banjo-Kazooie, has perhaps the most definitely intended, fully divulged, and harshest anti-cheat punishments in this video. In the game's original release on the N64, if 3 or more secret codes are used to unlock levels at Treasure Trove Cove, Grunty will be most perturbed and will erase the player's entire save file. Bottles does warn the player ahead of time that this would happen, however, but even then, it seems a bit much. This mechanic in the game is known as Grunty's Code Vengeance, and will only work with codes not given to the player in-game, like the ones to provide infinite power-ups, remove objects, transform the player, etc, etc. In the Xbox Live Arcade release of the game, this mechanic wound up being disabled, but that doesn't mean that there is no punishment for the crime at all. Instead of deleting the player's save after 3 codes are entered, the game will just disable the player from saving the game after even just 1 code has been entered, as well as disabling achievements and leaderboards. There's a similar reaction to entering codes in the Xbox version of Banjo-Tooie as well, which had no punishment in the original Nintendo 64 release, though this makes sense as most modern titles will disable features like achievements if the player uses cheats.
Did you know? In 1999, a 3D platforming game called 40 Winks was released by GT Interactive for the original PlayStation. While a version was planned for the Nintendo 64, negative reviews and poor sales of the PlayStation game led to the N64 release being scrapped. The cancellation came at the last minute, as the N64 game had already been reviewed by publications, and a strategy guide had been featured in Nintendo Power. In 2017, game developer Pico Interactive acquired the intellectual property rights to 40 Winks. Pico Interactive specializes in releasing titles for retro consoles, both by making new games or by acquiring the rights to unreleased ones. In February 2018, the company launched a Kickstarter campaign to fund the release of 40 Winks on N64. The campaign initially sought to raise $20,000, a goal which was met in its first day. The campaign closed after raising a total of $131,252 from over 1,700 backers. In November 2018, almost 20 years after its release on the PlayStation, 40 Winks was finally released on the Nintendo 64. Besides cancelled games, the N64 had many games that were censored, including Nintendo's own games. Cruisin' USA was originally released in arcades and later came out on the N64, with both versions being published by Nintendo. This was unusual, as the arcade version was far from family-friendly, resulting in the N64 game being censored. One difference between the two versions is the Trophy Girl, who wears more clothes in the N64 release. Interestingly, this Trophy Girl is actually adult film star Shyla Fox, who's credited in the game as Anutsa Hurley. The game's gear shift was reworked in the N64 build too. The arcade version called it the XL Power Shaft, which may have been too raunchy for a home release, so it was renamed the XL Power for the N64. Some of the arcade version's courses have animals walking across the streets, such as deer and cows. Whenever the player hits them, they explode into bloody pieces and slow the player's car down. These animals were removed from the N64 version entirely. During the final race through Washington, the player drives through a tunnel pasted with money. In the arcade release, players can see what appears to be Hillary Clinton's face on the bills, smoking a cigar. This seemed to be too much for the N64, where the faces were switched for a more inconspicuous Benjamin Franklin. In the arcade version, former US President Bill Clinton appears in a whirlpool with half-naked women waiting for the player to join in. The N64 version instead shows the player's car on a pedestal. One of the most heavily censored games on the system was Duke Nukem 64. This title, which is a port of Duke Nukem 3D, had many alterations. The game's PC version is littered with babes who are captured by aliens and could be freed by the player. In the PC game, pushing the action button makes them moan, "Kill me." The player can fulfill their wish, resulting in the babes exploding. The babes are still in the N64 version, but they have a more modest look and can't be killed. Interacting with them on N64 just prompts the message, "Babe saved." Alcoholic beverages were also replaced in the N64 game with more kid-friendly drinks such as cola. The mention of steroids was also swapped out for vitamin X in an effort to remove all references to real-world drugs. Another game censored from its PC release is Battlezone, with the N64 game removing all blood effects. If the player kills a pilot in the PC version, part of their body flies through the air, but in the N64 version, only the explosion itself is shown. Another censored N64 game is Forsaken. The game's European version is censored to have no blood splatter effects whatsoever. Players mainly fight against mechanical enemies in the game, but there's several missions where humanoid looters attack the player. In the North American version, the bodies of human looters fly apart whenever they're destroyed. There's even splatter sound effects when their bodies tear apart. However, this is all removed from the EU versions of the game. Another N64 game censored in Europe was Daikatana. Whenever an organic enemy is attacked in the North American release, purple blood is splattered around. However, the EU version shows sparks flying out of the enemies. The player also meets civilians and prisoners throughout the game. These NPCs can be killed in the North American game, but they're invulnerable in all European releases. Some of the N64's most unique peripherals were only released in Japan. The Suricon 64 was a fishing rod controller with a reel, and was compatible with Japan-exclusive fishing games, such as The Legend of the River King 64. A controller by Taito was specifically for its train simulation game, Densha de Go. The unique controller would plug into slot 3, a microphone in slot 4, and a standard controller in slot 1. The two levers control the train's speed, emergency brakes, and doors. Between the levers is also an indent where players can put a pocket watch to keep the time. The controller has the A, B, C, and start buttons, as well as select, which can act as the Z button to show how far the next stop is. The company Reality Quest also made a video game control glove for the N64, as well as the original PlayStation. Reminiscent of the NES's Power Glove, the control glove had motion-controlled inputs with 3 sensitivity settings, and was designed so every button could be pressed by one hand. Perhaps the most unique peripheral for the N64 was the biosensor. Created by Sega, the biosensor plugged into the controller and had an earpiece that clipped onto the player's ear. From there, the biosensor could monitor the player's heart rate. The biosensor was compatible with a single game, Tetris 64, which released only in Japan. The title included a special mode known as Bio Tetris, where the Tetraminos would fall faster or slower depending on the player's heart rate. In addition to the biosensor, Sega also made an arcade cabinet based on the N64 hardware known as the ALEC 64. The device was first made in 1998 and discontinued in 2003, but was never available outside Japan. The ALEC 64 failed to find much success, as only 11 games are known to be made for it. This included the soccer game 11-Beat World Tournament, the platformer Tower and Shaft, the shoot-'em-up Star Soldier Vanishing Earth, Magical Tetris Challenge featuring Mickey Mouse, multiple Mahjong games, and an erotic action puzzler called Vivid Dolls. The N64 also had some unique add-ons. A company called EMS Production released an add-on called the GB Hunter that could play Game Boy games on the N64. The GB Hunter came with a built-in cheat device and let players add color palettes to their Game Boy games. The peripheral needed an actual N64 cartridge plugged into it, otherwise the system couldn't boot the game. The GB Hunter also couldn't emulate any of the sound from the games it played, and would play its own piece of music on an endless loop. Another device known as the TriStar 64 was released by a Hong Kong company called Future Laboratory. The device allowed NES and Super Nintendo cartridges to be plugged into the N64, making the system backwards compatible with the NES and SNES. The TriStar 64 also included built-in cheat software, as well as a save editor. The N64 was home to many unlicensed cheating devices, the most popular of which was the Game Shark. An expanded version of the Game Shark, known as the Shark Wire, featured internet connectivity. The device plugged directly into the N64's cartridge slot and had ports for a keyboard and telephone cable. With a paid subscription, players could access the SharkWire website to download cheat codes and transfer save data through their N64. The site also had articles on a variety of media topics and an email service. SharkWire was geared towards children aged 7 to 14, and there were plans for unrestricted web browsing and online multiplayer in the future. However, the service ran for just 3 years before it was discontinued in 2003. One type of third-party accessory that became important to many N64 fans was the backup unit, such as the CD64. This was an add-on that could save and run custom mode, as well as modify save data and emulate games. Although the most common use of these devices was to play pirated games, they became popular as a tool for developing homebrew games. Though the homebrew community on the N64 isn't as big as some other platforms, several complete and unique games have been made, such as ports of Flappy Bird and the Pyoro minigame from WarioWare. One of the most fleshed-out homebrew games for the system is an Arkanoid clone called Dexanoid, which includes 50 different levels. In June 1998, Nintendo announced a 10-year deal with LodgeNet, an American company who supplied services like on-demand movies and high-speed internet to hotels. As part of the agreement, LodgeNet would install Nintendo 64s in thousands of hotel rooms across North America, allowing guests to play a selection of first-party Nintendo games for $6.95 per hour. The LodgeNet systems came with a unique N64 controller with several extra buttons to navigate the LodgeNet menus, and the controller itself could be used as a TV remote. These LodgeNet controllers weren't compatible with normal N64 consoles, but because most were only gently used while in service, the controllers have become popular items with collectors as a reliable source of replacement parts. The Nintendo 64's unique three-pronged controller allowed for several grip types. The most used grips were to use the middle and right prong or the left and right prong, but there are a few less used methods of holding the controller. Holding the left prong in the left hand and the middle prong in the right hand was used for a small handful of games such as Turok Dinosaur Hunter, which used this style as an optional left-handed control layout, and Pokemon Stadium, which used it for the Ekans' Hoop Hurl minigame. There was also a fourth controller grip method supported by some N64 games, which had players using the middle prong on two controllers at once. Because each controller had one analog stick, using two controllers allowed a game to emulate dual-stick shooting, making this grip popular in several first-person shooter games. It also appeared in Star Wars Episode I Racer, where the two sticks were used to control the twin engines of the player's pod racer in a similar style to what was shown in The Phantom Menace.
Nuts and Bolts wasn't the first game in the series that had a difficult development process. The story of the first Banjo-Kazooie game's development is just as interesting, starting life as an isometric adventure game for the Super Nintendo, codenamed Project Dream. Inspired by the likes of the Zelda series and LucasArts point-and-click games, Dream was going to be Rare's magnum opus on the system, with ACM graphics going beyond that of Donkey Kong Country. Taking place in a fantastical world, the game stars a boy named Edison and his dog Dinger. The two embark on an adventure and get tangled up with a group of pirates led by the infamous Captain Black-Eye, who had a dog of his own named Ripper. This build of the game was only worked on for a few months before development shifted to the recently released N64, and the game changed drastically after the move to new hardware. It received a more mature tone to reach a wider audience, with the pirate motif gradually replacing the fairy tale themes, and it wasn't long before Edison himself fell out of favor with the team as well. As designer Greg Mayles put it, Edison over this time kind of started to lose his relevance. The world was changing around him and we still had this young guy with a wooden sword. We started exploring alternatives to a boy. Originally starting off with a rabbit, to which Greg thought was a bad idea, they soon settled on the design of a humanoid bear with a backpack to store his equipment. This character would go through a few iterations before becoming the Banjo we know today. Development on Dream continued for another 16 months, in which time Rare realized that the title was becoming too ambitious for the small team to handle. The game was mostly scrapped, save for Banjo, as the team grew fond of him. It was then decided to reimagine the game completely, centering it around the new protagonist. The game took on the form of a 2.5D platformer, following the formula of Rare's Donkey Kong Country games, and the game's title changed from Dream to Kazoo. A snapshot of this build even showed up in the final product, previously thought to have been from a scrapped level called Fungus Forest. When experimenting with Banjo's character design, the team thought of giving him a skateboarder look, and even made some of his animations reflect the aesthetic, but these didn't stick for long. This build would have also used balls as power-ups and had a fruit-based system which featured 5 different fruit houses, integral to solving jigsaw puzzles. Kazooie didn't exist at this point, but her creation stemmed from the idea of giving Banjo a double jump. The team wanted a double jump that could believably be done anywhere, giving players more flexibility. They had the idea of wings sprouting out of Banjo's backpack, which soon led to a set of legs for traversing areas, and eventually a full character who lived in the backpack itself. The game then became known as Banjo-Kazooie, but Kazoo gave the team trademark issues, so adding an IE to the name, it became Banjo-Kazooie. It was at this point that the team got a true sense of direction for their game. After being inspired by an early build of Super Mario 64, Rare changed direction one last time and redesigned Banjo-Kazooie to be more in line with what Mario was doing. And within 1 week of scrapping the old game, an entire level of the new game went from concept to completion. That level being Mumbo's Mountain, the first stage in the final release of Banjo-Kazooie, and in another 16 months, the game was done. As the Banjo-Kazooie series evolved, each game left its share of mechanics on the cutting room floor, the most well-known of these being the fabled stop-and-swap feature. Rare discovered by accident that if you took a cartridge out of the N64 while the power was on, remnants of the game's data would still be in the console's RAM for a short time. Rare wanted to reward players with unlockable items by swapping the cartridges between certain games, hinted at with Donkey Kong 64. Performing a specific glitch triggers an unused cutscene, panning to a corner in DK's treehouse and transporting the player to Crystal Caves. An early screenshot of the game showed that same corner once had a Banjo-Kazooie themed shower stall. There's also text in DK64's data referring to the Ice Key, an item linked to Banjo-Kazooie's Stop and Swap. Because of these connections, it's thought that the key would have been used to access a secret area from DK's treehouse. Rare didn't tell Nintendo about this feature until Banjo-Kazooie was nearly finished, thinking Nintendo wouldn't need to know. To which Nintendo told them the idea wasn't guaranteed to work in all cases for the N64 due to variations in newly manufactured consoles. This, coupled with concern of players damaging their cartridges, led to the feature being dropped, which is why remnants of it are still in the games, albeit useless. Stop and swap wasn't the only major feature to be cut in a Banjo game. The final world from Banjo-Tooie was greatly cut down from its initial design. Cauldron Keep would have been a more fleshed out castle level, featuring a graveyard and treasure chamber. It would have also had 10 jiggies to find, but the team ran out of time and had to scale the level back. This is why Banjo-Tooie has only 90 jiggies total compared to Banjo-Kazooie's 100. Banjo-Kazooie was also planned to have full voice acting, but the team realized recording speech would greatly increase development time. To counter this, they initially had an idea called Bubble Speak, where dialogue was conveyed via thought bubble, being a funnier alternative to text and more unilingual. Eventually, they spliced up sound clips to make the noises, most being done by the game's composer, Grant Kirkhope. Dream was heavily themed around its music, and as a carryover, Banjo had a musical motif as well. Characters were even going to sing to introduce themselves in the game's opening, but that idea was dropped. This intro was also originally done in motion capture, but it was decided animating it by hand would make a better product. The little shimmy Banjo did was kept in though, as the team liked it. While the main characters were named after musical instruments, several other names came from members of the team simply messing around with each other. The name of Banjo-Tooie's boss Wu Fak Fak is a reference to a rare programmer who, according to colleagues, would swear when he was having programming issues, and when overcoming a problem would exclaim, "Woo!" Banjo's goldfish Royston got his name from one of the game's artists who had that as a middle name, so they put it in the game out of pity, and at his expense. Royston's also made surprise appearances in other rare games such as Ghoulies and Viva Pinata. Even Banjo-Kazooie's spiritual successor, Yooka-Laylee, has a nod to the fish in the character Dr. Puzz, both of which were designed by Ed Bryan. Did you know? Though Conker's Bad Fur Day came out near the end of the N64's life, the first version of Conker was slated to be Rare's first platformer on the console, even predating Banjo-Kazooie. First unveiled at E3 1997, Conker's Quest was being made by members of Rare's Killer Instinct team, who had said they were taking a break from the usual violence and destruction. The game was coming along nicely with a rather expansive demo, and magazines even featured fleshed out strategy guides to early parts of the game. Through the game's playable characters Conker and Barry, it featured varied styles of gameplay for its single player, and the game also had multiplayer built in via co-op and a 4-player deathmatch mode. Though one feature that was rather unique to this game was its emotional aspect. Characters had a wide range of emotions they could convey and would accordingly interact to things around them, which also spoke true for the enemies. This, along with the game's cheery scenery and themes, was supposed to give off the feel of an interactive cartoon. A similar feature was seen with Toon Link in Zelda's Wind Waker, and the reason Nintendo hadn't done it before then was said to be due to system limitations. During Conker's development, another team at Rare who was working on the Super Nintendo RPG Project Dream had seen the Conker demo in action. Dream in its RPG state wasn't coming along too well after switching hardware, so it was eventually decided to be reworked as a platformer in the vein of Conker. The end result, of course, being Banjo-Kazooie. Conker's Quest was planned for a holiday 1997 release, but Rare pushed it back to make room for Diddy Kong Racing, which in turn was filling a gap made by a delayed Banjo-Kazooie, and also featured Banjo and Conker as playable racers to promote both series. Renamed to 12 Tales Conker 64 in 1998, it was then slated to come out in October of that year, with Banjo-Kazooie releasing earlier in June. With that, 12 Tales was delayed once more, this time undergoing a complete overhaul to differentiate itself from the competition. In the meantime, Conker's Pocket Tales released as planned in 1999 for the Game Boy. Pocket Tales is interesting in that the game is on a dual format cartridge, meaning depending on what version of the Game Boy you play on, certain layouts and features will differ from each other. The game also has several 8-bit conversions of music heard in 12 Tales, so it's possible the game could have been a counterpart to the original title, similar to Rare's Perfect Dark and Mickey's Speedway games. Also, if left idle, Conker pulls out his own Game Boy, much like he would in Bad Fur Day, and he can be heard playing a bonus level from Donkey Kong Land. With this release, it would be the last time we saw Conker as anything but mature. Conker began its new life when designer Chris Seaver decided to take charge. Previously working on art for 12 Tales, Seaver had an idea for the game's new direction and was issued a challenge to see if it would work. Rare co-founder Tim Stamper came up with the idea early on where Conker has to retrieve a beehive stolen by a gang of wasps, and he gave Chris the responsibility of adding a narrative. In the words of Seaver himself, what can we do with that? Oh, I know. We'll make it violent. He presented his demo to the Stampers and they gave him the go-ahead. It was also done to exemplify the new controls and the idea of players being rewarded with cutscenes. They're equivalent to Mario's Power Stars. When it came to scripting the cutscenes, Bad Fur Day had no real script whatsoever, being more or less completely improvised by Seaver and the game's composer Robin Beanland, which was said to make things more fluid and spontaneous. Bad Fur Day's marketing was rather sparse, though there were some wild approaches to how they got the word out. One instance involving Playboy. Teaming up with Nintendo, the two companies went on tour to 20 college campuses across the US to have students play Conker's multiplayer and win various Playboy and Nintendo prizes. One noteworthy winner was Florida State U student Neil Druckmann, leading his team to victory in beach mode due to his dodging skills as a Frenchie and earning himself a Conker t-shirt. Druckmann later went on to be lead director for Naughty Dog's The Last of Us and Uncharted 4. Even more contrary to their image, Nintendo was also very lenient and supportive of Bad Fur Day in general. At E3 2000, Nintendo had a separate booth for Conker where people had to show ID to get in and play the game. They even had a bar set up in the booth, serving beer to whoever wanted one, and gave out Conker-themed plastic mugs and condoms as swag. Despite the game's new facelift, a few elements from Conker's earlier outings still remain, such as the bouncing mushrooms and sunflowers, windmill and barn areas, and minigame music recycled for the track The Old Chap, named that way as a remnant of 12 Tales. 12 Tales also had a Gladiator track, which would be reappropriated for Rare's Jet Force Gemini, and Bad Fur Day's Count Bachelor theme was actually taken from Killer Instinct 2 from an unused vampire character. Some of Conker's most iconic moments have interesting backstories to them. The Scarecrow Birdie was based off Rare veteran Paul McKell, who had the nickname Beardy due to his beard and was known for drinking Pepsi Max by the gallon, both of which were referenced early on in the game. The origins of the Great Mighty Pooh, appropriately enough, came from a toilet incident from software engineer Chris Marlowe. He apparently took a legendary stool during work hours, and Seaver and the team were so pleased with it, they encapsulated it into the game, with Marlowe providing its voice. Bad Fur Day's movie parodies came about when they were designing the levels, and they really complemented the game, helping shape cues for music and new gameplay ideas. The team also made sure they captured the feel for the movies parodied. Animator Louise O'Connor had spent months working on the Saving Private Ryan portion of the game, to the point where she had nightmares of squirrels on fire as a result. Though their hardships paid off, because according to Seaver, had the parodies not been there, the gameplay would have been completely different and likely wouldn't have been as good as it was. This new direction for Conker all stemmed from the fact that the Banjo and Conker teams tried to outdo each other, and references to each other's games were also statements of that friendly rivalry, most evident with Banjo's head mounted on the wall and Kazooie's head as an umbrella handle in the bar. This was taken a step further for Conker Live and Reloaded, where they referenced 2003's Grabbed by the Ghoulies, another game from the Banjo team. If you start a new game in File 3, the game's protagonist Cooper can be seen in the bar's bathroom, throwing up in the toilet.
Did you know? GoldenEye was originally going to be a 2D side-scroller for the Super Nintendo. Rare had recently made Donkey Kong Country and felt that the easiest way to make GoldenEye a hit would be to make it similar to DKC. This idea was quickly pushed aside in favor of an on-rail shooter, like Sega's Virtua Cop, only for Nintendo's upcoming 64-bit console. A team of about 10 individuals were assembled to work on GoldenEye. 8 of these team members had never worked on a game before, but their inexperience proved to be an invaluable asset. Since they'd never developed a game, they weren't held back by the traditional game development standards and mentalities. The initial development process centered around creating this on-rails shooter. Features such as reloading your gun, penalties for killing innocents and civilians, and pressing the R trigger for a closer aim were added thanks to similar mechanics appearing in Virtua Cop. The team made an on-rails version of the gas plant level, but began to experiment with letting the player move around freely. As it turned out, the ability to move around the level instead of being stuck on a single track made the gameplay much better. The first year of GoldenEye's development was spent simply making a game engine and the basic assets needed to test it. The priority for the designers was to create interesting levels. Adding characters and objectives to the levels didn't come until later. The team made a list of gadgets from the Bond films, then modeled them, then later tried to find levels where they could be used. GoldenEye developer Martin Hollis said, "The benefit of this sloppy, unplanned approach was that many of the levels in the game have a real realistic and non-linear feel. This realism was partly due to some of the rooms in the game serving little to no purpose, just as some of the rooms in a real building would be empty or unimportant. The process of putting levels together with missions and objectives was inspired by Super Mario 64. The difference was that GoldenEye's objectives were strung together to be completed in a single playthrough, rather than having to restart the level after completing each objective. A lot of GoldenEye's development actually happened before Rare even had a Nintendo 64 development kit. The engine initially ran on an SGI Onyx workstation, and the game was tested with a modified Sega Saturn controller. Once they had the proper dev kit and controller, the developers had the idea of reloading weapons by having the player unplug and reinsert the N64 rumble pack. This would have mirrored the action of reloading a magazine into a gun, but the idea was shot down by Nintendo. The level intros, where the camera moves into Bond's head to show his line of sight, and Bond's arm coming up on screen to check his watch, were both implemented to immerse the player and make them feel more like the real James Bond. Surprisingly, the multiplayer in GoldenEye was an afterthought and was put together during the last 6 weeks of the game's development. The higher-ups at Rare had no idea that the mode was in the game until the team presented it to them. The developers hadn't asked permission from Rare or Nintendo to implement the multiplayer mode, but simply went ahead with it anyway. What's even more surprising is that the game was almost never released. There was a 3-month period where Nintendo simply stopped funding the project. Nintendo felt that the game had too many bugs and didn't believe it would work out. Despite this, Rare had faith in the game and kept paying the team to work on it. GoldenEye was finally released in 1997 after 2.5 years of development. A racing version of the game was also in development for the Virtual Boy, but was canceled before release. 3 of the lead actors from previous James Bond movies were originally going to be playable in GoldenEye. Sean Connery, Roger Moore, and Timothy Dalton could all be used in multiplayer, but had to be cut from the game for legal reasons. This is likely due to the fact that the character models were representing real-world individuals, and Rare didn't have permission to use their likenesses. The characters can be seen on page 20 of the game's instruction booklet, and traces of them can still be found in the game. Using GameShark codes, their portraits can be put back into the game's character select menu in multiplayer. Their portrait will replace Pierce Brosnan's, but Brosnan's character model will remain. There's also code in the game suggesting that the alternate Bonds were playable in the game's Aztec and Egypt bonus missions. Screenshots from the beta of the game show that the portraits were going to be used to represent the individual save slots. In the final game, however, they're all Brosnan. Although the Bonds never made it into GoldenEye, they were referenced in GoldenEye's spiritual successor, Perfect Dark. The tuxedos for all 4 Bonds can be accessed in the game's multiplayer mode. Another one of GoldenEye's hidden secrets is a functioning ZX Spectrum emulator. Users of the Rare Witch Project forums uncovered the emulator in GoldenEye's code in March of 2012. The emulator was an experiment by developer Steve Ellis to see if the Nintendo 64 was capable of emulating ZX Spectrum games and was meant to be removed from the game's code. Instead, the code was simply made inaccessible during normal play and was rendered inoperable. A patch was made so the emulator could be triggered from GoldenEye's folder select screen. Several games are bundled with the emulator, which were all made by Rare in the 1980s when they went by the name Ultimate Play the Game. GoldenEye also has several unused multiplayer levels. The Statue Park and Cradle levels seen in the game's single-player campaign were planned to be used in the game's multiplayer mode as well. Using a GameShark code to access the single-player levels in multiplayer mode reveals the Statue and Cradle levels have proper item locations and multiplayer starting points where other single-player levels do not. The Cradle in particular had a slower frame rate than the other levels in single-player mode, and the additional strain of multiplayer would bring the frame rate down even more. This is possibly the reason why these levels were left out of multiplayer, as lag would have made it near impossible to play competitively. It's also thought that the statue level was cut because its dark atmosphere and large open design wasn't a good fit for multiplayer. Some text in the game's code also suggested that there was an unused level called Citadel. The level was eventually found in an incredibly unpolished state and seemed to be built around entirely different specifications than any other multiplayer level. Accessing the Citadel with a set of GameShark codes will show the final programming for the game is barely even compatible with the level. The player can't walk up ramps, but they can walk through walls. The Citadel being in a different format than the other levels cemented the idea that it was only ever intended for testing purposes and that it was cast aside early on in development.
A dose of sleepy time gaming facts, kids, so grab a pillow and pull up a bed. This time around, we've got a whole host of trivia for tons of Nintendo 64 games, including classics like Ocarina of Time, Mario 64, Banjo-Kazooie and Tooie, and many more. So kick back and chill out. We're here now, and we're ready to get you nodding off faster than you can say The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. Speaking of which, we're kicking things off with Ocarina of Time and some of the game's inspirations. It's unsurprising that the Zelda series as a whole has a rather medieval theme going on. So, to get some inspiration for the houses of Hyrule Castle Town, Miyamoto took a trip over to Germany. Whilst in the land of the Deutsch, he took the time to visit several homes, constructed in half timber, located in Lower Franconia, as well as spending a few weeks over in northern Bavaria. The resemblance is pretty striking. Being the first attempt at translating Zelda into a 3D adventure, it's notable that Link is unable to jump on command, something that, looking back, seems quite natural for these early titles. But it should be noted that Link was able to jump with a button input in earlier 2D titles, such as Zelda 2: The Adventure of Link, or by utilizing the Roc's Feather in Link's Awakening. Instead, Link jumps automatically when reaching the edge of a platform. The choice for automatic jumping has several conflicting stories as to where the idea came from, with statements having been made by series producer Eiji Aonuma and series co-creator Miyamoto. Who came up with the idea of automatic jumping is yet to be confirmed, with Aonuma claiming that the idea was directly inspired by the Roc's Feather, and that auto-jumping was decided on because of his own poor platformer playing abilities, with the desire for the game to simply do all of the jumping for him. Miyamoto, however, states that he'd thought of the auto-jump mechanic one morning and sprung it upon the development team, who at the time had been considering a manual jump button based on their previous work on Mario titles. Miyamoto hoped that it would be an intentional limitation that sparked the team's imaginations, something that might allow them to, quote, do all kinds of things. It wouldn't be until Breath of the Wild, nearly 20 years later, that manual jumping found its way into a 3D Zelda game. One of Link's obtainable pieces of equipment, the Goron tunic, actually has some hidden benefits that were never outright presented to the player. The intention of this tunic is that it protects Link from heat and reduces the damage he takes from lava. These same protections, however, also apply to acid and spikes, though whether this is intentional or not is up for debate. It may simply be the case because the game was coded so that acid and spikes utilize the same hit detection as lava, giving Link protective benefits through a simple oversight. One thing that was intended to appear but was removed in the final moments of the game's creation was the inclusion of chain chomps from the Mario series. In a 1999 interview, published in the Japanese strategy guide for Ocarina of Time and translated into English by Shmupulations, Miyamoto revealed that there were originally going to be chain chomps located throughout Gerudo's fortress. Miyamoto explained that the chain chomps would have been able to grab hold and capture Link while wrapping him up in their chain. He would have had to use the Megaton hammer to break them and free himself. These were still in the game up until the final revisions of the game's code, though Miyamoto refrained from explaining why it was decided to remove them. Death can be a rather heavy thing, but for Mario in his adventures on the N64, it can be more of a confusing affair. Super Mario 64 has a large number of glitches relating to Mario's death, such as when the player places a crate near a slope of a specific angle. Doing this and then performing a ground pound on the crate will cause instant death for Mario. Instant death can occur when not even touching an object, however, like when performing certain actions while located above quicksand. For some reason, the game will believe Mario is touching the quicksand and will sink into nothingness whilst mid-air. It isn't all terrible though, death can be avoided as well, albeit for just a few seconds. The game prioritizes the animation of the player walking through a door over the player being determined as dead, and so if Mario is able to lose all of his health while he is in front of a door, it's possible for him to walk through the door whilst he is technically dead, and have his death animation play only after he reaches the other side. This same effect occurs with the secret stage Wing Mario Over the Rainbow. While Mario will usually fall into the moat surrounding Peach's castle when dropping out of the stage, this transition does not reset his health at all. This means that, by chance, if the player manages to crash Mario into a ledge before he falls out of the stage, he will immediately drown once he reaches the water in the hub area. A similar effect occurs with the animation involving Mario landing in snow. In the Cool Cool Mountain stage, landing directly on the edge of the floating island near the stage's bridge will cause Mario to immediately warp to the bottom of the level's play area, typically causing a death. Because Mario is immune to dying when he's stuck in snow like this, he'll finish his animation before immediately dying. While not relating to Mario's death, there is also a bizarre issue that Nintendo seems to have with emulating Mario 64, which has been progressively getting worse with each different release they make. Over the years, Mario's shadow seems to be rising off of the ground more and more with each new release of the game, initially appearing on the ground before being partway up his feet, and now on Switch, with his shadow consuming the bottom half of his feet entirely. Not quite the same as dying, though perhaps an even worse fate for Mario can occur when collecting a star while positioned over an updraft. Because of the physics of the updraft, Mario will collect the star but continue to float in the wind indefinitely. Because control is taken away when obtaining a star, and the animation will only play when Mario hits the ground, he will be stuck in this position, only able to adjust the camera or, quite simply, reset the console. A similar softlock can occur if Mario manages to throw a Chuckya off a ledge, but then jumping after it and getting grabbed by it just on the same frame as the enemy exploding. Mario will be stuck flying mid-air, restricting the player's pause option, preventing them from selecting exit stage, meaning they will once again have to simply reset the console. Both of these glitches can be performed in the same level too, Tall Mountain. Not all of Mario 64's glitches leave you totally screwed, of course. Several other glitches have interesting effects, such as a rare occurrence when walking through the front door of Big Boo's haunt. Normally, doing so causes a high-pitched boo laugh sound effect to play, but sometimes this is played at a much lower pitch, making the normally creepy laugh just sound like a man chuckling. It's also possible for Mario to actually fall asleep whilst inside Bowser. Steady on. Basically, when Mario takes damage, he flashes. Steady on again. This demonstrates that he is invincible. However, this invincibility actually continues even after that blinking stops, so long as Mario is inside an enemy. Bowser will also continue to spin around in the same spot indefinitely so long as Mario remains inside his hitbox, meaning that Mario's idle animation is able to play whilst in this invulnerable state, while Bowser continues to spin around looking for the player. People love some light-hearted penguin murder, with it practically being a staple of Mario 64 playthroughs to throw the two baby penguins located in Cool Cool Mountain off the side of the stage so that they may fall to their inevitable demise and the cycle can be complete. However, one lesser performed action that many may not even know is feasible is abusing exploits that cause the two adult penguins to actually chuck themselves off the edge. In the game's Japanese release, the mother penguin has a programming oversight that results in her continuing to move whilst her dialog box is open. Because she walks towards Mario when he delivers the correct baby penguin to her, it's possible to cause her to walk further than ever intended. With true determination and precise angling of the penguin's movements, it's possible to cause her to step onto the ski lift located a short distance from her initial spawn point. Starting the ski lift's motion by stepping on it will be too much movement for the big bird, and she will yeet herself into the void. The other adult penguin, located on the level's sliding racetrack, has a very slim chance of taking fate into their own hands through specific inputs executed by the player. Panan Koek 2012 and friends discovered through extensive research and determination, essentially creating an algorithm that tested every possible sequence of inputs during the descent, only to find that one sequence will result in the big penguin taking a leap off of the slide without fail. While exploring Rainbow Ride, an exceptionally rare bug can really leave you fluttered. This glitch is near impossible to pull off intentionally, with most players only seeing it by chance, but it can be reliably triggered using external tools. To work, a spiny must be thrown by a Lakitu near a particular bob-omb. Then the player must defeat the Lakitu before approaching the bob-omb. An issue in the game's internal values may arise where the model for the bob-omb is swapped out with that of a butterfly. However, this doesn't mean the behavior of the enemy changes, only its visuals. Smoke emits from the butterfly when being held, and before long, the butterfly can also explode. Another fairly obscure character that the player encounters is the Headless Snowman, who only makes some very brief appearances in the game. This specific character actually had some publicity when Nintendo Power published a joke article for April Fools. Around the same time as the L is Real 2401 rumors circulated, in volume 107 of Nintendo Power, an article appeared in the April News Brief segment called Luigi 64. In the article, it's claimed that Nintendo has received word of Luigi fans campaigning to have the character appear in his own game, with the company responding that they are working on an upcoming game called Headless Snowman 64. Intended as a game to help satisfy fans of the, quote, second bananas, featuring a wide array of both well-known and obscure Nintendo characters, such as the Wave Race 64 announcer, random audience members from Super Punch-Out, the Frogs in the Meadow from Diddy Kong Racing, and of course, the Headless Snowman. This would also include some non-Nintendo characters like, quote, that bald guy from Blast Corps and the Bikini Woman in Cruisin' USA. Perhaps ironically, as a obviously not real game being not actually made to satisfy fan demand for Luigi, Luigi would not be featured in the title due to a mix-up. A developer quote at the end of the article states, "Luigi, is that the name of one of the civilian women in GoldenEye 007? Because if that's who Luigi is, then she'll definitely be in the game." Let's move on to Rare's fan-favorite platforming collectathon, Banjo-Kazooie, or at the very least, some of its characters. As you may already know, before landing his title role in 1998, Banjo actually debuted as a playable character a year prior in Diddy Kong Racing. However, this big brown bear wasn't the only character from Banjo to appear in the popular kart racer, as recurring turtle NPC Tip Top also features in the game. The name Tip Top was originally planned to be used for the turtle character that would appear in the cancelled Rare project Dream Land of Giants, the game that became the framework for Banjo-Kazooie. The same team were working on Pro AM64, a kart racer which would later become the game we all know and love after the inclusion of Diddy Kong, and this game just happened to also feature a turtle for one of its races, and thus the Tip Top mantle was bestowed upon them. Tip Top was then integrated into the Banjo-Kazooie series from that point on. Of course, Banjo and Kazooie both went on to cameo in the Super Smash Bros. Series. In the Japanese version of Smash Ultimate, the Duos Down Special has a slightly more interesting name. In English, the attack is simply called Rear Egg. However, in Japan, it is referred to as Oketsu Tamago, which, translated directly into English, the move is called Arse Egg. The name was also used in the Japanese version of the original Banjo-Kazooie as well, with the name appearing on its Japanese website. While in the English version of the game and its sequel Banjo-Tooie, this particular attack doesn't have a name, rather being included as part of the egg-firing ability. Though when examining the game's data, we can see that the animation for this attack is in fact named Egg Arse. Speaking of which, let's spend a little time talking about the game's follow-up, Banjo-Tooie. This sequel title is often criticized for its significantly larger and more convoluted world. Tooie's many complex puzzles and large interconnected areas led to a lot of backtracking, especially in comparison to the relatively compact and self-contained levels and objectives of its predecessor. Steve Malpass, one of the game designers on Tooie, revealed in a YouTube comment of all places that the game was intentionally designed to be more of an adventure game than a platformer, taking inspiration from the hugely successful Ocarina of Time. Steve mentions that members of the team certainly knew the game had become overly complicated, but it was too late in development to make significant changes, saying, what made sense on paper in the literal form of a map was much more difficult to navigate in-game and in-head. I'd like to say 20 plus years of hindsight have highlighted how overcomplicated and user-unfriendly Banjo-Tooie is at times, but the truth is, we knew almost immediately, before the game launched. But by then, it was too late to do much about it. He went on to explain that the warp pads connecting the worlds were a very late inclusion, serving as a last-ditch attempt to help relieve some of the navigational issues. Another fun name for a move in the Japanese version of Smash Ultimate is for one of the attacks introduced in Banjo-Tooie. The Bree-Gull Bash move goes by a significantly different name in Japan. Known as Harisen Kazooie, the name directly translates to slapping fan kazooie. A harisen is a large paper fan most often used for slapstick comedy in a manzai act, in which the straight man slaps the funny man as punishment for their stupidness or silly jokes. In fact, the paper fan that appeared in previous Smash Bros. Games was also a harisen, and was referred to as one in the Japanese versions of the games. Another reason for the name change, other than the cultural reference, may be because Kazooie is never referred to as a Bree-Gull in any of the Japanese translations of Banjo-Kazooie games, and no reference to the species is made at all. Masahiro Sakurai even alludes to this outright in the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate moveset showcase for Banjo and Kazooie. The final area of Banjo-Tooie, Cauldron Keep, was originally planned to be another entire world with its own complete set of collectibles and challenges. Greg Malis, series head, explained on Twitter that it ended up having to be cut down significantly, mostly due to time constraints. This is why the area only features a third battle with Klungo, the Tower of Tragedy quiz, and the final fight with Gruntilda. This may also explain why the game only features 90 jiggies in total rather than the nice round 100 featured in the first game. Another pair of iconic rare titles that are worth a quick look at the very least are Conker's Bad Fur Day and Killer Instinct. Early in development for Killer Instinct 2, it was planned to have a vampire character as part of the updated roster of fighters. While this idea was scrapped before the game's final release, the stage theme for the vampire, titled Bloodlust, had already been completed. The track didn't go to waste, however, as it became the theme for Count Batula in Conker's Bad Fur Day. It would be another 2 decades before a vampire finally made their way into the Killer Instinct franchise, with the character Mira being added to the game in the 3rd season of 2016's Killer Instinct. We briefly touched on some characters featured in Diddy Kong Racing, so let's take a minute to look at a few more. Crunch, for example. This croc wasn't initially intended to be a Kremling, though it is a logical choice considering the game he appears in. Former artist at Rare, Kevin Bayliss, made mention of this in a now-defunct Facebook group created for Rare alumni. He stated that Crunch existed as a concept even before the conversion of Pro AM64 into Diddy Kong Racing. His design was originally that of just a generic crocodile character, with his creation being a way of introducing a, quote, bad guy into the racing game's roster. After the team began working on incorporating Diddy Kong into the game and changing its title over to Diddy Kong Racing, it seemed like a natural development that the generic crocodile character should be a Kremling called Crunch instead, helping to better tie the character into the Donkey Kong series lore. One side effect of this change, however, is that because Nintendo owns the rights to the Kremling species, this means the character would also be owned by the rights holder as well, even going on to retain the rights of the character after Rare was bought out by Microsoft in 2002. The other Diddy Kong Racing characters, however, besides Diddy Kong, are owned by Microsoft instead, as they are not intrinsically tied to the Donkey Kong series in any way. While Crunch has a pretty cracking name, some players didn't even get a chance to learn the names of the other bad guys of the game without reading through supplemental material. In the Japanese version of the game, none of the boss characters besides Wizpig are referred to by their given names, and instead, their displayed name is simply that of a translation of their respective species. Tricky being Triceratops, Bluey as Whale, Bubbler as Octopus, and Smokey as Dragon. Let's bookend all this Rare trivia with a bit of Paper Mario. This fan-favorite title has an interesting little oversight. The Japanese names for some of the game's locations were intended to harken back to earlier places seen in the Mario series, a detail which it seems was lost during the localization process for the game's English release. The team behind the translation seemed to make the decision to rename these locations entirely. In the Japanese game, Shooting Star Summit is called Falling Star Hill, which is also the Japanese name for Star Hill from Super Mario RPG, suggesting they are in fact the same place. Dry Desert is called Calamari Desert in Japan, a nod to the Mario Kart 64 track. This becomes particularly obvious when you take into account the resemblance between the K64 locomotive and the train that appeared in the Mario Kart stage, along with the fact that the music that plays while riding the train is a remix of the Mario Kart 64 theme. Shiver Mountain, and by extension the entire Shiver region, has an almost identical name to Cool Mountain from Mario 64 in Japan, which is named Cold Mountain instead. This may also help explain why all the bumpties in this chapter are referred to as penguins. One enemy from Paper Mario had a weakness that was so well hidden it took 18 years for it to be discovered. Now, this enemy may only appear very briefly in only one specific place and never appear in the game again, but the fact that it had an unknown weakness is still a fascinating secret for players to unearth. In Chapter 6, green Monty Moles appear, which Mario must battle. For some reason, these specific Monty Moles have a weakness against the Hammer Throw badge attack, resulting in the enemy taking an additional 3 damage. The Hammer Throw badge is designed for use against flying enemies or enemies on the ceiling. Typically, not enemies who are on the ground. In most cases, ground-based enemies will simply take the same damage as a standard hammer attack. This is why it took so long to uncover this weakness. Most players know that the Hammer Throw ability wouldn't help them against Monty Moles, but against these green ones, it actually does have an advantage. But since players simply wouldn't expect this, it was never tested, or at least wasn't documented. One secret we all still want to know relates to a blue toad, located near the Toad Town train station. When spoken to, he says, "So, I hear you're off to fight Bowser. Mario, when peace returns here, I want to tell you something, okay?" One would think that he has some secret to give the player after the final task of the game is complete, but after Mario has defeated Bowser, he can no longer explore the entirety of Toad Town, with a toad standing by the entrance to the train station who stops Mario and tells him to go meet up with Peach. By utilizing cheats or save file modifications, it's possible to get past this toad and reach the blue toad who holds a secret for us. However, when trying to speak to this toad after having beaten Bowser, the game will simply crash. This would suggest the dialogue for the toad was never written, and the game fails to read any data to display as dialogue, so the game crashes. Perhaps this toad would have given a special optional endgame mission. Perhaps we will never know the true answer. Getting somewhere you shouldn't be able to doesn't always freeze the game though. By performing some frame-perfect movements, it's possible to get to a cutscene with Tubba Blubber slightly before the game intends. A result of this is the game's visuals glitching out slightly, and a snot bubble appears to be coming from the lower regions of his back. This is because 2 cutscenes are playing simultaneously, one with Tubba laying on his back and one with him sitting upright. So we get both scenes' bubbles, with one out of context. An interesting unused item in the game's data comes in the form of the Transformation Cane, a fully working item, complete with a sprite and description. Lets you transform into a party member and use their commands. After 3 turns, Mario returns to normal. Using the Transformation Cane basically would transform Mario into a duplicate copy of one of his companions, meaning you could have 2 of the same partner character in a fight at the same time. At least temporarily. It's possible this was removed because, while interesting in concept, in execution, it isn't exactly a powerful benefit in most cases compared to just utilizing Mario's skills directly. Perhaps it was used for a plot point that got scrapped. Hopefully one day we'll know. Moving on from a game which pushed Mario's presence into a new dimension and onto a game which pushed game genres into new territory. When the team began creating Doubutsu no Mari, the Japan-exclusive first entry into the Animal Crossing franchise, director Katsuya Iguchi and Hisashi Nogami set out to create a game that was unlike any that came before. And as such, it didn't quite fit into any existing genre that was known at the time. However, because games needed to be classified by a genre on their retail packaging, the team settled on referring to the game as a communication game. A pretty good fit, considering most of the game involves communicating with your town's various villagers. One of the biggest features in this initial entry of the Animal Crossing series was the inclusion of NES games that could be played from within the game itself. By utilizing the game's built-in NES emulator, it's possible for any tech whiz to install additional ROMs to the N64's controller pack. While this wasn't an advertised feature of the game, doing so and then selecting the Save a Letter option whilst in the post office will present the player with a unique menu that would let them view and delete ROMs. A menu which wouldn't show up in normal gameplay and only appears if additional ROMs were added to the controller pack by the player. Because Nintendo never officially implemented any way of installing additional ROMs, this menu is never normally shown. And with the future releases of Dobatsu no Mori E+ and Animal Crossing, players wouldn't need access to this menu as they could delete ROMs from their memory card directly from the GameCube's main menu. Additionally, in Dobatsu no Mori's Chinese IQ release, this menu text is corrupted, with the title being a garbled mess and the rest of the menu remaining in its original Japanese language. From a rare secret to a game developed by British developer Rare, Perfect Dark was rife with typical Rare quirks, such as a hidden Easter egg which, turns out, was never actually meant to appear in the game's final release. A pre-release screenshot of the game showed a Borg cube, a type of starship used by the Borg race to travel the galaxy in Star Trek: The Next Generation. It seems the cube was used as a placeholder graphic for the shield tech item in Datadyne Investigation. This same box, textured with a screen cap of the Borg cube from Next Gen and slightly tinted with tones of cyan and gold, was also used as a placeholder model for objects during the development of GoldenEye 007, which uses the same engine as Perfect Dark. It seems to me the folks over at Rare had great taste in their sci-fi show choices. Speaking of GoldenEye, did you ever play multiplayer only for your friend to pick Oddjob, sparking a 20-minute debate on whether playing as the pint-sized assassin is fair? Many GoldenEye fans see playing as Oddjob in multiplayer mode as a form of cheating, as his short stature places him below the game's auto-aim bullet radius. Well, it wasn't just fans of the game that acknowledged this, but even the developers themselves. It was addressed by lead environment artist Carl Hilton, as well as gameplay and engine programmer Mark Edmonds within an oral history article released in Mel magazine in 2018. 21 years after the game was originally released. They both stated pretty bluntly that playing as Oddjob is definitely cheating, and they were even aware of this fact while creating the game. Hilton said, "We all thought it was kind of cheating when we were playtesting with Oddjob due to his short stature. The auto-aim of the weapons goes above his head, but it was too much fun to take out, and there was no impetus from any of us to change it. It's clearly become part of the culture and folklore of the game. I noticed playing GoldenEye as Oddjob was mentioned in Ready Player One, so ultimately, I think it's fine." Edmonds said that it's definitely cheating to play as Oddjob, but that can just add to the fun when you're all sitting there next to each other and berating, poking, hitting the person who chooses him. Personally, I like to pick Jaws and then beat the person with Oddjob just to show them. We could have put something in to stop this blatant cheating, but why not just let players decide on their own rules? One fun mode in the game is no doubt DK mode, which gives characters crazy proportions akin to Rare's redesign of Donkey Kong from the Country titles. This mode remains present in the game's Xbox One release, not just in behavior, but even in name. given that Nintendo was directly involved with the project to get GoldenEye re-released on modern consoles, with the title having a simultaneous release on both Nintendo Switch Online and the Microsoft Store, this could in fact be one of the first times in which Nintendo has given an official approval for their IP to be referenced directly in a title released on a competing console. Let's jet to another Nintendo classic with Star Fox 64. Mitsuhiro Takano, the original scriptwriter of Star Fox 64, once admitted in an issue of Iwata Asks during the promotional period for Star Fox 64 3D on 3DS that the team had initially planned to include more aquatic stages based on the Blue Marine from the original game, but they were removed because of a feeling that they dragged the game's pace down too much. There's actually some references to this left in the final release, with Falco's dialogue in the Japanese version of the Aqua stage, in which he says, "This is the only time in our life we'll ever use this thing." For the record, the line was changed in the English release to, "This thing will never hold together." The Japanese line was apparently added to the game as a result of Takano feeling bad about the gameplay only featuring a single underwater stage in the single-player mode. Files pertaining to Star Fox 64, which were unearthed in the Nintendo GigaLeak, seem to suggest that one of the cut Blur Marine stages was known as Katoria, which roughly translates to Cattleya. Cattleya is a real-life genus of orchids, a fact that adds more credence to the suggestion that this stage may have been planned to be a beautiful water planet. The initials for the planet, CL, show up in many other source files too, giving a clue as to what it would have been like. Examples include Fox_eDisplay references CL_ship0, CL_ship1, and Fish00, while Fox_boss.h refers to CL's boss as Saba, or mackerel. Fox_juja.o, meanwhile, refers to a Saba snake, heavily implying that the stage's boss would have been some kind of fish creature, or perhaps an eel or sea snake of some kind. Most of the other files label CL as Colony, implying that Cattleya would have been home to several underwater cities. In early beta versions of the map, CL was positioned between where Area 6 and Bolse would be, and presumably would have led into the cut-planned Venom normal route where Fox would have battled against Andross on foot with a bazooka. One thing that did wind up going into the game is the rather infamous killer bee enemies. These bees were designed by Shigeru Miyamoto himself, who wanted to include them throughout development, and after absolutely insisting on their inclusion, he was instructed by the development team to design the enemy himself. He went away and drew up 3 different designs and asked the team which one they would utilize in the game, with the final design being decided only towards the end of development. 14 years later, the game would get a 3D remake, bringing some alterations with it. One particularly famous line from Star Fox 64 comes from Falco Lombardi, when he reminds the player,
"Hey Einstein, I'm on your side!"
A somewhat controversial line, because it implies that there exists some version of the famed scientist Albert Einstein within the Star Fox universe. That said, it's worth pointing out that this line was added into the game when the Western localization was made, with the original Japanese version of Falco's line being, "Damn it, can't you even distinguish between friend and foe?" In the 3D remake, the reference to Einstein was removed, and the line was changed to, "Hey genius, I'm on your side," before winding up as the basis for Star Fox Adventures and altered to fit into the Star Fox universe. And as such, prototypes of Dinosaur Planet show us how the game changed and what was cut in the transition. Crystal, for example, was not an original character created for Star Fox, but a unique character for Dinosaur Planet. But Rare had originally considered completely removing Crystal during the conversion to Star Fox Adventures. Former Rare artist Kevin Bayliss recently showed a glimpse of an earlier form of Star Fox Adventures cutscene sequence notes, which show 0 traces of Crystal. Instead, Fox McCloud took her place in the game's prologue, riding the Cloud Runner onto General Scale's galleon, and then eventually arriving at Warlock Mountain, the location which would become Krazoa Palace in the final game. Here he would have communicated with Slippy Toad and General Pepper, with the former beaming him the projectile upgrade, filling in the spot for Randorn, who grants Crystal the projectile spell page in Dinosaur Planet. Another early idea from Rare during this transition was for Fox to crash land his R-Wing over Dinosaur Planet, forcing him to traverse on foot. The developers had multiple meetings with the staff at Nintendo in Kyoto, including Shigeru Miyamoto and Takaya Imamura, the creator of Fox McCloud and godfather to the Star Fox series. They worked to iron out their new story for what was to become Star Fox Adventures. During these meetings, Miyamoto and Imamura actually requested that Crystal remain in the game, feeling as though it would be a waste to scrap her entirely. Imamura also chose to then redesign her so that she would better fit aesthetically with the rest of the Star Fox cast. According to Imamura, the redesign that he came up with for Crystal was inspired by Vampirella, a Warren Publishing comic book character known for wearing particularly risque outfits. This was reportedly because of a desire from himself and Miyamoto to add a degree of sex appeal to the Star Fox franchise, with Miyamoto wanting the series to have more mature elements wherever possible. Another early bit of Adventures concept art that Kevin Bayliss posted featured a to-do list, with one of the bullet points stating, "We use Crystal again." It's perhaps evidence that indicates that this to-do list was written after one of these meetings between Rare and Nintendo. The original Super Smash Bros. Could only be realized, at least as we know it today, thanks to Nintendo's back catalog of iconic franchises. Smash Bros. Built upon those franchises in their games, and gave us a perspective on them that we hadn't seen before. But a few of those environments aren't as game accurate as some may have been led to believe. Contrary to popular belief, the Mushroom Kingdom stage doesn't use sprites or music from the original Super Mario Bros. This is most noticeable with the enemy sprites in the background showing far more complex shading than would have ever been possible on the original NES. Many of the sprites are discolored, and in some cases such as the ground blocks being 1 pixel too tall, and the outline of the goal stair blocks being too thick. In regards to the stage's music, while it is indeed an impressively close replica of the music from the original game, it uses subtly different instruments and a mildly slower tempo. In the stage's future appearance in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, the graphics wound up being revised and made far more accurate to the original Super Mario Bros., using graphics from Super Mario Maker and replacing the faux overworld theme from the N64 release with the actual original NES version of the song. Changes were also made between the Japanese version of Smash 64 and its international release. Not many significant changes, but Mario and Luigi were given a small height boost, while at the same time, Kirby was given a small cutting down to make him shorter. These 3 characters alone are the only ones whose sizes differ between regional releases. The biggest difference between regions is often language and culture, and localizing a game for a new region can lead to some inelegant compromises and oversights. In many Nintendo titles, including Super Smash Bros. And Mario Party, the word hip is frequently used when naming maneuvers that relate to a character's bum, like hip attack or hip drop, rather than, say, bum slam. You'll see it in English games, but it's a quirk of Japanese. While hip can use the English meaning in Japanese, it frequently refers to the derriere. This is what's called a false friend, when a word is similar between 2 languages but isn't functionally the same. For example, in English, a mansion is basically a very large house, while in Japan, a mansion is more like an apartment complex. Both refer to a residence, but different kinds. As video game translator Clyde Mandelin points out, many games have hip-related terms in them, and usually these are given different names when localized, such as ground pound or smash attack. But this isn't always the case, such as Yoshi's hip drop attack in Smash Bros. Mario Party even has a mini-game called Hikomi Hip Drop, meaning pound it down hip drop. When translated, this was simply called ground pound, though this wasn't accompanied by a change in instructions, as the game's rules still utilizes the hip drop term. Donkey Kong 64 is a game we have a lot to talk about, partly because it's massive. The first thing we're yapping about comes from May 2013, where Rare programmer Chris Marlowe released a Let's Play video of Conker's Bad Fur Day, sharing a story about the development of Donkey Kong 64. Marlowe explained that Rare encountered a memory leak early in playtesting, and unable to determine the exact cause before the game's release, decided to bundle it with an expansion pack which inexplicably fixed the bug.
Story is that there was a bug that caused the game to randomly crash that only occurred in the 4 meg only version. Physically, the game just kept randomly crashing, and they couldn't find out what it was, so they had to ship with the memory card in it for free, and it cost them a fortune to push it out.
Which is
and
why
it was the only game that required it.
Of course, the story was quickly swept up by gaming news sites, but Mark Stevenson, a developer who worked on the game, denied the claim in a November 2019 interview. He explained that Rare's management had directed the team to use the expansion pack early in development to enable advanced graphical effects like dynamic lighting. He did, however, confirm the fact that DK64 contained a game-breaking bug during development, but that it only seemed to affect a single revision of the Nintendo 64 hardware, and that it was eventually resolved prior to the game's release. Stevenson speculated that Marlowe somehow conflated the two stories, resulting in the false factoid about the game's memory leak issues. That game-breaking glitch wasn't the only bug Rare should have squashed. The final game has a surprising amount of bizarre glitches. It's actually possible to unlock Chunky Kong for the player while he simultaneously remains in place on the game's overworld as an NPC. This means it's possible to have two Chunkies on screen at the same time. If the NPC version of Chunky Kong is approached by his playable counterpart, he will do nothing but stare deeply into his soul, almost as though he recognizes that one of them is a fake. But he isn't sure which is which. Donkey Kong's deck actually holds a small Rare secret relating to cloning errors too. While it's possible for the player to walk on the deck out to the front of DK's treehouse, it is usually inaccessible as access is blocked by walls and a loading zone when walking outside. Because the deck isn't usually accessible, cheats or glitches must be utilized for the player to reach it. When on the deck, there is a spot that, if touched, creates a motionless Donkey Kong in the middle of the house. The clone has no interactions or collision detection and just stays there blinking at frequent intervals, standing in place until the player reloads this room. Even if the player is in control of a Kong other than DK, it will still be DK that appears in the room. Within certain stages of DK64, like Fungi Forest, Creepy Castle, or Crystal Caves, an unnamed bat can be seen. Though the bat has no name, it continued to appear in future Donkey Kong titles like King of Swing on the Game Boy Advance, only now donning the name Flip Flap. While it may be the first time the bat was given a name in the West, Flip Flap seems to have already been used as the enemy's name way back in the Japanese localization of DK64. Sort of. The official Japanese guidebook has a bestiary and lists the bat as Furipu Furapu. As you can probably guess, in English, this translates to flip-flap. Meanwhile, the official English guide just calls them bats. Typical. Have you ever completed a game so hard that 100% just doesn't cut it anymore? How about completing a game so hard that you fall into the negative completion range? Well, with Donkey Kong 64, the highest file completion a player can achieve winds up being negative 124%. This is attained by increasing the player's completion value so much that the counter ticks over back into a negative value, a result of integer overflow. Utilizing glitches, it's possible for the player to duplicate existing golden bananas up to a total of 280, at which point the game gives up and stops counting them. Without glitches, 101% is usually the maximum possible percentage on the game's file select screen. But with the extra bananas, we'd reach 132%. However, due to integer overflow, this displays as minus 124. As you've probably gathered, Donkey Kong 64 is rife with glitches, and another can occur when the player manages to have a Kong die during the middle of a cutscene. Because the Kong dies, gameplay won't resume after the cutscene comes to an end. Instead, the camera will simply return to the body of the dead Kong and linger on it indefinitely. A reminder that this is what you see when you die, a third-person view of your own body forever. This never-ending fate isn't only experienced by the Kongs, however. After defeating Dogadon, he is seen falling off of the battle arena while he spins. It's probably a promising assumption that the boss's model is unloaded from the game when he falls out of view, but the developers never actually did this. Instead, the player can clip out of bounds and find that he remains under the lava, spinning in the abyss for the rest of eternity. More damage can be done other than death, of course. If somehow a player manages to have a Kong play an instrument while they slide off of a ledge into water, the game will struggle to process this and will lag immensely. Adding to this, rather than the enjoyment of an instrument, the player will be subjected to a harsh, corrupted audio noise for the duration of the instrument scene, after which it will return to normal and behave as though nothing happened. But it isn't all bad for the Kongs. There's another secret that would have been handy for players rather than making them regret their choices and quit the game. Donkey Kong 64 has a fairly obscure hints system, likely intended to assist players who can't seem to progress in a level. The only trouble with this hint system is activating it. The actions necessary to achieve it are convoluted to the point of absurdity and inconsistent to boot. Examples include having to pause the game repeatedly, only 1,501 times in a row to be exact, or you could just crouch for 4 hours straight. Hey, at least with the hint that it's going to give you, that would save you some time trying to work out what to do so you can actually play the game, right? Speaking of Kongs, we reported a while back that Mario Kart 64 may have a small cameo appearance from Diddy. Seen driving the bus on Toad's Turnpike, this silhouette of a monkey wearing a baseball cap was presumed to be Diddy himself. We're still pretty certain the character was intended to be Diddy, but recently it was unearthed by Western fans that the Japanese Mario Kart 64 website might suggest differently. Here, it's suggested that this shadowy figure is actually what it claims to be, a ukiki wearing a hat. An unlikely story, but hey, we can't question the official material, even if it's a little bit ridiculous. Another obscure background character can be found at the Bowser's Castle course. In one area, there's what appears to be a green thwomp sealed away in a jail cell. This thwomp's not really green though, it's just the way they're lit up. This thwomp would inspire urban legends claiming that players could free him using a convoluted series of tricks, after which he'd be playable under the name Marty. We've mentioned Marty before, but there's a few details we overlooked last time. Firstly, Marty's name originally appeared in doctored screenshots and was likely chosen so the hoaxers could reuse letters from the names Mario, Toad, and Yoshi to form the name Marty. Additionally, when this stage reappeared in the later entry Mario Kart Wii, Marty appeared differently to how he did in his previous appearance, this time being made to look the same color as the rest of the thwomps in the game, suggesting that his sickly tone was not necessarily an intentional choice, or even that it may have been an error. Castlevania Legacy of Darkness saw a change during its journey overseas, with the Japanese release allowing players to save their progress to the game cartridge itself, rather than the NTSC and PAL releases, which required a controller pack to make a save. Probably due to the Western releases needing a controller pack to save, and that you can't also plug a rumble pack into that one slot, the Japanese game's rumble support remained exclusive to the region. It isn't just these physical differences though, as the Japanese release also had Henry's scenario unlocked from the very moment the player turns the game on, while we in the West had to complete Cornell's scenario beforehand. At least this is what we always believed. In 2024, a hidden variation of the Konami code was discovered, which unlocks all characters and costumes from the word go. To activate this unlock, the player has to press C up 4 times, C down 4 times, then C left, C left, C right, C right, C left, C left, C right, L, R, Z. Kind of like the Konami code if you were drunk. Now it's time for Glover, the iconic and lovable glove character who may not have captured the hearts of the biggest audience in the world, but certainly did manage to at least remain in the minds of any 90s kid. So much so perhaps that in 2018, indie developer Golden Mushroom announced they were working on a new sequel to Glover, which would release on Nintendo Switch. It turns out this wasn't actually true, however, as it was quickly discovered the company had only applied for the trademark of the name Glover, not the copyright, meaning that they didn't actually own the rights to the Glover IP. Those rights are part of Pico Interactive, who purchased them from Atari SA, who bought the original company that created Glover, Hasbro Interactive, in 2001. In Glover, the player can collect Garib cards, named as such after an in-joke that floated around the development office. According to designer Rich Alban, the studio was doing a port for a Japanese company at around the time of Glover, and they got a faxed bug report, yes, a faxed bug report, which had one item that read, "There is a problem with the Garib." No one knew what a Garib was. There was no reference to it in the game or in the code. So it kind of became an office meme. Anything without a name became a Garib. Another 3D platformer on N64 is Toy Story 2 Buzz Lightyear to the Rescue by Traveller's Tales. The game has several Easter eggs scattered around, but the team initially wanted to slide a few Christian Easter eggs into the game too. Of course, of particular note was a sticker that could be seen on a suitcase which read John 3:16. A citation for a Bible verse which reads, "For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life." Not too surprising, but when the team over at Disney noticed the reference, they insisted it was removed. In the final game, in its place, the sticker quite plainly reads, "NY City." Traveller's Tales had to make do with only non-religious allusions in the end, like in Andy's Room, where board game boxes have TT Games and More Tales printed across them, referencing the development team themselves. Another game with some very cool secrets is Rayman 2: The Great Escape, and this time it isn't just references. Rayman 2 contains a secret minigame for the player, though which minigame you get depends on the system you're playing on. For the Nintendo 64 and PC releases, the minigame is Menezes, a 2D space shooter where the player controls a flying letter E that must destroy the evil letters X and O and the number 8 while avoiding their projectiles. This minigame is also available in the Dreamcast release, though it was limited to being a downloadable add-on at the time of its release, and is now no longer available without hacking. To unlock this minigame on N64, players must hold C left while quickly and repeatedly pressing the A and B buttons simultaneously as the credits roll. On PC, the player has to write "shoot 'em up" during the credits and then wait for them to end. Rayman 2's PS2 version has an entirely different minigame called The Splong, which not only does my text editor want to autocorrect into something else, but it is unsurprisingly similar to Pong. The player controls a sliding blue bar on the left of the screen and has to play against a CPU player. This minigame is activated differently too, during the cutscene that plays on the Iron Mountains, in which Rayman is riding the hot air balloon by pressing the square or circle button 15 times. Now, from one Ubisoft title to another, 1999's Tonic Trouble followed the story of a janitor called Ed. Conceptualized by Rayman's creator, Michel Ancel, the game was inspired by the plot of Day of the Tentacle, as well as the world-traveling mechanics of The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. The project started pre-production in 1996, and was developed by a team of around 120 people, taking them over 3 years to finish after numerous delays. Throughout the game's long and troubled development, Tonic Trouble went under several different working titles, some less remarkable than others, including simply Ed and Head. In the end, the game went through roughly 8 different names before the final title was decided by a user poll. IGN mentioned the poll and even implied it might take place on their website, but unfortunately it seems the poll was never archived, so it's unknown what other potential titles may have been considered for the game. Another game with its own troubles was Olympic Hockey Nagano 98, released on N64 in, you guessed it, 1998. As the debut title for prolific development studio Treyarch, the game is rather simply a re-release of Wayne Gretzky's 3D Hockey 98, though no longer being endorsed by Gretzky and featuring the Olympic license instead. Besides the game's cover art, the in-game titles, and some very minor graphical changes like team logos or colors, every single aspect of the game remained practically unchanged from the earlier Wayne Gretzky release. Because of this, it was not exactly well received by games journalists at the time, including IGN's review, which gave the game a score of 0. That's right, a fat 0. Making it the lowest rated game ever to have been reviewed by IGN staff. The review was as concise as they come, stating, "We'll post a new review when Midway releases a new game." The Japan-exclusive N64 title Bakuretsu Muteki Bangai-O, which translates as Explosive Invincible Bangai-O, is a multi-directional shooter developed by Treasure and released in '99. The game has several unused stages within its data, but even more levels were cut than what the game data suggests. At one point in development, it was planned for Bangai-O to have a woman planet, or the idea was at least considered by the developers. The map designer on the game, Koichi Kimura, told Japan's Dreamcast magazine, "It doesn't appear in the game, but there is a Yosai, woman planet, too. But my image for it was like, everything's colored in pink for some reason, and there's some annoying melody going pra-ra-ra, pra-ra-ra-ra, always playing in the background." And well, I thought we might be getting into sexual harassment territory here if we included this, so I dropped it. Yeah, can't say we're more than that one. Mission Impossible faced a mistake from its development team too, but not with the nature of the material they wanted to include, but rather simply how powerful they believed the Nintendo 64 was as a gaming system, furthered by the fact that the team believed in their own standards and that they wouldn't compromise the quality of the game and release a substandard product, resulting in continuous delays, having initially been announced in May 1998, but then in late 1997, after acquiring Ocean, French company Infogrames put a new team in charge of the project. Infogrames' takeover of production occurred when the game was in a non-playable state and only ran at 4 frames per second, so the studio made the decision to revise the majority of the American team's earlier work and remodeled the graphics to a lower polygon count in hopes of solving the frame rate issues. Inspiration for the title was taken from Super Mario 64 and GoldenEye 007, with the developers acknowledging that they need to differentiate between the very much similar themes of GoldenEye and Mission Impossible. Ideas were scrapped because of this, with a wristwatch interface having initially been planned, but it was discarded after the team saw the same style of interface in GoldenEye. A major planned feature that wound up being dropped, and perhaps rather fortuitously, was a desire to add support for Nintendo's 64DD peripheral, which would have allowed players to access additional levels. This idea was completely dropped because the developers claimed that they did not have enough time to really think about it. A good thing too, since the 64DD was a major flop and was never even released outside of Japan. Thank you for watching. I hope you can't hear me right now because you're slumbering away, but if you are here, just know that we appreciate you, and that you should watch these other videos that are up on screen now. Just do it. Do it now. Watch one of these. If you're not asleep, watch another one.
Did you know? The Turok franchise actually started in 1956. The series got its start as a comic book, with the original storyline centered on a pair of Native American brothers named Turok and Andar, who become trapped in a mysterious valley inhabited by dinosaurs. The initial run of comics lasted until 1982, but the series was revived a decade later by Valiant Comics in a story that introduced the Lost Lands setting, which was popularized by the Turok video games. Following the purchase of Valiant Comics by Acclaim, another reboot of the comic was published in 1998. It developed the story to be more in line with the video game series and changed Turok from the main character's name to a title meaning Son of Stone. As a longtime developer for Nintendo platforms, Acclaim was approached by Nintendo to make a game exclusively for the N64 before the console's release. The project was given to a relatively inexperienced team at Iguana Entertainment led by first-time lead designer David Dinespire. When they started out, the Turok team had few resources, but interest in the game skyrocketed after a successful demonstration at E3 1996. In an interview with Edge magazine, Dinespire recalled, "We were having a real hard time getting dev kits from Nintendo, and we only had 2 of those really expensive CGI machines. All of the artists and designers were sharing one, and our lead programmer had one in his office so he could write the game engine and test it. After that E3 demo, development systems suddenly started turning up. It was great." Internally, there were concerns about the game's graphic violence and blood, as Nintendo is known for family-friendly titles. However, the team was never once asked to submit content for approval, and developed Turok without interference from Nintendo. While brainstorming the initial concept for Turok, the devs wanted to make something that showed off the power of the Nintendo 64. They also took note of the growing shooter genre of games on the PC and decided the game should be an FPS. Turok proved to be technologically groundbreaking. The scope of its world and the complexity of its animations were unlike anything seen in other console shooters. This was achieved in part due to Acclaim having spent $10 million to construct their own motion capture studio, used for several video game projects throughout the 90s. Their studio was even borrowed for some Hollywood pictures, including Batman Forever and Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Motion capture allowed the Turok devs to overcome their limited resources and incorporate highly detailed character animations into the game. They gave generic enemies unique animations that changed depending on how they died. While this worked well for the humanoid enemies, the game's dinosaurs were a much greater challenge. The team tried using emus and ostriches as motion capture stand-ins, but this proved impractical. Still, Remington Scott, the then interactive director for Acclaim, maintains that having an emu as a reference improved the game's final dinosaur animations. Despite all the hype leading up to its release, Turok represented a risky venture for Acclaim. The company lost over $200 million in fiscal year 1996 and were forced to lay off 100 employees. The game's mature rating and the hefty $80 price tag caused some analysts to doubt the game's potential. In the end though, Turok overcame these drawbacks and was a massive hit, selling more than 1.7 million copies. The mayor of Glen Cove, New York, the city where Acclaim was based, even temporarily renamed a street Turok Boulevard in honor of the game's launch. Nintendo themselves recognized the game's success by featuring Turok as part of their Player's Choice line, the first third-party game to receive the honor. The game was successful enough that Sculptured Software, another studio owned by Acclaim, started testing the possibility of porting Turok to the PlayStation, though ultimately nothing came of it. Before Turok was even released, Acclaim announced pre-order sales for the game were so strong that they were already starting development on a sequel, tentatively titled Turok Dinosaur Hunter 2. The team at Iguana was careful to listen to fan feedback, who asked for improved controls and a multiplayer mode. Despite this, the multiplayer mode almost didn't make the cut. Turok 2 originally started development on a 12 megabyte cartridge that filled up quickly. Storage limitations, cartridge prices, and a tight development schedule made multiplayer near impossible to include. Fortunately, cartridge prices dropped and the team was able to move the project to a larger 16 megabyte cartridge. As multiplayer modes and games grew to be a major incentive for players, Turok 2's development time was extended to allow for multiplayer to be included. One of the most common complaints from fans about the first Turok was its control scheme. According to Dinespire, the plan for Turok 2 was to include 2 control schemes, one based on Turok and one more familiar to fans of GoldenEye. This can be seen quite literally in an early demo build of the game that offered 2 control setups named Turok and Golden. These were renamed to Expert and Arcade for the final release. Other differences in the demo included the presence of checkpoints, which were later removed and a complete lack of blood. Players were also unable to climb down ladders in the demo and could damage themselves with their own weapons. Some elements of Turok 2 took inspiration from other sources. In an interview with IGN, Deinsteiber confirmed the cerebral bore weapon was inspired by the iconic Sentinel spheres from the Phantasm horror movies. This isn't the only referential weapon in the franchise though. Dinosaur Hunter's fusion cannon is likely based on the BFG 9000 from Doom, which was a large inspiration for Turok's developers. And Turok Rage War's Chestburster is likely a nod to the Alien franchise. The title Chestburster is usually given to the second stage in a xenomorph's life cycle when it bursts out of the host's chest. Both Turok and its sequel were eventually remastered by Night Dive Studios and released on digital stores like Steam and GOG in 2015 and 2017 respectively, as well as on the Switch and Xbox later on. The Turok 2 remaster contains several unused levels in its data, though most of these were meant for testing purposes. One of the levels, named Not Dwango, is a recreation of a popular fan-made multiplayer map from Doom 2 known as Dwango. The name Dwango is an acronym for Dial-Up Wide Area Network Game Operation, an online gaming service from the mid-90s that became popular enough to use with the Doom games. The Not Dwango map was removed from Turok 2 with the release of a later update. As part of the same update, a level editor was added to the game. The Turok games have seen a few changes when released in different regions. Both Turok and Turok 2 were given different titles in Japan. Turok Dinosaur Hunter became Dimensional Warrior Turok, and Turok 2 Seeds of Evil became Violence Killer Turok New Generation. Meanwhile, the German version of Turok was censored in several ways. All the human enemies in the game were replaced with robots, and their sound effects were altered. The blood was also removed from the game's box art. Turok Rage Wars also had regional censorship. Oddly, 4 playable characters were changed in the German game. Adon, Campaigner, Bastille, and Syra were all altered. Adon was entirely replaced by a robot, which even overwrote her alternate skins, which became unchanging robots. Syra was also replaced with, you guessed it, a robot. Campaigner was altered to appear less human with a metal tone to his skin and red eyes, and Bastille was given a helmet with an opaque visor to cover his face. The original North American version of Turok Rage Wars featured a glitch that effectively rendered the game unbeatable. One of the modes in the game's 2-player co-op trials was Frag Tag. In this mode, one player's character is turned into an animal, forcing them to reach a special platform to change back while the opposing team can earn points for killing the animal player. At the end of the match, the team with the highest score wins. Due to the glitch, however, any frag tag level played in co-op would result in a failure for the players, regardless of how many points they'd earned. This made the 2-player trials mode impossible to complete. The bug was fixed in later North American builds, and this glitch never affected other regions. For North American players stuck with a defective copy, Acclaim offered to send a replacement cartridge. This offer wasn't advertised in any way, however. Players could only take advantage of it by emailing Acclaim, where they'd be instructed to mail their copy in to receive a replacement. The game was originally released on black N64 cartridges, but the replacement cartridges were the simple gray. Because of how relatively unknown the replacement offer was, gray cartridges of Turok Rage Wars have gone on to become valuable collector's items. Another rare and extremely unique piece of Turok history was sold online. In January of 2017, YouTube channel Silicon Classics uploaded a video about a collection of CGI indie workstations they acquired that once belonged to Acclaim before their bankruptcy. While documenting the contents of the computers, one of them was found to contain the complete source code for Turok Dinosaur Hunter. Rather than dumping the code online, which would have led to legal ramifications, Silicon Classics put the computer up for sale on eBay. About a year later, a Reddit user going by the name of Code Ouroboros made a post claiming to have found the source code on a file sharing site. But there was a catch. Whoever uploaded it had also encrypted the code with a series of passwords and provided a set of riddles as clues. According to updates on the Reddit post, the first two passwords were Pandora's Box and Trojan Horse, but the third and final riddle seemed to stump them, with no further updates from Code Ouroboros. However, in August 2018, the game's source code surfaced online, allowing anyone to access the complete library of character models, sound effects, music, and other assets from Turok. The Turok franchise continued to evolve after the N64's lifecycle. The first next-gen Turok game was Turok Evolution, which Acclaim advertised aggressively. The company announced they were offering $10,000 in US savings bonds to any parents who named their newborn child after the titular hero in the game. The child had to be named Turok for at least a year, had to be born around August or early September 2002, and an official birth certificate had to be presented to Acclaim as proof. This stunt followed a previous campaign where Acclaim offered £500, roughly $766 at the time, and an Xbox to any Brits who'd legally changed their name to Turok. The British marketing stunt had thousands of responses, and we can only pray that the Name Your Child Turok stunt had none.
Did you know? Next to the word dark in the game's logo is what appears to be a set of quotes, which was inspired by Dakuten marks used in Japanese writing. The title Perfect Dark was also partly drawn from director Martin Hollis's affection for grammatically incorrect English in Japanese media. The odd grammar was also a product of randomly attaching cool-sounding words to each other in order to come up with a name. The team decided very early on that they wanted a female lead. While designing her, the team took inspiration from several sources. This included Ghost in the Shell, The X-Files, and the real-life historical figure Joan of Arc, or as she's called in French, Jeanne d'Arc. This served as the basis for Joanna Dark's name. During development, Nintendo asked Rare to hire an American voice actress for the role of Joanna. This didn't sit well with Rare. After a string of unsuccessful auditions, the role ultimately went to the game's composer, Eveline Novakovic. The job of providing motion capture for Joanna fell to designer Duncan Botwood, who was given a pair of high heels to wear during his performances. In an interview, Botwood reminisced, "That's not a good memory, and it wasn't a good result either." In order to get quality animations for Joanna, the team would try to elicit authentic reactions from Botwood. For example, if they needed an animation for getting shot in the shoulder, they would jab him in the shoulder with a stick. And if they needed an animation for Joanna being sent flying, they would tie a rope around Botwood's body and prepare to yank him backwards on the count of 3, but then pull him on the count of 1. There are other remnants of cut content still present in the game's code, including at least 3 planned levels that were never finished. There's an additional bonus mission called Retaking the Institute, a single-player version of the Skeeter Combat Simulator, and a level called Rooftop that was described as being not up to scratch. There are also 3 unused music tracks, an alternate version of the Death theme, a comedic musical jingle, and what seems to be an alternate version of the Deep Sea Nullify Threat track. This third track was actually used in an early trailer for the game. One of the game's more unique leftovers is a pair of usernames and passwords that can be unlocked, which serve no purpose in the game whatsoever. 2 marketing websites, CarringtonInstitute.com and Datadyne.com, were set up before the game was released. The login information was intended to be used on these sites to access additional supplementary material, but this feature was never implemented. Every level in Perfect Dark contains a hidden piece of cheese. These cheese wedges cannot be interacted with in any way, and finding them accomplishes nothing aside from encouraging players to explore. Fans have often speculated what the cheese meant, and now one Perfect Dark developer has an answer for them. According to artist B. Jones, she told environmental artist Ross Burry that part of the president's plane, which Ross was modeling, looked like a wedge of cheese. From then on, Ross left a wedge of cheese in every level as a sort of calling card. Shooting all of the wine bottles in the cellar of the villa will also cause Carrington to scold Joanna.
Act your age, Joanna.
Hidden inside the safe at the end of the G5 building level is an award from the British Academy of Film and Television Arts. This is a tongue-in-cheek reference to the same award Rare had previously won for their work on GoldenEye. In the multiplayer mode, among the various selectable heads are the faces of Nintendo Shigeru Miyamoto and Ken Lobb. Lobb is a Nintendo employee who worked closely with Rare during the development of GoldenEye. Another GoldenEye reference found in Perfect Dark's multiplayer are the 4 dinner jackets. The jackets are based on the suits worn by Sean Connery, Pierce Brosnan, Timothy Dalton, and Roger Moore during their portrayals of James Bond. Rare originally wanted to include the four as playable characters in GoldenEye's multiplayer, but weren't unable to because of licensing issues. Some of the secrets hidden in the game were placed there solely to confuse players. The Area 51 level hides a mysterious keyhole that serves no purpose. In the multiplayer level Warehouse, the player can reach a grate on the ceiling featuring a question mark design and an ammo crate that cannot be reached. During the opening cutscene, as the camera is sweeping over the city, a sign advertising Anal Land can be seen very briefly. A Perfect Dark prequel for the Game Boy Color was released in conjunction with the N64 game. After completing the tutorial level in the Game Boy game, the player can find a poorly drawn cow painted on one of the walls outside. Unofficially dubbed the Rare Cow, this is a recurring Easter egg that appeared in several handheld games developed by Rare, including Donkey Kong Country, Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge, Conker's Pocket Tales, and Mickey's Racing Adventure. When Perfect Dark was released in Japan, it came with a variety of alterations. Additional shield pickups were added to many levels on the Perfect Agent difficulty to make them easier, and the combat knife weapon was removed from the game. The blood splatter effect when a character is shot and the pools of blood beneath dead characters were both removed as well. Dead bodies also disappear after a short period of time. Because this frees up additional memory, the Japanese version of the game runs slightly smoother than the other versions. Joanna's character model also has an updated facial texture, changing her hairstyle and facial features. In the American and European versions of the game, the mission The Duel gives the character Jonathan's full name as Jonathan Dark, implying that he is Joanna's brother. No connection between the two is established in the plot, however. In Perfect Dark Zero, Jonathan was renamed as Jonathan Steinberg in order to retcon the sibling relationship. According to the developers at Rare, Jonathan was Joanna's brother in early drafts of the story, but this was dropped before release, and his surname in Perfect Dark was just an error that managed to slip by them.
Today we'll be looking at an interesting take on the fighting genre, appearing on a console with a distinct shortage of exclusive fighting games, the Nintendo 64. The game we'll be covering is simply titled Rakuga Kids. Created in 1998 by Konami, Rakuga Kids is a straightforward fighting game that has the player take on the role of various children and the characters they've created. The game's title is a play on the word rakugaki, a Japanese term effectively meaning doodle. This is fitting, as the game's use of doodle-like artwork and childish character design plays into this theme. The game's story follows 6 children who discover some magical crayons in a cave. The kids decide to share the 8 crayons between themselves, but the remaining 2 crayons and their box are stolen by the local neighborhood bully. The kids discover that anything drawn with these crayons comes to life, so in order to get them back, they decide to draw their way to victory. These heroes include Andy and his drawing Astronauts, a spaceman who takes the role of the game's frontman, DDJ and Captain Cat Kid, a breakdancing cat that attacks its opponents with music, Nola and Masa, a witch that wears a chicken hat and has the ability to jump huge distances, Jerry and Robot CHO, a bot who may be slow but is capable of dealing huge damage, Cleone and Bear Tank, a teddy bear with a tank turret and treads who is always tired, Roy and Cool's Roy, a cowboy who plays similarly to Astronauts, and also Val and Maimzo, a monster capable of morphing into various different forms like scissors, an iron, or a spoon. In a typical style of its time, the game makes use of flat characters on a 3D plane, not unlike Parappa the Rapper or Nintendo's Paper Mario. The title plays similarly to any other fighting game, with attacks and combos being performed with the directional and attack buttons. Each fighter is capable of double jumping, and there are 3 punch buttons and 3 kick buttons, alongside a taunt and a button used to perform magic attacks. These magic attacks allow the player to perform 3 different strong moves after their superbar fills at the bottom of the screen. These are performed by pressing the magic button and holding in different directions. The 3 different types of magical combat include Attack Magic, a move capable of dealing a large quantity of damage, Defense Magic, a move which has the potential to put some distance between the players so that they can reevaluate their tactics, and Counterattack Magic, which is performed while blocking, and can perform a decent amount of damage as well as giving the player some space.
An interesting mode in the game comes in the form of training mode, a way of training a character to play through the game for you. This mode has the player select a character, train them by competing against other characters, and having them become better at fighting. The game is programmed to learn your playstyle, allowing you to set your character to automatically work through the game's story mode without your input. The reception of Rakuga Kids was somewhat positive, with many praising its unique art style, though complaints regularly included issues with flow. Attacks feel quite stiff and restricted, and with the game's variety of characters, it can often be hard to work out how to go about attacking your opponent. Many also show distaste towards the game's loading screens, not understanding why they should need to even exist on a cartridge-based title. The reasons behind these loading screens is likely due to the game's most praised feature, its artwork. Each character has an incredibly large number of frames, all of which need to be loaded into the Nintendo 64's 4 megabytes of RAM. Koji Yoshida, the game's director, had previously worked on Street Fighter II as a software designer, and Final Fight as a programmer. After Rakuga Kids, he would go on to work on a number of other notable projects, such as directing Goemon, Mononoke Sugoroku, programmer for Castlevania Circle of the Moon, as well as programming for The Legend of Zelda, Oracle of Ages, and Seasons. Several references to Rakuga Kids can be found within Yoshida's other works. These include unlikely appearances, such as his work on Circle of the Moon. Nathan is capable of transforming into Cleone's drawing of Bear Tank by equipping both the Bear Ring and activating the Black Dog and Pluto cards. Rather than turn into a skeleton, as normally happens with using these cards, the player is instead turned into the Sleepy Teddy Bear, capable of firing projectiles. Bear Tank has a high level of attack, but does suffer from the hindrance of dying from a single blow. Bear Tank proved to be a popular character within Konami, later going on to appear as a playable character in Konami's kart racer, Konami Crazy Racers, alongside several other popular Konami characters. However, Rakuga Kids never received a US release, instead only being published in Japan and Europe. The reasons behind this aren't fully known. Since the game had a European release, there was an English translation already made. The Nintendo 64 was prolific with its expansive library of child-friendly titles, and Rakuga Kids' art style fits this theme quite well. Rakuga Kids was released in 1998, the same year as Marvel vs. Capcom, X-Men vs. Street Fighter, and only a single year after Tekken 3. This is a period in gaming history when fighting games were fairly common. It's possible that Rakuga Kids, for all of its positive feedback, was deemed mediocre when compared to the AAA fighting games of the time. With this in mind, Konami may have refrained from publishing the title in the US, knowing that the competition was too strong, and that the market for a child-friendly fighting game may not be too big.